कि अपनी हिफाजत के लिए अपनी ही होनी चाहिए आंख और होने चाहिए अपने ही हाथ। हिफाजत का हमारा ख्याल अमन का है, मां जैसे बड़े मन का है। हो आसमां, जमीन या हो समंदर, हर तरह की हिफाजत मिलती है इसके दामन के अंदर। हिफाजत की हिफाजत में अदानी डिफेंस एंड एरोस्पेस।
This 79th Independence Day, celebrate India's victory of ethical warfare in pure gold and 999 silver. C. Krishnaya Chetty presents Operation Synindur, a specially minted medallion commemorating Operation Synindur with 10-gram, 24-karat gold and 999 silver coins. Each coin, crafted with devotion, carries the spirit of modern, non-destructive warfare and the shine of your patriotism. Starting at only 1,11,000 rupees for gold and 1,300 rupees for silver, the uniquely cut medallions with authentic documentation and gift pack adds to your collection of achievements. Discounted prices.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Raksha Mantri is here. In just a short while from now, he will be amidst us in this hall. So I request you to please be seated. The event is going to start in just a short while from now.
Bring home Operation Synindur medallions from C. Krishnaya Chetty that preserve the memory of the world's finest ethical warfare strategies, teaching the world war and peace. To own the Operation Synindur gold and silver medallions, visit www.ckcjewelers.com or WhatsApp 95131 1869. Ethics since 1869.
In the heart of the jungle roams the finest creature. And through the chaos of the sparkling city lights, I am reminded of the timeless valor of the majestic tiger. Amidst the glitz and glamour, I stay grounded, just like the tiger, always ready to roar. Ready to go, the world awaits as I unveil my finest self. In life's wild journey, we have one shot to thrill. And when done flawlessly, we unwind and allow our spirits to rejuvenate. Royal Ranthambore, India's finest, yet.
We at STT-GDC India are leading the charge by building sustainable AI-ready data centers while partnering with the government in creating AI infrastructure strategies. Our data centers are purpose-built with design excellence and operational efficiency. Designed to support the high computing needs of AI, increased rack densities of up to 120 kilowatts per rack, enabled by the entire spectrum of cooling technologies like in-row cooling, RDHX cooling, liquid immersion cooling, direct-to-chip liquid cooling, best-in-class SPs. We are powering the AI Stack partner ecosystem for large-scale GPU-as-a-service deployments, readiness to support all technologies in the AI Stack, We are scalable for the future. Expansion headroom with secured power and land and building pan-India. AI Innovation Data Center Labs, India's first ever AI patent for data center operations. And we are sustainable for the future. Optimized PUEs with the latest liquid cooling innovations. Industry-leading utilization of green energy. Comprehensive ESG framework. And committed to carbon neutrality by 2030. %100% AI-ready data centers.
We're just 5 minutes away to kickstart the NDTV Defense Summit 2025. I request all of you to please be seated. Can I request all of you to please give a warm applause and a welcome to the Raksha Mantri, Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister, is here. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can I request all of you to be please seated so that we can begin? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to all of you here at the NDTV Defense Summit 2025 at the Pavilion Taj Palace, New Delhi. I hope after your morning coffee, you are all set for an exciting day of thought-provoking ideas and stimulating discussions here at the NDTV Summit 2025. This year's theme, Pioneering Atmanirbhar Defense and Strategic Dominance in Modern Warfare, could not be more timely. Over the next few hours, we'll revisit Operation Synindur, a defining moment in India's modern military history, and explore the strategies, the technologies, and the doctrines that are shaping our nation's future in defense and security. Today's summit will also focus on India's strategic response to the Pahalgam terror attack, its technological advancements, achievements, and the recalibration of deterrence in a nuclear environment. It will also explore geopolitical implications of India's actions, including the suspension of Indus Water Treaty and the international support for India's counter-terrorism stance. We are honored today to have with us distinguished policymakers, senior military leaders, global experts, and industry pioneers, all joining us to reflect on India's new and self-reliance and growing role as far as a strategic power on the world stage is concerned. But before we begin, here is a shout out to our sponsors who have made this summit possible. NDTV Defense Summit 2025 is co-powered by Tata Communications, Adani Defense and Aerospace, and Samtel Avionics. Celebration partner, Radico Khaitan. Wardrobe partner, Reed & Taylor. Gold partner, Sri Krishnaya Chetty Group of Jewelers. Aerial defense partner, Paras Defense. State partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Associate partners, Exicom Technologies India Private Limited and ST Telemedia Global Data Centers. Now, let me call on stage my colleague Shivaru, Managing Editor, NDTV, for the opening address.
Thank you, Ankit. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome. It is our greatest privilege to open this keynote session this morning with the person who is among us today. Welcome, Rajnath ji. One of the most respected leaders of our time, Rajnath Singh, as India's defense minister. He has presided over some of the biggest landmarks in our defense journey, from taking the toughest calls on self-reliance, Atmanirbharta, to steering record defense production and exports, to guiding the nation through Operation Synindur. His tenure has been defined by conviction, courage, and clarity of purpose. We host him today at a time of deep doctrinal shift in India's warcraft and defense strategy, but also a time when India's strategic relationships are being tested around the world like never before. And there could be no better person, believe me, to guide us through this moment of transformation than Rajnath Singh ji. His background as a grassroots leader, his calm decisiveness, his reputation for integrity, his instinctive grasp of India's security challenges make him not just a statesman, but one of the most effective defense ministers this country has ever seen. It is therefore a privilege for us at NDTV to welcome him to the NDTV Defense Summit to share his vision for India's security future in a rapidly changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the Raksha Mantri, Rajnath Singh Ji, to deliver his inaugural address.
Thank you very much. श्री राहुल कंवल, CEO एंड एडिटर इन चीफ, और हमारे डिफेंस सेक्रेटरी श्री राजेश कुमार सिंह भी यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं। यहाँ मौजूद सारे हमारे इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, पत्रकार मित्रों, देवियों व सज्जनों, NDTV डिफेंस कॉन्क्लेव में मैं दूसरी बार आ रहा हूँ। पिछली बार की तुलना में इस बार के आयोजन का स्केल मुझे कुछ बढ़ा हुआ लग रहा है। एक डिफेंस कॉन्क्लेव आयोजित करने में इससे बढ़िया टाइमिंग मैं समझता हूं कि और कोई दूसरी नहीं हो सकती है। यहाँ एक और भारत की सेनाओं ने अभी कुछ ही महीने पहले पूरी दुनिया के सामने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से अपने शौर्य और पराक्रम का परिचय दिया है। वहीं दूसरी ओर पूरी दुनिया में कई स्थानों पर आज संघर्ष की स्थिति बनी हुई है। यहाँ तक कि ट्रेड को भी लेकर एक युद्ध जैसी स्थिति बनी हुई है। आज के इस डिफेंस कॉन्क्लेव की थीम है वॉरफेयर इन द 21st सेंचुरी। इस थीम के अंतर्गत किस तरह आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान और भारत की डिफेंस स्ट्रेटजी को मजबूत यह करने जा रहा है, इस विषय पर मुझे बोलने के लिए आमंत्रित किया गया है। विषय बहुत बड़ा है, लेकिन आप जानते हैं समय की भी मर्यादा है, इसलिए मैं अपनी बात को बहुत संक्षेप में आप सबके सामने रखने की कोशिश करूंगा। साथियों, आज जब हम सब 2025 में हैं, 21st सेंचुरी का पहला क्वार्टर पूरा कर चुके हैं, तो ऐसे में इतिहास की ओर भी एक बार हमें देखना होगा, ताकि हम अपने अतीत को सीख लेकर वर्तमान की परिस्थितियों को व्यापक दृष्टि से समझ पाएं। आप में से बहुत लोगों को वह ट्रांजिशन पीरियड याद होगा जब दुनिया 1999 से 2020 में जा रही थी। वह वर्ष मैं मानता हूं पूरी सेंचुरी का ट्रांजिशन था, और साथ ही साथ चुनौतियां क्या होती हैं यह हमें तब समझ में आता है जब पुरानी चुनौतियों से हम नई चुनौतियों की ओर बढ़ते हैं। साथियों, समय बीतने के साथ पुरानी चुनौतियां हमें छोटी लगने लगती हैं। जैसे एक समय था जब दुनिया Y2K प्रॉब्लम से जूझ रही थी। Y2K प्रॉब्लम के बारे में मैं समझता हूं कि आप सभी अच्छी तरह परिचित होंगे, सुना होगा या पढ़ा होगा। जो एक कंप्यूटर ग्लिच था जिसमें वर्ष 2000 के बाद कई कंप्यूटर सिस्टम के फेल हो जाने की आशंका थी। उस समय वह मुद्दा बहुत बड़ा था, लेकिन आज पीछे मुड़कर देखें तो हमें समझ में आता है असली चैलेंजेज कहीं उससे बड़े थे। असली चुनौतियां तो उसके बाद आई हैं, जब इस मौजूदा सेंचुरी में जीवन के स्तर पर बड़े बड़े बदलाव हमें देखने को मिले हैं। साथियों, अगर यदि मैं इस सेंचुरी की बात करूं तो मेरा यह मानना है यह अब तक की सबसे डिसरप्टिव सेंचुरी रही है, और यह वह सेंचुरी है जिसमें हमने कोविड महामारी जैसी बड़ी चुनौती दी। एक समय ऐसा भी आया जब पूरा विश्व एक लॉकडाउन हो गया। आतंकवाद ने भी इस सदी में भयावह रूप दिखाया और पूरे विश्व को इसने दहला दिया। जियोपॉलिटिकल दृष्टि से देखें तो रूस यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट, मिडिल ईस्ट का संकट और अफ्रीका के देशों में आंतरिक संघर्ष हमें यह याद दिलाता है कि इंस्टेबिलिटी सिर्फ किसी एक देश या क्षेत्र तक सीमित नहीं रहती, बल्कि पूरे विश्व पर वह अपना असर डालती है। वहीं आप टेक्नोलॉजी की तरफ नज़र डालें तो टेक्नोलॉजी ने एक झटके में सब कुछ बदल कर रख दिया है। इंटरनेट, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, स्पेस साइंस, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग, ये सब हमारे जीवन और सुरक्षा के केंद्र में आ गए हैं। और आज यह दुनिया इतनी तेज़ी से बदल रही है कि हर दिन नई चुनौतियां हमारे सामने आ खड़ी हो रही हैं, चाहे पैंडेमिक्स हो, चाहे टेररिज्म हो या रीजनल कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स। हर मोर्चे पर मैं मानता हूं कि यह सदी अभी तक की सबसे ज़्यादा अस्थिर और चुनौतीपूर्ण साबित हुई है। ऐसी परिस्थितियों में अगर हम आज की स्ट्रेटजिक रिक्वायरमेंट्स की बात करें तो यह सिद्ध हो जाता है कि आत्मनिर्भरता आज के समय में कोई विकल्प नहीं है। आत्मनिर्भरता केवल एक एडवांटेज नहीं है, बल्कि यह एक नेसेसिटी बन चुकी है। पहले हम इसे एक प्रिविलेज के रूप में देखते थे, लेकिन आज यह सर्वाइवल और प्रोग्रेस की शर्त है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। आज की शिफ्टिंग जियोपॉलिटिक्स ने यह भी स्पष्ट कर दिया है कि डिफेंस के क्षेत्र में बाहरी डिपेंडेंसी अब हमारे लिए कोई विकल्प नहीं है। वर्तमान स्थिति में हमारे इकॉनमी और हमारी सिक्योरिटी दोनों के लिए आत्मनिर्भरता बहुत ही आवश्यक है। वैसे सही कहूँ तो हमें और विकल्प चाहिए भी नहीं थे। प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व में हमारी सरकार का हमेशा से यही मानना रहा है कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत के माध्यम से ही हम अपनी स्ट्रेटजिक इकॉनमी को मजबूत रख सकते हैं, और यही दृष्टिकोण हमें आने वाले भविष्य में सुरक्षित भी रखेगा और हमें दुनिया की उभरती हुई शक्तियों में अग्रणी स्थान भी दिलाएगा। साथियों, हमारा यही दृष्टिकोण आज हमारे हर निर्णय में दिख रहा है। आप देख रहे होंगे इस दुनिया में क्या उथल पुथल चल रही है। एक किस्म का प्रोटेक्शनरिज्म हमें सो कॉल्ड डेवलप्ड नेशंस की तरफ देखने को मिल रहा है। ट्रेड वार और टैरिफ वार की स्थितियां गंभीर होती जा रही हैं। किसी समय एडमंड बर्क ने ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी के बारे में कहा था, ये स्टेट इन द गाइज ऑफ मर्चेंट। और आज की दुनिया में स्टेट जिस तरह व्यापारियों जैसे बिहेव कर रहा है, ऐसे में उनका यह कोट थोड़े चेंज के साथ ये मर्चेंट इन द गाइज ऑफ स्टेट बन गया है। साथियों, लेकिन इन तमाम बातों के बीच मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी की उस बात पर आपका ध्यान दिलाना चाहूँगा जिसमें उन्होंने स्पष्ट कहा है, हम कभी भी अपने सिद्धांतों और मूल्यों से समझौता नहीं करेंगे। साथियों, कोई भी देश जब भी आगे बढ़ता है उसके साथ साथ कुछ देशों के साथ उसके विचार मिलते हैं, तो वहीं दूसरी ओर कुछ देशों के साथ उसके विचार नहीं भी मिलते हैं। जिनके साथ विचार मिलते हैं वह आमतौर पर उन्हें फ्रेंडली नेशन समझा जाता है, और जिनके साथ विचार नहीं मिलते हैं उन्हें आमतौर पर एडवर्सरी समझा जाता है। लेकिन आप सबने भी अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संबंधों को लेकर एक बहुत ही प्रसिद्ध कुछ पंक्तियां आपने सुनी होंगी कि इन इंटरनेशनल रिलेशंस देयर आर नो परमानेंट फ्रेंड्स और परमानेंट एनिमीज, ओनली परमानेंट इंटरेस्ट। साथियों, भारत किसी को अपना दुश्मन नहीं मानता, लेकिन हमारे लिए अपने लोगों का, अपने किसानों का, अपने छोटे व्यापारियों का, अपने देशवासियों का यह इंटरेस्ट सबसे ऊपर है, और हम किसी भी कीमत पर अपने देश के वेलफेयर के साथ समझौता नहीं कर सकते हैं, चाहे कितना भी दबाव डाला जाए। भारत अपने किसानों, अपने व्यवसायियों, दुकानदारों, पशुपालकों और आम नागरिकों को हितों को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता देता ही रहेगा। साथियों, हम सब ज्योग्राफी में पढ़ते हैं कि जितना दबाव पड़ता है उतना ही चट्टान मजबूत होता जाता है, और मुझे लग रहा है कि भारत पर जितना दबाव डाला जाएगा, भारत उतने ही मजबूत चट्टान के रूप में निखर कर सामने आएगा। हमारी नीति, हमारी रणनीति, हमारी आत्मनिर्भरता किसी भी ग्लोबल दबाव के बावजूद अडिग है और स्थिर रहेगी। साथियों, मैं समझता हूं कि किसी भी पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप का मूल्यांकन उसके विजन से होता है। 2014 में हमारी सरकार ने आत्मनिर्भर भारत और मेक इन इंडिया का जो अभियान शुरू किया, उसकी अहमियत आज हमें और ज़्यादा महसूस हो रही है। साथियों, शुरू से ही हमने आत्मनिर्भरता के अपने दृष्टिकोण को एक कम्प्रहेंसिव रूप में देखा है। इसमें हमारे संपन्न राष्ट्र की कल्पना भी निहित है, चाहे वह डोमेस्टिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर हो या क्रिटिकल टेक्नोलॉजी के विकास का क्षेत्र हो। देश के रक्षा मंत्री होने के नाते मैं पूरे आत्मविश्वास के साथ यह मैं कह सकता हूं कि रक्षा क्षेत्र में यह दृष्टिकोण एक क्रांतिकारी बदलाव लेकर आया है। मैं आपका ध्यान इनमें से कुछ महत्वपूर्ण बातों की ओर दिलाना चाहूँगा। यदि आप डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के इतिहास पर नज़र डालें तो आप देखेंगे कि 18वीं सेंचुरी में स्थापित ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री बोर्ड ने एक लंबे समय तक भारत की जो डिफेंस नेसेसिटीज़ होती थी, रक्षा आवश्यकताएं होती थी, उनको पूरा करने में अपना एक अहम योगदान दे रहा था। लेकिन धीरे धीरे समय के साथ यह सिस्टम एक कॉलोनियल लिगेसी और ब्यूरोक्रेटिक बॉटलनेक का यह प्रतीक बनता चला गया। इसलिए जब हम सरकार में आए तो हमने इस ढांचे को लिक्विडेट करते हुए उसे 7 इंडिपेंडेंट डिफेंस पब्लिक सेक्टर अंडरटेकिंग्स में परिवर्तित किया। यह केवल एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव रिफॉर्म नहीं था, बल्कि 200 वर्षों की कॉलोनियल माइंडसेट से मुक्ति का भी यह प्रतीक था। अमृत महोत्सव में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने गुलामी की सोच से मुक्ति का जो संकल्प लिया था, यह कदम उसी दूरदर्शी दृष्टि का ही परिणाम था। आपको यह जानकर खुशी होगी, जो OFBs 2019 और 20 में लगभग 3000 करोड़ के घाटे में चल रही थी, नुकसान में चल रही थी, उनका टर्न अराउंड हो चुका है। 2024-25 में कॉर्पोरेटाइजेशन के बाद ऑर्डिनेंस फैक्ट्री बोर्ड्स ने 1625 करोड़ रुपये से अधिक का लाभ अर्जित किया है। साथियों, पुरानी व्यवस्थाओं से चिपके रहकर हम नए भारत की आकांक्षाओं को किसी भी सूरत में पूरा नहीं कर सकते हैं। इसलिए हमने सेनाओं को रीऑर्गेनाइज और इंटीग्रेट करने का एक साहसिक निर्णय भी लिया है। यह केवल रिफॉर्म नहीं, बल्कि यह स्ट्रेटेजिक विजन था। और इसी क्रम में हमने अपने सशस्त्र बलों में महिला शक्ति को शामिल करने का भी एक ऐतिहासिक निर्णय लिया है। आज हमारे देश की बेटियां समुद्र की लहरों में नौसेना की ताकत को बढ़ा रही हैं, आसमान में लड़ाकू विमानों की कॉकपिट संभाल रही हैं, पहाड़ों और जंगलों में दुश्मन से मोर्चा ले रही हैं और रेगिस्तान की तपिश में भी भारत के तिरंगे की वह रक्षा कर रही हैं। साथियों, रक्षा रणनीति में आत्मनिर्भरता की सोच कोई आज की नहीं है। 10 साल पहले से हमारी सरकार ने स्पष्ट रूप से समझ लिया था कि बिना आत्मनिर्भर हुए हम कभी भी वास्तविक रूप से सुरक्षित नहीं हो सकते। हालांकि उस समय हमारे पास चैलेंजेस बहुत थे। हमारी सबसे बड़ी समस्या यह थी कि हमारा डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस बहुत लिमिटेड था और हम इम्पॉर्टेंट मिलिट्री हार्डवेयर के लिए लगभग पूरी तरह से इंपोर्ट्स पर निर्भर थे। हमारे डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन सिस्टम में प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रियल सेक्टर की भी कोई खास भागीदारी नहीं थी। यह सब कुछ केवल पब्लिक सेक्टर तक सीमित था। इसके अलावा डिफेंस प्लानिंग, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी और इनोवेशन पर पर्याप्त फोकस नहीं था। यही कारण था कि चाहे कन्वेंशनल इक्विपमेंट या एमिनिशन हो या फिर क्रिटिकल इक्विपमेंट और कटिंग एज सिस्टम्स, दोनों ही के लिए हमारे बाहरी देशों की ओर हमें देखना पड़ता था। इससे न केवल कास्ट बढ़ती थी, बल्कि स्ट्रेटेजिक वल्नरेबिलिटी भी स्वाभाविक रूप से पैदा होती थी। जाहिर सी बात है कि ऐसी स्थिति लंबे समय तक सस्टेनेबल नहीं रह सकती थी और इसी चुनौती ने हमें नई सोच और नए रिफॉर्म्स की दिशा में आगे बढ़ने के लिए प्रेरित भी किया है। साथियों, हमारे प्रयासों ने आज न सिर्फ इंपोर्ट डिपेंडेंस घटाई है, बल्कि इंडिजनाइजेशन की कमिटमेंट को मजबूती भी दी है। हमने डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स को नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाया है। इसके आंकड़ों की यदि मैं बात करूं तो आप देखिए, 2014 में जहां हमारा डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट 700 करोड़ रुपए से भी कम था, आज वह बढ़कर अप्रॉक्सीमेटली 24,000 करोड़ रुपए के रिकॉर्ड लेवल तक पहुंच गया है। और यह दिखाता है कि भारत अब केवल बायर नहीं है, बल्कि भारत अब एक्सपोर्टर बन चुका है। जाहिर सी बात है कि इसमें केवल पब्लिक सेक्टर की इंडस्ट्रीज का योगदान नहीं है, बल्कि यह प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रीज, स्टार्टअप्स और हमारे इंडिविजुअल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स की कड़ी मेहनत का भी यह परिणाम है। और साथियों, आज डिफेंस के क्षेत्र में जिस प्रकार से हाई टेक इनपुट्स का तेजी से प्रचलन बढ़ रहा है, वो हम सब के लिए एक चैलेंज के रूप में उभर कर सामने आया है। इसलिए हमने इस बात को रियलाइज़ किया है कि हमें टेक्नोलॉजिकल ब्रेक थ्रू और इनोवेशन का एक ऐसा कल्चर तैयार करना होगा जो कंटेम्प्रोरी वर्ल्ड के साथ compete कर सके। अगर हम इस क्षेत्र में बढ़त बढ़ने का स्वप्न देखते हैं, तो इस विजन के तहत DRDO हो, हमारे डिफेंस स्टार्टअप्स हों या MSMEs हों, सबको एक साथ लेकर हमने एक फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग इकोसिस्टम बनाने का भी प्रयास किया है। साथियों, आज पूरे देश में इनोवेशन की एक नई बयार चल रही है। अनेक ऐसे स्टार्टअप्स हैं जो डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी के क्षेत्र में अपनी छाप छोड़ रहे हैं। सरकार ने भी कई बड़े पॉलिसी चेंजेस किए हैं। डिफेंस लाइसेंसिंग की प्रक्रिया आसान हमने बनाई है, FDI की सीमा 74% तक बढ़ाई है और मेक इन इंडिया की प्रक्रिया को भी हम लोगों ने सरल किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश और तमिलनाडु में डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर्स स्थापित किए गए हैं और डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रियल कॉरिडोर के अच्छे परिणाम देखने को मिल रहे हैं। इसकी पूरी संभावना है कि हम इन कॉरिडोर्स को अन्य राज्यों में भी एक्सपेंड करें। इस संभावना को भी नकारा नहीं जा सकता है। और साथियों, अब तक हमने रक्षा के क्षेत्र में आत्मनिर्भरता को बढ़ावा देने के लिए कई पॉजिटिव इंडिजिनाइजेशन लिस्ट भी जारी की है, जिसके अंतर्गत यह फैसला किया गया है कि करीब 5,500 से अधिक ऐसी वस्तुएं अब इंपोर्ट नहीं की जाएंगी, बल्कि उन्हें एक तय सीमा के अंदर भारत में ही, भारत की धरती पर ही उन्हें बनाया जाएगा। और आपको यह जानकर खुशी होगी कि अब तक 3,000 से अधिक आइटम्स जिन्हें पहले इंपोर्ट किया जाता था, अब भारत में स्वदेशी रूप से बनाई जा रही हैं और वारशिप्स के निर्माण में भी हम पूरी तरह आत्मनिर्भर हो चुके हैं। साथियों, मुझे ये बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि अब हम अपने सारे वारशिप्स अपने देश में, अपनी जमीन पर ही बना रहे हैं। साथियों, सारे कदम सिर्फ सिंबॉलिक नहीं है, बल्कि यह उस नए भारत के निर्माण की नींव हैं जो अपनी सुरक्षा को व्यापक दृष्टिकोण से देखता है। डिफेंस सेक्टर आज इनोवेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और इकोनॉमिक सिक्योरिटी का एक एफिशिएंट इकोसिस्टम बन चुका है और यही वह सोच है जो भारत को आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर ले जाते हुए विश्व मंच पर एक निर्णायक शक्ति के रूप में स्थापित कर रही है। साथियों, आमतौर पर हम ये पहले से सोच कर चलते हैं कि डिफेंस सेक्टर केवल बॉर्डर और सुरक्षा का क्षेत्र है। आम सोच तो यही रहती है कि डिफेंस सेक्टर सिर्फ सीमाओं की रक्षा और सैन्य बल की मजबूती तक ही यह सीमित है, परंतु वास्तविकता इससे कहीं अधिक व्यापक है। आज रक्षा क्षेत्र न केवल राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा का आधार है, बल्कि हमारी इकोनॉमी को सशक्त बनाने और उसके भविष्य को सुरक्षित रहने वाला स्तंभ भी यह बन चुका है। यह केवल लोगों की सुरक्षा, जमीन की सुरक्षा या बॉर्डर्स की रक्षा भर नहीं है, बल्कि हमारी पूरी इकोनॉमी के संरक्षण और सुरक्षा का भी जिम्मेदार यह सेक्टर बन रहा है। साथियों, आज के समय में डिफेंस सेक्टर जॉब्स क्रिएशन, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इकोसिस्टम और हाई इन टेक्नोलॉजी इनोवेशन का एक महत्वपूर्ण और बड़ा जनरेटर है। भारत में लाखों लोग डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट और एलाइड इंडस्ट्रीज से प्रत्यक्ष और अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से जुड़े हुए हैं। आप देखिए कि कुछ समय पहले तक तो डिफेंस सेक्टर में किए गए इन्वेस्टमेंट को ओवरऑल इकोनॉमी का हिस्सा तक नहीं माना जाता था। इसे मात्र नेसेसरी एक्सपेंडिचर के तौर पर ही देखा जाता था और सिक्योरिटी पर हुए इन्वेस्टमेंट का कोई इकोनॉमिक असेसमेंट भी नहीं होता था। लेकिन आज कैपिटल और टेक्नोलॉजी के बड़े वेक्टर के रूप में डिफेंस एक एक्सपेंडिचर का विषय नहीं रहा है, बल्कि अपने फॉरवर्ड और बैकवर्ड लिंकेजेस के कारण यह इकोनॉमिक्स का विषय बन चुका है, जिसे हम डिफेंस इकोनॉमिक्स का टाइटल दे सकते हैं। साथियों, जिस प्रकार से ऑटोमोबाइल या आईटी सेक्टर अर्थव्यवस्था को गति देते हैं, उसी तरह डिफेंस सेक्टर भी आज एक ग्रोथ मल्टीप्लायर की भूमिका निभा रहा है। जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी कहा है कि डिफेंस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में प्राइवेट सेक्टर का योगदान भी लगातार यह बढ़ता जा रहा है। यह केवल नेशनल सिक्योरिटी के दृष्टिकोण से नहीं, बल्कि इकोनॉमिक सेल्फ रिलायंस के दृष्टिकोण से भी एक गेम चेंजर है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। साथियों, मैं आपके सामने स्कीम्स तो नहीं गिनाना चाहता, लेकिन इतना जरूर बतलाना चाहता हूँ कि आज भारत ने 1.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का डोमेस्टिक डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन हासिल कर लिया है, जो अपने आप में एक रिकॉर्ड है। बड़ी बात यह है कि इसमें चौथाई योगदान 1/4 कंट्रीब्यूशन ये प्राइवेट सेक्टर का है, और यह अचीवमेंट केवल वास्तविकता भर नहीं है, बल्कि एक नए उभरते हुए भारत की यह तस्वीर है, ऐसा मैं मानता हूँ। जैसा कि हम सभी अनुभव करते हैं कि कोई भी इकोसिस्टम तभी मजबूत बनता है जब उसमें सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स का कंट्रीब्यूशन हो। पब्लिक सेक्टर, प्राइवेट सेक्टर, स्टार्टअप्स, इनोवेटर्स, पॉलिसी मेकर्स सभी मिलकर इस यात्रा को आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं, और यही सिनर्जी भारत को 100% आत्मनिर्भर बनाएगी। और मैं इस बात को और भी बल देकर कह सकता हूं कि अभी हाल ही में हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान अपनी डिफेंस कैपेबिलिटी और प्रिपेयर्डनेस का एक नमूना देखा है। हमारी फोर्सेज ने अपने स्वदेशी इक्विपमेंट के साथ अपने टारगेट्स पर जिस प्रकार पॉजिटिव स्ट्राइक्स किया है, वह दिखाता है कि एक विजन, लंबी तैयारी और कोऑर्डिनेशन के बिना कोई भी मिशन सफल नहीं हो सकता है। साथियों, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर दिखने में तो केवल कुछ दिनों का युद्ध और भारत की विजय तथा पाकिस्तान की पराजय की कहानी यह लगती है, लेकिन उसके पीछे वर्षों की रणनीतिक तैयारी और डिफेंस प्रिपेयर्डनेस की एक लंबी भूमिका रही है। जैसे कोई एथलीट दौड़ में कुछ सेकंड में जीत हासिल कर लेता है, लेकिन उसके पीछे महीनों सालों की उसकी कड़ी मेहनत होती है, वैसे ही हमारी फोर्सेज ने अपनी वर्षों की तैयारी, कड़ी मेहनत और स्वदेशी उपकरणों के साथ चुने हुए लक्ष्यों को प्रभावित किया है। साथियों, बरसों की तपस्या रंग लाती है। पोखरण 1998 का जो न्यूक्लियर टेस्ट हुआ है, उसके बाद जो प्रतिबंध और चुनौती हमारे सामने आई थी, उसे हमने अपनी स्वदेशी एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर, फाइटर जेट, राडार सिस्टम, मिसाइल सिस्टम, ड्रोन के माध्यम से पार किया है। यह केवल हमारी सैन्य क्षमता की ताकत ही नहीं दिखाता, बल्कि हमारी टेक्नोलॉजी और इंडस्ट्रियल स्ट्रेंथ का भी एक उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण है। आज पूरी दुनिया जान चुकी है कि भारत महज कुछ ही मिनटों में दुश्मन को मात दे सकता है, लेकिन मैं यह साफ कहना चाहता हूं कि ये आइसोलेटेड इफर्ट्स नहीं हैं, ये सब एक ज्वाइंट और इंटीग्रेटेड विजन का हिस्सा है। हमारा मकसद ये है कि भारत की डिफेंस आर्किटेक्चर किसी अनसर्टेन फॉरेन इंटरफेरेंस और डिपेंडेंट न रहे, बल्कि हमारे अपने लोगों की कैपेबिलिटीज़ पर यह पूरी तरह से आधारित हो। यह हमारी कोशिश है। इसके लिए हमने इंडस्ट्री और एकेडमिया को भी एक्टिवली इंगेज किया है। आज इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस और दूसरे बड़े रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट्स के साथ हम कई रिसर्च इनिशिएटिव्स भी चला रहे हैं। इसके लिए आर्म्ड फोर्सेस की इंडिजिनस रिसर्च और डेवलपमेंट बजट को भी बढ़ाया गया है। इसको और अधिक बढ़ाने पर हम गंभीरतापूर्वक इस समय विचार कर रहे हैं। साथियों, इसके अलावा हम आईडेक्स प्लेटफॉर्म्स पर भी इंडस्ट्रीज की एक्टिव पार्टिसिपेशन देख रहे हैं। आईडेक्स स्कीम ने थोड़े ही समय में हमारे डिफेंस सेक्टर में टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशन में क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन ला दिया है। हम सब जानते हैं कि हमारे युवा कितने इनोवेटिव हैं, कितने मेहनती हैं, लेकिन आप सोच कर देखिए कि अब तक उन्हें कोई ऐसा मंच ही नहीं मिला था कि वह डिफेंस सेक्टर में ऐसे टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशन को बढ़ावा दे पाएं। सामर्थ्य होने के बावजूद केवल मंच की कमी होने के कारण हमारे युवाओं की प्रतिभा निखर कर सामने नहीं आ पाती थी, लेकिन अब स्थितियां काफ़ी हद तक बदल चुकी हैं। साथियों, अब हम खुद उनके सामने ऐसे ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म्स दे रहे हैं और उन्हें हम मौका दे रहे हैं कि आप आइए, अपना टैलेंट दिखाइए, अपना इनोवेशन दिखाइए, और जहां भी ज़रूरत पड़ेगी वहां सरकार आपके साथ खड़ी है। आज हमारे इन्हीं प्रयासों का परिणाम है कि आईडेक्स के तहत हमारे युवा वो सारे सॉल्यूशंस हमें प्रोवाइड करा रहे हैं जिनके लिए हम एक समय दूसरे देशों पर तथा दूसरे लोगों पर डिपेंडेंट थे। साथियों, चाहे नए प्रोडक्ट्स डेवलप करना हो या पहले से एग्जिस्टिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स में टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनपुट्स को बढ़ाना हो, हम डिफेंस सेक्टर में लगातार इन चीज़ों पर इस समय ध्यान दे रहे हैं। परंतु आज इस महत्वपूर्ण मंच से मैं कुछ गेम चेंजिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स की बात आपके सामने ज़रूर करना चाहूँगा। साथियों, आप सबने सुना होगा, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लाल किले के प्राचीर से स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अवसर पर सुदर्शन चक्र मिशन की बात की है, जिसके तहत आने वाले 10 सालों में देश के सभी महत्वपूर्ण स्थानों को कंप्लीट एरियल सिक्योरिटी प्रदान की जाए, और एक ऐसी सिक्योरिटी जो डिफेंसिव और ऑफेंसिव दोनों ही टेक्नोलॉजी से लैस हो। जैसा कि हमने ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान देखा, आज के युद्धों में एयर डिफेंस कैपेबिलिटी का महत्व भी काफ़ी हद तक बढ़ गया है। ऐसे में सुदर्शन चक्र मिशन निश्चित रूप से इस दिशा में एक गेम चेंजिंग साबित होने वाला है। इसके लिए पहला कदम तो हमने यही उठाया है कि अभी 23 अगस्त 2025 को DRDO द्वारा इंडिजिनस इंटीग्रेटेड एयर डिफेंस वेपन सिस्टम का सफलतापूर्वक परीक्षण कर लिया गया है, जिसके बारे में समाचार पत्रों में भी आपने पढ़ा होगा। और इस परीक्षण ने अपने मिशन को सफलतापूर्वक पूरा करते हुए एक साथ 3 टारगेट्स को अपना निशाना बनाया है। और इस सिस्टम के लॉन्च होने से मैं गर्व के साथ कह सकता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के सुदर्शन चक्र का जो संकल्प है उसे साकार करने की दिशा में हम काम शुरू कर चुके हैं। हालांकि सुदर्शन चक्र को पूरी तरह एक्टिवेट करने में अभी समय लगेगा, मगर रक्षा मंत्रालय ने अपने कदम आगे बढ़ा दिए हैं। साथियों, एक और नया प्रयास हम देश के अंदर स्वदेशी एरो इंजन के डेवलपमेंट का भी कर रहे हैं। एक लंबे समय से इस क्रिटिकल एरिया में कुछ बहुत अधिक सफलता हमें नहीं हासिल हो पाई थी, लेकिन अब हमने वह बीड़ा उठाया है कि हम एक शक्तिशाली एरो इंजन को डेवलप और मैन्युफैक्चर करेंगे। और मुझे आपको यह बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि इस संदर्भ में हमारी तैयारी लगभग पूरी हो चुकी है और शीघ्र ही इसके लिए कार्य जमीनी स्तर पर आपको दिखने लग जाएगा। साथियों, एक समय था जब डिफेंस सेक्टर से जुड़े इक्विपमेंट को लेकर हमसे यह सवाल होता था, कैन वी बिल्ड दिस? लेकिन अब यह सवाल बदल गया है। अब सवाल पूछा जाता है, हाउ सून कैन यू बी डिप्लॉयड? एक और उदाहरण मैं आप लोगों के सामने रखना चाहूँगा। अभी महज 2 दिन पहले देश ने दो फ्रंटलाइन फ्रिगेट्स INS हिमगिरी और INS उदयगिरी के कमीशनिंग को भी देखा है। मैं स्वयं उसकी कमीशनिंग के लिए गया था। एडवांस वेपन सेक्टर और कम्पैक्ट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक वारफेयर से लैस ये स्टील्थ वारफेयर शिप्स पूरी तरह से भारत में बनाई गई है। और ये वारशिप न सिर्फ दुश्मन को मुंहतोड़ जवाब दे सकती है, बल्कि इनके अंदर ऐसी क्षमता है कि दुश्मन के राडार को भी चकमा दे सकती हैं। और ये वारशिप वर्ल्ड क्लास की हैं। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इंडियन ओशन रीजन में भारत की जो स्थिति है इस समय, उसको और मजबूत बनाने में इन दोनों वारशिप्स का बड़ा महत्वपूर्ण योगदान होने वाला है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि हमारी नौसेना यानी हमारी इंडियन नेवी ने संकल्प लिया है कि अब उनका हर वारशिप भारत में ही बनेगा अब ये कोई भी वारशिप दुनिया के दूसरे देशों से अब खरीदेंगे नहीं, यह संकल्प हमारी इंडियन नेवी ने भी लिया है। साथियों, जिस आत्मनिर्भरता और स्वदेशीकरण की बात मैं कर रहा हूं, उसे प्रोटेक्शनरिज्म की तरह नहीं देखा जाना चाहिए। आमतौर पर सेल्फ रिलायंस और प्रोटेक्शनिज्म को सिनोनिम की तरह देखा जाता है, परंतु डिफेंस सेक्टर में सेल्फ रिलायंस किसी प्रोटेक्शनिज्म का मुद्दा है ही नहीं, बल्कि यह सॉवरेंटी का एक मुद्दा है और यह नेशनल ऑटोनॉमी का भी मुद्दा है। और यही नहीं, बल्कि मैं यह मानता हूं यह भारत के आत्मविश्वास का भी मुद्दा है। साथियों, युवाओं का यह देश, टेक्नोलॉजी एक्सपर्ट्स का यह देश, भरपूर ऊर्जा का यह देश जब पूरे आत्मविश्वास के साथ आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर बढ़ता है तो यह अपने आप में एक स्टेटमेंट होता है जहां पूरी दुनिया रुक कर, कुछ ठहर कर और पीछे मुड़कर देखती है। यही वह शक्ति है जो अलग अलग गुटों से, अलग अलग खेमों से और अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से आ रही चुनौतियों का सामना करने की ताकत हमें देता है। इसलिए साथियों, आज जो हमने आत्मनिर्भर भारत, इंडिया डिफेंस स्ट्रेटजी पर चर्चा की, वह केवल नारा नहीं है, अपितु भारत के भविष्य का यह एक रोड मैप है। यह भारत की सुरक्षा, संप्रभुता और भारत की प्रगति की यह गारंटी भी है। आने वाले वर्षों में भारत न केवल अपनी रक्षा जरूरतें खुद पूरी करेगा, बल्कि दुनिया के देशों के लिए एक भरोसेमंद पार्टनर भी बनेगा। और आज यहाँ इस डिफेंस समिट में मैं समझता हूँ हम सबका यह दायित्व है कि हम इस सोच को और मजबूत करें। एनडीटीवी ने इस विषय को मंच देकर मैं मानता हूँ कि एक महत्वपूर्ण पहल की है और मुझे विश्वास है कि यह डिस्कशन आने वाली पीढ़ियों के लिए एक रोड मैप भी तैयार करेगा। साथियों, यह डिफेंस कॉन्क्लेव एक्सचेंज ऑफ आइडियाज़ के लिए आयोजित किया गया है। आप सब मीडिया से जुड़े बड़े प्रबुद्ध लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, इसलिए मैं एक और बात आपसे यहाँ पर करना चाहूँगा। हम सब जानते हैं कि युद्ध या युद्ध जैसी स्थितियाँ कोई रोजमर्रा की चीज़ नहीं होती है। यह बड़ा सेंसिटिव मुद्दा होता है जिसमें देश की सुरक्षा और प्रतिष्ठा के साथ साथ लोगों की जान माल को भी खतरा होता है। हालांकि ऑपरेशन सिंदूर हमने किया, हमारी सेनाओं ने अपना शौर्य दिखाया, लेकिन इस तरह के अनुभव का सामना भी हमारे लिए रोजमर्रा की यह बात नहीं है। इसलिए मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि जब भी ऐसी कोई स्थिति आती है, उस दौरान हमें उसकी सेंसिटिविटी और रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी का भी पूरा ध्यान रखना है। मीडिया को तो वैसे भी लोकतंत्र का चौथा स्तंभ कहा जाता है, इसलिए जब देश युद्ध या संघर्ष की स्थिति में होता है, तब मीडिया की भूमिका मैं मानता हूं और संवेदनशील हो जाती है। आप सबकी एक छोटी सी रिपोर्ट लाखों लोगों के मनोबल को ऊपर उठा सकती है और कभी कभी अनजाने में मनोबल को चोट भी पहुंचा सकती है। अनजाने की बात मैं कर रहा हूँ, अनजाने में चोट भी पहुंचा सकती है। ऐसे में एक छोटी सी चूक भी हमारे सैनिकों के जीवन और हमारी रणनीति पर यह भारी पड़ सकती है। इसलिए मेरी आप सबसे यही अपेक्षा है कि युद्ध काल या युद्ध जैसी परिस्थितियों में मीडिया अपनी आज़ादी के साथ साथ अपनी जिम्मेदारी का भी ध्यान रखे। आज़ादी और जिम्मेदारी यदि दोनों अगर साथ साथ चलें तो मीडिया और लोकतंत्र के प्रहरी होने के साथ साथ देश की सुरक्षा का भी प्रहरी मीडिया बन जाता है। इन्हीं विचारों और शुभकामनाओं के साथ मैं आयोजकों के प्रति मैं आभार प्रकट करता हूं कि आपने मुझे इस कार्यक्रम में आमंत्रित किया। सम्मेलन की सफलता की कामना करते हुए मैं यहीं पर अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Rajnath ji, dhanyavad. Thank you very much. At the NDTV group, I can promise you and assure you that we take your words very seriously and we make a pledge that we always have held the highest journalistic standards in terms of war reporting, and we will continue to do that going forward. It's a promise that I extend from the network to all of you. It's time now to, very quickly before we move to our next session, pay tribute to those who actually defend this country, to celebrate the courage, sacrifice, and unwavering spirit of the Indian Armed Forces with music, with a song dedicated to every soldier and every Indian who draws strength from their valor, as our Raksha Mantri has just talked about. The song is composed by none other and sung by Kailash Kher, who began by sending us this message.
नमस्कार, मैं हूं कैलाश खेर और ये गाना हमारा इस देश के नाम, भारत की सेना के नाम, भारत के हर भारतीय के नाम, और इस गाने के पीछे का जो तथ्य है, जो तत्व है, वो यही है कि एक बार हम रक्षा मंत्री जी के साथ बैठे हुए थे और सेंट्रल एवियोनिक्स हमारी कंपनी है, हम लोग ऐसे बैठे हुए बात कर रहे थे कि एक हमें तीनों सेनाओं के लिए गाना बनाना है। और रक्षा मंत्री जी थोड़ा मुस्काए और हमारी ओर देखा, तो जैसे ही देखा तो समझ लीजिए मौन उनका एक हमको आशीर्वाद मिल गया, और ये गाना पूरा हम देश को समर्पित कर रहे हैं।
अदम्य शक्ति एवं शौर्य की पहचान है भारतीय सेना। जल, थल, गगन की रक्षा का वरदान है भारतीय सेना। हर संकट का समाधान है भारतीय सेना। भारत का गौरव है, स्वाभिमान है भारतीय सेना।
दंभ का स्तंभ खंडम दम त्रिशूल गाड़ के, प्रलयंकारी गति से भिन्न खेल गगन फाड़ के, ज्वाल से बवाल से चल पड़े दहाड़ के, भारतीय सेना, भारतीय सेना। की सुरक्षा कवच देश का संबल, तीनों भारतीय सेनाएं, ध्वज तिरंगा विश्व पटल और गगन पर, तीनों भारतीय सेनाएं, भारत माँ की आन पर खेले अपनी जान पर, शौर्य पराक्रम का है पर्याय, भारतीय सेना, भारतीय सेना। काल है भौकाल है, भस्म लेप भाल है, धरा भी लाल लाल है, ये शौर्य की भारतीय सेना। रक्त में जो आग है, ये तांडवों की जाग है, सब काल गुना भाग है, विराग अनुराग है, भारतीय सेना, भारतीय सेना।
आज पूरी दुनिया हमारी सेना की वीरता और मारक क्षमता की बुरी बुरी प्रशंसा कर रही है।
हो चुनौती कोई भी कैसी भी मुश्किल, हर जगह है ये डटे हुए, देश के लिए जिए देश पर मिटे, समर्पण का प्रतिमान ये, ना थके ना रुके, झुका दे पर ना झुके, भारत का स्वाभिमान ये, भारत के वीर, भारत के वीर। हुंकार है है चिल्कार है, मुंह बार ही ललकार है, चमक भी धार धार, शत्रु मृत्यु की पुकार है। भारत के वीर, भारत के वीर, रोंगटे खड़े खड़े, शिला शिला चढ़े चढ़े, जब जब जिधर निकल पड़े, घटना स्वयं ही घट पड़े। भारतीय सेना,
It was surprising to hear your voice at the beginning. You are a fantastic voice artist as well, sir. I must say that. It was great to hear it. Can we have a big round of applause for Raksha Mantri, Shri Rajnath Singh ji? Thank you so much, sir. All right, can I now request all of you to be please seated so that we can just set it up for our next session. Can I request all of you to be please seated? All right, having revisited the strategic and operational dimensions of Operation Sindoor, it's now time to look at the backbone of India's military preparedness, our policies, reforms, and the drive towards self-reliance. Our next session is titled In Defense of Atmanirbhar Bharat. The conversation will spotlight the government's vision for making India secure, self-sufficient, and a global force in defense innovation. From policy frameworks to partnerships with industry, this is where strategy meets execution. It's an honor of the NDTV Defense Summit to welcome on stage the senior-most bureaucrat steering India's defense establishment, the Defense Secretary of India, Shri Rajesh Kumar Singh, and in conversation with him is my colleague Vishnu Shom. Can we have a big round of applause, please?
Good morning, everyone. We plan for this event throughout the year. It's an opportunity to really bring on board the finest thinkers, industry, government, all of it coming together, and in a sense reflect on what we see in the defense sector and position what we see in the defense sector in a larger context. The Defense Secretary holds an incredibly important office. He needs to bring it all together. Policy, research and development, looking after the armed forces, and in a sense being aware of every aspect of our military capability and capacity in fighting when we need to. So it's wonderful to speak to you, sir. The Defense Minister just a few minutes back made an important point that there are no permanent friends or enemies in the world around us. This being the case, and given the churn that we see in international affairs right now, and without naming anyone in specific, how is Atmanirbharta not just a policy initiative, but a need? It just has to be done because at the end of the day, we can only trust ourselves.
Exactly. I mean, first of all, good to be here with you, Vishnu. Obviously, it is a strategic imperative now that we need to be Atmanirbhar in order to maintain our strategic autonomy. The only way we can do it is by ensuring that the bulk of our defense needs are met within the country. And the government, since the Prime Minister Modi's government came into power in 2014, the focus on self-reliance has been unrelenting. During the last year, we spent about 1,60,000 odd crores of rupees in capex. 81% of that was spent within the country. And that trend will continue. Our benchmark is that 75% of our capex every year will be spent within the country. And even if we need to tie up technologies from abroad or bring in manufacturers or expertise or companies from abroad, it is very clear that they will have to invest and make in India in order to qualify for most of those orders. So that's it's not only important from the point of view of strategic autonomy, but also because there is the kind of demand that India has, the kind of requirements that we have. And the other element which Mr. Rajnath Singh also mentioned earlier was that your defense capex actually contributes to the economy as well. I mean, we've done a recent study some time back about its contribution to the growth of our GDP, and the studies that I've seen indicate that there is a multiplier of 2.4 in terms of what we spend within the country in terms of the downstream jobs and employment and impact on GDP that it creates by spending within the country. So we are going to double down on these indigenization efforts, and you'll see that in the future as well.
So I've been covering the defense sector for 30 years. And in the past 3 decades back, 25 years back, there was hardly a private player in the Indian defense space. It was all the government machinery at various sectors, whether it's the DRDO, HAL, the Ordnance Factory Board, etc., etc. But now we have increasingly a thriving private defense sector. How is it a national priority to work with our private players, given the fact that in many areas they are approaching, or in some cases have exceeded, the state of the art?
Yeah, so at least in my view, I don't make a distinction between public and private Indian companies. For me, all of them are Indian companies, and they are welcome to take part in our defense procurements. And whatever entry barriers that are there, I look at it from two sides. One is the supply side, where the part of the general ease of doing business initiatives, ensuring, setting up defense industrial corridors, providing them with better facilities, all that is the supply side. But the main thing about defense is, of course, that you have a single buyer, and that buyer can actually influence the pace and mode of industrialization itself, which is how it is different from my previous stint, which was in DPIIT. Here, if you provide visibility to your domestic industry, industry actually will grow. I mean, it's a very proximate and immediate policy instrument that you have. And what I can do to make that happen is to ensure that the private sector gets a level playing field, and we provide the contract visibility that they need. Now, to give you an example, last year we've done about 2 lakh crores in contract signings in the last financial year, which was double the top figure that we've ever had in our history. And in the current year, we've already done 1.5 lakh crores of contract signings, approvals in the first 6 months of the year. So we'll keep up the pace with orders, most of it domestic orders, and hopefully that will provide both our private and our public sector industries, the major contractors and their downstream vendors to get enough orders to sustain themselves, grow, diversify our industrial base, and hopefully also expand into exports as well.
You would have been, I don't know if concerned is the right word, but you would have been aware that the nature of warfare has changed fundamentally. We've seen what's happened with drones in the Russia-Ukraine context. We faced Synindur, where drones became a reality for the first time in warfare in the subcontinent. How satisfied were you, relieved in a sense, by the fact that Indian defense manufacturers in the drone space, and I'm talking specifically about the drone space, came on board to deliver results which were fairly incredible?
So I'm going to qualify that. I wouldn't say that it was, let's say that it was a reality check in many ways. In some ways, our air defense systems, including the legacy systems, worked very, very well. The layered systems worked. In drones, I would say that there's a lot of improvement required. Our civilian drone manufacturing ecosystem has sort of grown and expanded quite a bit. To achieve military-grade drones, we need to put in a lot of effort, and our drone manufacturers are aware of it. Right after Operation Synindur, we've done a series of trials with many of our leading drone manufacturers. A small number of them have passed most of the tests, and they will get orders in terms of emergency procurements and hopefully as well fast-track procurements as well. But I would say that it was really a reality check in many ways. In order to sort of expand this space further, we have 3 kinds of drones, you might say, that we are targeting. We've tied up with General Atomics, USA, for these MQ-9 drones, the HAIL category, which are coming, for which the contract is already signed last year. For the MAIL category drones, where we intend to develop within the country, we've issued the RFP now, and after the DSC approval, and that will hopefully bring in technology both from within the country, Indian design, as well as perhaps some technology transfer from outside. There are several major players who are in that space, and we hope to have good competition leading to this finalization of this 30,000 crore worth of order for about 87 MAIL category drones with a 10-year maintenance contract tied in. Finally, there are the smaller drones, the loitering munitions, the kamikazes. There are a large number of players already available. They need to harden some of their the platforms and the packages that they have in terms of the resistance to electronic warfare and jamming. But once they do, I'm sure in that space we have a lot of capacity, and they will also, I'm sure, get a lot of orders in the future. Because increasingly, I think when it comes to the smaller drones, we would really have to treat them as a category of revenue procurement, almost like ammunition. It's not really capex. These are small quantities. You will be using them the way you'll be using artillery shells in many ways.
So just in the last couple of days, there is news of us investing very heavily in the Tejas program. The number which has done the rounds is approximately 62,000 crores for an additional massive purchase of Tejas Mark 1A fighters. How does that entire program now need to come to the table with the grade of manufacture and capability that you seek, because it's evolving technology and the challenges in the subcontinent and elsewhere are also evolving?
Well, I mean, as you would have known, Vishnu, the Tejas is really going to be a replacement or a workhorse for the Indian Air Force. In a way, it replaces the MiG-21. And the intent is to provide enough visibility to HAL to perfect this particular platform. We've got about 40 or 38 of them already in service in Sulur and near Coimbatore in South India. We have another 80 odd that are under manufacturing. 10 of them are ready. with 2 engines delivered so far. Hopefully, the first 2 of those will get delivered with weapons integration by the end of September. And we'll do the contract signing next month. And I've made it clear to HAL that we'll sign this contract only after they deliver from at least 2 completed weapons, complete package from the previous order. With this combination of 40 already given, 80 plus another 97, they have enough visibility. They have an order book of about 4-5 years, and hopefully they'll be able to perfect this platform, integrate the radar and the Indian weapons so that it becomes a workhorse for us along with the Sukhoi. There will still be a gap, and for that gap, we'll have to look at some other options, which we will discuss when we have some finality in terms of decision making there.
So that's the point. Now that you mention it, that decision has never come, sir. The decision for a purchase, I presume you're talking about 114 aircraft buy until such time as we achieve what we want. Sir, I've been hearing a decision on this is pending for at least the last 10 years. The Air Force has been waiting for it. Why is there a delay?
I can't speak for the delay for the past, but let me tell you, as I mentioned the contract signings that we've done since I've come here, 3.5 lakh crores in the 7-8 months that I've been here. This one also will see the light of day pretty soon, I can assure you.
So research and development is key to where we have to go. And in terms of investment in research and development in the manufacture of Indian defense weaponry, it has to be done at an institutional level. It has to be backed by substantial funding as well. What are your thoughts in this? Because we will not be state-of-the-art in the areas we want to be unless we make investments.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, critical technologies will not be shared with you, or they will be shared with you at a very high rate, and they will always keep something back from you. So yes, we have to focus on Indian design, development, domestic IPR as well. I think we've seen some progress in that area. The artillery order that we've recently given for the ATAGs, and now we are about to give for some categories of small arms. All of those are entirely Indian design and manufactured with the full IPR resting within the country. For the rest of it, I mean, our approach has to be pragmatic. We can't allow our forces to have such huge capability differences vis-a-vis other countries or adversaries while we wait for some research and development to actually fructify. And some of these take 10 to 15 years. So, I mean, my thinking is that we have to look at the TRL level of each of these technologies. Where DRDO has achieved a certain level, say 8+, we will insist on local design and manufacturing. Where it is somewhere between 1 and 2, we probably will still have to go for some global buys and hopefully manufacture in India. In the intermediate category between 2 and 8, we'll probably have to do technology transfers, relying on foreign OEMs, setting up shop along with our Indian manufacturers. But we have to be pragmatic about it. There's no point in waiting endlessly for certain things. Where you've made progress, long-range missiles, armored vehicles, land systems, entirely Indian. Others, we go for TOT, and still others, where there is a real restriction in technology, we may have to still buy global in certain cases.
So, in other words, it's capability first, not necessarily Atmanirbharta first.
No, Vishnu, I mean, let me redefine this. If I have an inventory requirement for, say, a particular type of weapon, say ATGMs, I'm willing to keep aside 50% of that inventory in reserve for DRDO over time to make that requirement to meet their needs. But at least that other 50%, if that gap is really wide, I am going to ask for, hopefully, get in foreign technology, but manufacture within the country. Unless we do that, we'll create an unsustainable situation for our armed forces where we are basically allowing them to fight with inferior or slightly lower quality weaponry.
The Raksha Mantri also spoke about the urgent need to develop jet engines in India. We've fallen behind the curve for various reasons. I mean, it's very difficult. This is absolutely cutting-edge technology. What are we going to do to improve that? Are we going to enter into collaborations? We've heard about something with General Electric. We've heard about Safran as well. We've heard about the Kaveri coming along in some respects in terms of its future development. How does India progress in this?
So the Kaveri has not quite achieved the parameters that it was set out for, but it has reached a certain level, and therefore the intent is to use that for our UCAV program, for our unmanned combat aerial vehicle program. For the jet engine itself, the intent is now to go for an international engine house to tie up with GTRE to develop that in India. I think the Raksha Mantri has already let the cat out of the bag by saying that it will be with the French. We are at a stage where we are going to move to the highest authorities in the government for taking approval. It's a long process. It involves significant amounts of money and a 10 to 12 year period, but we have to sort of go for it now, because the more we delay it, the worse it will become. Ultimately, there are only 3 or 4 countries in the world which have their indigenous jet engine. Even China, frankly, has been struggling with the jet engines. So our intent is to master this technology in collaboration with a strategic partner. We've made up our mind within the Defense Ministry. We'll take it to the highest level and get it approved fairly soon.
This, of course, fits in with AMCA, the Indian stealth platform. Again, given the nature of the threats outside, the evolving technologies, there is a blurring of the lines between 5th and 6th generation technologies as far as stealth platforms are concerned. Let's just call them new generation platforms. How critical is it for us to come of age in jet engine technology towards achieving a successful AMCA?
Well, it's critical for the simple reason that import dependence leaves you vulnerable, and we've seen that with the GE engines. It's not necessarily vulnerability to geopolitics. Sometimes it is vulnerability to the supply chain issues that came up. I mean, at least that is the feedback or the updates that we get from GE, that they have had issues with their supply chain partners in meeting some of our requirements. So yes, for whatever reason, the import dependence will make you vulnerable for such a critical part that if you don't have it at the right time, you actually have right now with HAL 10 aircraft ready, but only 2 of them have engines. The others are Cat B engines, which we are just trying them out. Short point is that yes, it's a critical technology. We have to master it if we want to be a big power. And as I said, the government, at least the MOD, has made up its mind that we are going to take the plunge on this, whatever the requirement of funds may be.
So would you say that it's one of our biggest national challenges to plan for wars or conflicts which may not be 14 days or 20 days? In other words, our war wastage reserves, which have been very restricted in the past, have to increase substantially. Therefore, that calls for indigenous manufacture of weaponry, a steady supply chain, and a larger commitment, I dare say, of our GDP as a percentage to defense, actual war-fighting capabilities. As a nation, is that a big priority for us?
Yeah, I agree with all that you said. That is why we need to expand our manufacturing capacity and build in surge capacity, particularly for things like munitions, where we are too reliant on one public sector manufacturer. Private sector, the civil explosives area is dominated by the private sector. Somehow military-grade explosives, we put all our eggs in one basket. For valid reasons, at one time, nobody wanted to invest in this area. Now they do. And in fact, one of the things that we've done recently as part of our year of reforms is that we've updated the revenue procurement manual for MOD, which deals with explosives and munitions in particular, where we've deleted any suggestion where any commodity is reserved for a particular public sector undertaking. The intent is to make it open for competitive bidding, and hopefully that signal enables some of our prime defense industrial conglomerates to get into this space. I am aware some of them already are. But as I said earlier, my intent is to remove all these entry barriers, bring in competition, and if you have the willingness to invest and including in R&D, the shortage of orders will not be there. We will ensure that you get enough orders. 10I, which is our present capacity in terms of warfare, is probably not going to be enough. In any case, as a precaution, we should go for at least a doubling of that figure.
That's a very important statement, a doubling of war wastage reserves in a sense. Sir, over the last few days, I was on INS Himgiri with Shiv and INS Udaygiri. The fact that these were modular construction, constructed in two parts of our peninsula, different shipyards, and it struck me in speaking to the commanding officers of the ships that other than small aesthetic differences, the ships are identical, which reflects a quality of manufacture which perhaps was missing in the past. But in order to keep that up, we need to replicate, we need to place more orders, perhaps not of the same class, but we need to give our shipyards business, given the growing threats. So A, your thoughts on technology development in construction of warships, and B, the importance of sustaining work chains.
Yeah, so Vishnu, right now there are 59 ships under construction in Indian shipyards. In fact, our entire pipeline is now in Indian shipyards, and in the future, whatever orders we are giving, the DSC has approved various new orders, including next generation corvettes, minesweeping vehicles, and next generation OPVs as well. All of them will be limited to domestic manufacturers. Thankfully, in this area, again, while it is dominated by public sector manufacturers, there are one or two private sector companies which are now coming in. And the intent, again, is to go away from the previous approach of cost-plus allotment of contracts to competitive bidding, hopefully genuine price discovery as well. And that will, the other thing we've done is we've tried to ensure in many cases that we give orders on an L1, L2 basis where we parcel out the order to two manufacturers as long as they meet the L1 price. Now, with those sort of innovations, we intend to ensure that parallel production happens. And I would say that the Navy in many ways has been at the forefront of Atmanirbharta in many ways in terms of its proactive approach to domestic shipbuilding.
Sir, there is also job creation, which is immense. Medium and small scale manufacturers, again, the role of quality assurance is so important because these are small manufacturers building small components which fit a huge role. So again, two parts of this question. Firstly, the importance of quality management. It's not just for us, we may be exporting things in the future. And secondly, job creation as part of a larger national goal. How is the defense sector perhaps key in achieving that?
Yeah, so we have some 16,000 MSMEs working in this sector as per our last count, along with some 430 odd industrial licensees, which are companies, medium and small and large as well. And finally, we have the 16 PSUs. They are integrated in the supply chain in different ways. The Defense Ministry is not really a developmental ministry. What we can do is, except in some parts like IDEX and Aditi, where we try to encourage startups to get into this space, build prototypes, and give them some level of assured orders. In other areas, what we can do, as I said, is provide visibility in terms of orders, and that will hopefully create enough downstream orders for the MSMEs as well and generate enough employment. The actual numbers here, I mentioned that there is a study I've seen where the multiplier effect of the capex is about 2.4. The impact on employment, maybe we need to study a little more, but I'm sure it will be substantial given the increasing reliance that our prime contractors are placing on MSMEs. Even people like HAL are increasingly relying on private sector, small and large firms for a lot of their sub-assemblies. So yes, it's an important element, and I think the Ministry of Finance recognizes that. That is why when it comes to capex, we really don't have a resource envelope issue. Our problem really has been absorptive capacity, and that we will get over in the near future once we, as I said, ensure that the kind of contract signings that we've done last year, this year, and which we'll sustain over the coming years as well.
Sir, and since we have you, there's no way that I'm going to let you go without a slightly tough, a considerably tougher question. It's actually not that tough, but I really want to know for the first time what you were doing when Synindur was taking place. We know about the military action, but these would have been decisions happening all the time, constant coordination with the Prime Minister's office, appreciation of the nature of threats coming in from across the border. Were you tense? Were you nervous? Were you worried about supply chains? Tell us something about your role on those critical, 88, 90 hours.
I think some of the discussions at the top I don't want to talk about because that is meant to be kept confidential. If you're asking whether I was tense, a little bit tense on one day, the first day. But let me tell you, on every day I played tennis in the morning. So there was no real stress for me in that sense. Of course, I don't take part in the operational, I don't sit in the war room until later when we have an update. But I used to get updates regularly in terms of what was happening, in terms of events and losses, if any. Thankfully, we hardly had any losses. Most of the losses we inflicted. I would say that we were very confident right from the first that we will be able to sort of, if he escalates, we can escalate further, we can dominate, and we can make him succumb, and that is what happened.
It's been wonderful speaking to you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on everything from Synindur to the process of defense manufacture, building state-of-the-art technologies in India, the allocation of budgets, which is always a bugbear for industry. But it's been wonderful and refreshing to get your thoughts. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank
sir.
you. Thank you so much, sir, for that fascinating conversation. Thank you, Vishnu. Can we have a big round of applause for our guest, please? All right. Now to our next session. From policy directions, we now shift focus to the engine room of India's defense self-reliance. Its manufacturing ecosystem, Atmanirbhar Bharat in defense is not just about reducing imports, but about building scale, innovation, and exports that position India as a global hub. Our next session will explore how India's private sector is stepping up to build capacity, accelerate research and development, and create supply chains that serve both national needs and global markets. We are delighted to welcome a leader at the forefront of this transformation, the CEO of Adani Defense and Aerospace, Mr. Ashish Rajvanshi, and engaging him in this dialogue is my colleague Vishnu Shom yet again.
Thanks.
Ashish, it's great to have you on this panel. I've had a few occasions to interact with Ashish Rajvanshi, and in as much as he is in charge of a business which is deeply invested in India's defense sector in the process of manufacturing, I suspect that at heart, he is a technologist. He looks at technology, he applies his interest in technology, and sort of puts that into place in terms of the opportunities, the options that exist in India. I think it's that technology prism which is fascinating, Ashish, and I think it's a good way to actually talk about India's requirements.
Please.
The Middle East, if you take a look at what's happening in Russia, Ukraine, warfare is changing. The military systems that were relevant 5 years back are no longer relevant in some senses. In many cases, they are adapting. Therefore, when you go about the business of proposing what India needs to have, and indeed in manufacturing and in seeking orders and in building a technology base, how do you have to be quick on your feet?
Good. Thank you, Vishnu. It's a pleasure to be here this morning and listening to the Honorable Defense Minister and the Defense Secretary. See, what we need to appreciate is what we are seeing as conflicts in the global market is not new. If we go into the history of mankind, warfare has been as old as the humanity itself. And the biggest accelerator of human evolution in terms of shaping our instincts, shaping our technology, and shaping our societies have been the warfare in the past. You look at the two world wars, they actually fostered completely new industries, from machine guns to battle tanks to jet engines to nuclear bombs, and most importantly, establishing the permanent military-industrial complex, which became the mainstay of how we look at defense. So we are standing at a turning point where, with the conflicts happening in Europe, the conflicts happening in Israel, but the most importantly, the shifting tides in the Indo-Pacific, the whole evolution in terms of defense has changed. What does that mean? It means India is crafting its own story. And this is, for me, a bigger opportunity than an adversity. In what way? Because we are investing in our own industry. We are investing in our own startups. For the first time, we are not talking percentage, 60% indigenization, 70% indigenization. We are saying 100% self-sufficiency. And what Honorable Defense Minister mentioned, this is no longer an option, this is survival for us. So I think what India is writing is melding the lessons of the past, working on the opportunity of the current, but we are very sure we are going to write the history of the future, working as one company, one industry, and working towards a one vision. So,
some of the lessons of the Russia-Ukraine war, which is ongoing, is in drone warfare. It's revolutionary. It's changed the face of warfare. It's raised questions, for example, on the efficacy of armored warfare. That has had to adapt. We've seen drones operating on the sea that have made the efficacy of existing naval forces, it raised lots of questions, put them essentially back in harbor. And then we've had our own ops Synindur. And you've had a role in terms of some of the technology. The Adani Group has had a role in some of the technology that was used to actually fight this. Could you tell us a little bit about that experience and Indian systems, fighting in ops Synindur?
See, let's first appreciate what's happening in the technological landscape. Wars are no longer just fought with guns and battle tanks. It's important to appreciate the battles are getting shaped with data, with autonomy, and most importantly, with the control of space, what we are seeing. What we witnessed in Operation Synindur is something which is a reflection of a cognitive warfare, which all of us need to be absolutely aware of and be prepared for. What is cognitive warfare? Cognitive warfare is the teaming of artificial intelligence, man and the machine coming together and working in a seamless direction for the same mission. This is as good as a warrior coming out of Age of Ultron, Avengers. And the whole synergy between the man and machine will start becoming more important than how effective my battle tank or artillery gun or my fighter craft is. So to your point, what is important for India? One is, how do we develop cognitive warriors? Cognitive warriors for us means that the people on the field who are able to thrive in a data-centric environment, people on the field, one of the biggest challenges we're going to face, as we're talking about loitering ammunition, we are talking about electronic warfare, is the training of the frontline personnel. Yeah, this is no longer a mechanical job of picking up an artillery gun and firing a round. This is actually you're dealing with the most advanced technology in the time of pressure. So when we're talking about cognitive warfare or a cognitive warrior, how do we train our personnel? How do we thrive in a data-centric environment where the data is beaming from satellite on a real-time basis? The AI-driven command and control centers are actually giving real-time information on both threats and the actions to be taken to the man and machine. And the most importantly, developing autonomy. Yeah? So picturize this, that you have an Indian soldier standing at a contested border, wearing similar to what I'm wearing, like a AR neural link visor, along with fully powered exoskeleton, walking along with swarm of drones, walking along with unmanned ground robots, and having a real-time interface and interaction with the backend command center. And this is no longer a dream. In 5 years, this is going to be the reality. What's important is, to your point, is the industry geared up to look at this future? Are we still looking at the 60s mechanism? Are we still looking at the same battle tanks, fighter crafts? All of them are important, but the whole integration, which is seamless between air, naval, and ground, coming into a data lake, is the future. So,
your thoughts on artificial intelligence and warfare? We see AI-enabled systems. We see small drones also have the ability increasingly of selecting targets. Going forward and continuing from your thoughts of increasingly robotic warfare, as AI evolves, how do you see the war front evolve as well?
See, I'll say the stage at which India is, or we in the global market are, we are going through a fundamental transition. The biggest transition which happened in the defense warfare was, in the previous era, was the First and the Second World War. In 1915, for the first time, we saw they moved from assault rifle to machine gun. And in 1937, the first fighter aircraft came in the public. Earlier it was flying in, but in terms of the fly-by-wire, the jet engine technology. And then we entered the whole cold era regime. What actually taught was having this mass-scale production, ability to ramp up, ramp down, but most importantly, the industry, academia, and the military integration. How do we look at the future of warfare? It cannot be episodic. Yeah? So it cannot be driven by one conversation by NDTV, which is happening in this room for bringing the services, the policymaker, and the industry together. It has to be continuous. So we don't, even as an industry, we don't need to wait for the forces to come and say, this is what I'm looking for. But this is literally a joint capability roadmap development where we are providing as many inputs to the forces as what the demand are coming from. So the first part is, how do we define a long-term capability roadmap, which is jointly developed between industry, academia, and the customer. The second part is, this is not driven by a number of RFPs which are coming out based on the whims and fancies of the person who's sitting at the chair. Yeah? We have a 15 years roadmap. So we are saying 2047, Honorable Prime Minister has given a vision that India needs to be completely Atmanirbhar in energy, defense, semiconductors. A 15 years roadmap in defense cannot be wavered based on who is in MOD, who is in forces, or who is in the industry. And we walk towards that capability roadmap. And this capability roadmap has to be a mix of what's happening today in terms of the mechanical environment and the energetics. How do we start imbibing the next generation of cyber technology, artificial intelligence technology, and the space warfare? Yeah, so,
is there or has there been a sense of disbelief within the government that here we've got private industry actually achieving the state of the art? Are you fighting mindsets?
So see, it's a very important question because we are literally leapfrogging. In 2015, there was no space for the private sector. The only thing which the private sector was doing, tier 2, tier 3 component manufacturing job, either for a global OEM or for the DPSU in the Indian market. After the push coming on Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, I think there's a significant work which has happened in the ecosystem in terms of setting up fundamental capabilities. But in the last 6 months, probably as an outcome or during Operation Synindur, there's a narrative which is coming out that the private sector has not delivered to the expectations of the customer. I think it's too soon, too early, because we haven't given that time to the private sector. If the private sector started to participate at the platform level in 2017 and 18, it's less than 7 years. So writing the destiny of an industry participants with the short-term data, I think it's a very short-sighted way of looking at the industry. What we need to look at the success of the private sector in the American market. Lockheed and Boeing are classic examples. Look at the success of the private sector in the Nordics market. Saab is a classic example. And any of the European market where the private sector has been working hand in hand along with the government-funded R&D and the government-funded demand. So I don't see we are fighting mindset. I think it's important for the customer and the policymaker to understand and appreciate. If you are looking at Atmanirbhar Bharat in 2040, it cannot happen without the joint participation of public and the private sector.
One word question, orders.
Happening.
Is that a problem? Because you can construct, you can get in technology, you can aim for the best, but at the end of the day, somebody has to buy what industry wants or is offering to provide, assuming it meets the requirement. No one is sort of throwing up things just off. But that has always been a problem. Absolutely. Our process of signing contracts has been ghastly, let's face it, at so many levels. I mean, just look at fighter aircraft deals for so many years. In the past, I'm not pointing any fingers, but it has been very slow.
No, absolutely. See, when we kick-started the whole business in Adani in 2019, one of the big inputs which I received was, guys, you are late. And I'm like, why are we late? Yeah, oh, you have your peers who have been around for 40 years and 50 years. But I had the same question, what have they delivered? And what's happening in the industry which is making it so vibrant that we actually feel we are the late entrants. So what we discovered was bureaucracy coupled with distrust led to a significant delay in terms of where the industry should have been versus where we stand today. Yeah? And it's not a function of the customer didn't want to do it, the policymakers didn't want to do it. I'll say there was no focus per se on the industry because there were other important areas of education, healthcare, which were the priorities for the government. One thing which has happened with Operation Sindoor, I think we're talking the same language. Yeah? It's inevitable that in the next 5 years, if we don't work and build these capabilities, we are screwed. And I don't want to use these words, but we have seen the preparation which is happening in terms of the global market. The whole concept of globalization is out of the window. NATO no longer exists. And any conversation which is either happening in a European boardroom or it's happening in a South Asian boardroom is about localization, it's about nationalization, it's about self-reliance and Atmanirbharta. So now taking any different path in the name of bureaucracy, distrust, corruption, I think we are going on a completely wrong rail.
Supply chains have to be constant. We cannot be aiming for a war which lasts 14 days because that's our comfort level. A war can go on for years. We've seen what has happened in Russia, Ukraine. That was meant to be a one-week war, and people are still fighting now. In terms of stepping up our manufacturing prowess within the country, because at the end of the day, you can't import everything.
Absolutely.
How critical is it to be having the manufacturing base to ensure that future needs in an actual war are met?
So see, there are two parts of the question. One is, how important is manufacturing for India irrespective of defense? Today, if you look at the GDP, 55% of India's GDP is coming from services. 25% is coming from agriculture. And roughly 10% is coming from manufacturing. And what has happened in the last couple of years, we are almost reaching a point of ceiling in terms of job creation, in terms of the growth potential on the services side. So de facto, defense or no defense, manufacturing has to become a very important pillar if we have to sustain these 1 lakh engineers who are coming out of the colleges every month and to provide them sustainable employment. That's number one from an economic perspective. From defense perspective for me, this is a leapfrog opportunity. Yeah. One thing which got proven, whether it's in Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Hamas, Operation Sindoor, this is no longer a club which is dominated by the Western world. Again, when we entered this space, we were told, oh, you know, it's the Americans, it's the French, it's the Russians, it's the Israelis who actually know how to work in defense technology. With due respect, answer is anyone can do it. And what came out in Operation Sindoor in the last couple of conflicts, volume at the right cost with the beautiful quality is what matters more than perfecting the technology over 40 years. And in all these areas with the engineering base, the technology base, what we have within the country, this is the most opportune time for India to leapfrog and take up its space in the global manufacturing, not only in India manufacturing. So we just need to invest. What's important for the industry also is, rather than chasing the orders, say we are taking a call and we are taking a bet on the long-term potential of the industry, and we are willing to invest today. And this investment has to be at size, at scale.
If there was one policy measure or initiative which you believe the government needs to look at carefully, what would that be? What would you tell them?
The most important policy measure where we are looking for a change is to stop giving orders on a nomination basis to the public sector. See, what Honorable Defense Minister mentioned in 2020, after 200 years, the corporatization of OFB has taken place, which was coming with a colonial mindset. And having done the hand-holding now for 5 or 6 years, I think it should be a level playing field where every RFP and RFI is going openly to the whole sector. So rather than saying, oh, it's only something which can, with due respect again with the people in the room, that this can only be done by Hindustan Aeronautics or Bharat Electronics or Bharat Dynamics, give us an opportunity. And if we fail, then absolutely go back to these people.
How is strategic autonomy defined by a lot of what you are saying? If you look at the case of France, the United States, when we talk about strategic autonomy, it's not just India vis-a-vis America or India vis-a-vis any other country in the world. It's also about the technology base that you pick and choose and who actually manufactures.
See, strategic autonomy is not something we can imitate. let's take the example of US. It started in 1776 with the Springfield Armory, the whole evolution of the defense industry in the US, which actually picked up speed in the Second World War. And again, this was a complementary setup, which was the R&D funded by the government, DARPA, along with the private sector ingenuity, committed orders for those period of time, the 30, 40 years between 1920 and 1960, which actually led to a very disciplined industry being developed in the American market. The driver for the Israel was very different. The strategic autonomy in Israel was a function of adversity. So in the 1960s, with the embargoes coming, with Israel being outcast, they had to move from licensed production to innovation. So it was more a survival tactic for Israel, and hence focusing on UAVs, Iron Dome, David Sling became a very normal thing for these people surrounded by 5 different countries. For France, the whole concept of strategic autonomy was a function of centralization, both in terms of design, but also the focus on the naval vessels, the nuclear. So the key point is, what we need to learn in India is that there's a degree of discipline of the US market. There's a sense of urgency or the innovation urgency of the Israel market, and this whole centralization of France, which led to the strategic autonomy. But it has to be molded against the democratic values of India. It has to be molded into the strategic direction what the customers want to provide us. And then it's a well thought through combination of the global best practices along with what India needs.
A final question. We were discussing this a few days back, skilled manpower. It's all great to talk about all of these things. Somebody has to build it. Are our regional engineering colleges good enough? Where are you able to train people to manufacture at a certain quality, to understand the technologies? Because it's only going to go larger and larger. You need numbers of skilled workers. Where does that come from?
Good point. In terms of, see, this is the most important element in defense manufacturing and especially high-tech manufacturing. Where's the talent coming from? The foundational IQ which is required for this industry is the highest in India. So the kids who are coming out of the engineering colleges, what we are seeing have an opportunity to work in the industry are actually best in class. And given the right platform, they are much superior to what we have seen in the Western market. What was not available to these people was the right platform. What was not available to them was the passion and the excitement to work for an industry which is literally building India for the future. So starting 97 until 2015, every parent sitting in the room wanted to send their kid to an IT company or to a computer science graduate. Yeah, because we want them to work for Google and the Facebook, but we don't want them to work for the BDLs and the BELs and the Adani Defense of the worlds, because they never saw a future in this. So I don't think it's a problem about the talent. It's about the longevity, the purpose, and the passion. And what I've seen in the last 5 years, there's a lot of reverse brain drain which is already happening. There's a lot of passion of these kids. Again, what Honorable Defense Minister mentioned, IDEX has been such a big success because it was a platform available to these young kids coming out of the college at the age of 21, given a funding of 5 crore rupees from the government, and being given an opportunity, bring me any design, any platform, and at least you can present it to the customer. Yeah. So talent is not a problem. The will and the mindset of the people who are actually imbibing talent is a problem.
Ashish, it's been wonderful speaking to you. There's so much to learn from Ashish when it comes to technology, the potential of Indian industry, the private sector. It all has to come together, work as a system. Our threats, our challenges are very real. They're all in front of us. Will we achieve that synergy in terms of sort of mating technology with our budgets, with our drive and our understanding to bring it all together? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Can we have a good big round of applause for our guest, please, for that fascinating discussion. Thank you, Vishnu. Without wasting a minute, let me just take this proceeding further. Our next keynote brings us to the Indian Air Force, the sword arm that has redefined both offense and defense in Operation Sindoor. The Indian Air Force played a decisive role in Operation Sindoor, taking out terror camps while ensuring that our air defenses protected our vital assets from enemy missiles, aircrafts, and drones. It was a resounding success, both offense and defense. For our next session, and we'll just wait a second to clear this out. Thank you so much. For our next session, please put your hands together and welcome the Vice Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Ndeshwar Tiwari, for a keynote address.
So I use this? Yes. Good afternoon. First of all, it gives me a great pleasure to be here today. I must thank NDTV for a couple of reasons. One is, of course, giving me this platform to speak to you, to tell you essentially what the Air Force did in Op Sindoor. That will be one part of it. Equally importantly, that the tacit acknowledgement that Indian Air Force is the India's sword arm. And what we did in Op Sindoor was just probably, a little snapshot of what capability that the Air Force brings to this country. This is the first time after Op Sindoor that as an Air Force, we are speaking on a public forum. We have spoken about Op Sindoor before. Some briefings we have given, some restricted briefings have been done, but this is the first time we are talking of it in an open forum. So I thought it is a good opportunity to take you through how we did what we did, what was the thought process behind it, how it panned out, and essentially some key takeaways, especially for the future, as we look forward to what is going to happen in this uncertain geopolitical times. So without much ado, just let me run through how things panned out. Sequence of events would be, I think most of you are very familiar, but some things that I would like to bring to your notice is when the dastardly attack in Pahalgam happened. Very next day, all the three services met in their own headquarters and started planning for possible options. Some of these plannings and contingencies, we keep doing it over a period of time, and we take out for such eventualities when we have to respond in quick time. And on the operational options were presented to a high-level team on 24th of April, and all the possible options for all the three services were discussed. And essentially, we target shortlisted and tactical planning commenced around 29th of April, waiting for the political go-ahead. We had shortlisted targets. Only the date and time was to be decided, which was finally decided on 5th of May. And as you are well aware, that 6th and night and 7th early morning is when we struck the targets. The higher directions which were given to us was essentially threefold. One is, the punitive action needs to be visual and visible. So that was a very important aspect. And of course, the right messaging needs to be sent across because that was essential to prevent future occurrence of such kind of incidents and accidents. The other important aspect, which was, worked in favor of us, we have given complete operational freedom to plan any response to enemy actions. And that was a big positive because that shortened our decision cycles. And as you would see in the future, when things panned out, we were up to speed to events that were occurring in real time. And of course, as a matter of abundant caution, we did plan to cater for escalation into a full-fledged conventional operations. It is very easy to start a war, but not easy enough to end it. And that was an important consideration to keep in mind so that our forces were activated, they were deployed, and they were ready for any eventuality that would have come about. So from the list of options presented, we had a large number of target sets. And finally, we boiled down to 9. Like it is given here, the 7 of them were given to the Army. I think we are all very familiar with it. 2 of them, which were much deeper, was given to the Air Force, the LET headquarters at Muridke and the Jaish-e-Mohammed headquarters at Bahawalpur. One was about 30 kilometers from the IB, other approximately about 100 kilometers away. And these were the 2 targets for which we did comprehensive planning of various types of weapon profiles, essentially to key element of surprise, redundancy, and ensuring that, the one chance that you get, don't miss any of the targets that we had planned. So just to take you in the background, this is how the Muridke headquarters, which is the LET headquarters, looked. We had essentially picked up 4 points in this based on intelligence and inputs, the administrative block and the markers, 2 of the main residential quarters of the leadership. And this was provided to us. And based on this, we had selected our weapons and, of course, the profiles. This is just one short video of the UAV, which we had launched to take. You can see already one bomb has struck, and the second one is striking right behind it. This is Muridke, and the video was taken live while we were actually carrying out the operations. Some of the videos, this is the first time we are showing it in public. This is another video of one of the weapons which we used. It will be a little grainy initially, but as you come closer, you will see that very clearly the marker's roof. You can see now it is coming in visibility. And this is the weapon which went right at this point. Of course, these were long-range weapons launched from standoff ranges. But a point I want to bring to you is this is what was the result of that. If you see that same weapon which you talked had made a very, very small hole here. Practically, the roof is intact. You can see this is the administrative block which is shattered. And if you look at this, you can barely make out that this is damaged. Now, if you recall, what happened in Balakot, something very similar happened. But then I would like to show you what happened inside. And these are the videos available from sources locally there. You can see that the entire building was shattered. And this is the headquarters at Muridke. Something similar we had planned at Bahawalpur. Again, this was much more deeper. It's 100 kilometers. So we had the challenge of bomb damage assessment, and we had catered for satellite passes to ensure that we are able to get, the requisite degree of confidence that the target has been taken out. Essentially, we had picked up 5 points. This is the administrative block. This is the leadership where they were supposed to be staying, some of the other cadres, and this is the main markers. Now, we selected the weapon point impacts very, very deliberately to avoid collateral damage. Because there are many areas around here, they were closer to populated areas. We try to avoid them to ensure that we have minimum collateral damage. So you can see for yourself that this is how it happened. Some of the weapons that we benched, the building is totally damaged. And of course, this is the markers where we put in 2 bombs into the target. And both went through. And you can make out that it is actually 2 floors. The bomb has gone through even the 2nd floor and impacted well below. So now if people tell that Pakistan does not sponsor terrorism, I'm saying a picture speaks more than 1,000 words. And this is what it shows. You can see for yourself, all the leadership is available here for the funeral, which happened the next day, of led by a designated terrorist. You can see that, the leadership, the GOC of 11 Div, 4 Corps, the Chief Secretary of Punjab, and of course, the IGP of Punjab, they were all part of the funeral. So we know, it goes without saying, that the state is as much sponsor of terrorism as anyone else, and therefore, you cannot differentiate between a terrorist activity and what the state sponsors. So we were obviously ready for a response, and that was expected that it will happen. And it came about that very evening, started at around 8 o'clock in the evening. We had a large swarm of drones coming from across the border, probably more than 300, interspersed with a lot of loitering ammunitions, which were basically armed drones of EHA class. They also launched certain numbers of standoff high supersonic weapons like the CM400, which is almost like a small Brahmos kind of a weapon. But we were expecting it, and we knew this is going to come, and we were ready for it, and therefore, it was our integrated air defense was able to take care of it. But we were very proportionate in our response, and it was very calibrated. We knew that this was not the main attack. Essentially, they were trying to see the response of our air defense systems. So we kept it very, very subtle. Most of the weapons were either taken out by counter-US systems or small caliber weapons. But then we decided, and we had already worked this out, that we need to respond, and you cannot let this go unchallenged. And therefore, we decided to carry out a SEAD or a DIAD campaign. Basically, it is either called suppression of enemy air defense or destruction of enemy air defense. And as has been pointed out, there were radars and weapon systems all across the border, which we had prior knowledge of. We launched a lot of our special ammunitions towards that to ensure that we are able to take out some of the radars. It was a very, very calibrated response, despite the fact that the adversary chose to respond in a widespread area, including civil areas, which I'm sure you recall that a lot of them reported, drones and, other kind of ammunitions coming in, even in civil areas. But our response was entirely against the military. And therefore, these targets which we had chosen was chosen very carefully, so that, again, to ensure that there was a calibrated response without collateral damage. Of course, we were able to take out quite a few radars. I'll show you some of the pictures. And this further incited him to take some additional response. And a similar kind of activity happened on the night of 8th and 9th, again starting at around 8 o'clock. It was a pan-front drone activity. Of course, the numbers were much larger this time. It was a mix of commercial, military drones, loitering ammunitions, including standoff weapons. The aim was basically to saturate our air defense system. And of course, the targets were, again, just like we had done, our radars and SAM systems. Primarily shallow-based, everything which is 100 to 150 kilometers to 150 kilometers from the border was a target for them. One point to keep in mind is that they did not close down their airspace. And that, unlike us, which immediately after the conflict started, we had closed down our airspace for civil traffic. Civil traffic was still being flown out of Lahore and other places. And possibly the reason is that they wanted us to take some action which could bring down probably a civil aircraft and cause some international furore. But we were very, very careful to ensure that we take actions in a calibrated manner, in a responsible manner. So what we did, of course, we were able to successfully defend through our layered defense everything that they threw at us. And we had practically no damage on the ground. But we decided that we continue to respond and shape the battlefield because we knew that the bigger attack was yet to come. And therefore, we decided to take out some more of the radars and their SAM systems. Essentially, the idea was that we should make them blind. And I think it had the right effect because when we flew some missions, we were able to make out, they were so afraid at that point of time that many of the radars which were serviceable were actually switched off, fearing that our loitering munitions will go and hit them. Yet, we were able to take out large swaths. Some of it I'll show you in the next slide. This is the Chunian radar. You can see, the entire radar head is damaged. Another one at Pasrur. And it actually put the fear of God in them. And many of the radars had to be purposely switched off to ensure that they don't get destroyed because they didn't know where these weapons were coming from. Of course, on 9th and 10th of night, we had the inkling and intelligence inputs that this is the day when the big attack is going to happen. And by now, Pakistan had realized that maximum effort and the center of gravity was actually the Indian Air Force bases, because that is where from maximum defense and the weapons were coming. And of course, our fighters were getting airborne. And in these 2 or 3 days, we also had the S-400, which was very active and had taken down certain number of aircraft. So they were very sure that this is one of the key targets for them. And they were trying to essentially target our nodes, which is the center of our air defense, the air bases from where our fighter platforms were getting airborne, and of course, the S-400 long-range SAMs, which were essentially keeping entire Pakistan Air Force at bay. So we had to respond. It was a very, very intense aerial engagement. They had many aircrafts coming, starting from 8 o'clock in the evening till about 1:30 in the morning. We had a large wave of attacks at our main bases like Srinagar, Adampur, Bhuj. So it was pan-front. So we decided that we had to respond appropriately. And since the escalation matrix had been worked out to a large extent, selection of targets for the subsequent wave was much easier for us. And that is what probably surprised them, because we responded almost immediately. From 2 o'clock onwards, we started hitting them at night. Practically, there were aircrafts where, their waves of aircraft had just about landed. We took out Chaklala, Rawali, Rafiki, Rahim Yar Khan, Sakar, Murid, and Nayachor. This was the first wave we launched. And just to give you all the targets which were selected were very, very specific. And that is one thing I think, despite all the misinformation campaign, I think Pakistan had yet to acknowledge, at least they acknowledged there were no collateral damage or civilian casualties. Because the targets were very selected very specifically, and we ensured that we take out the capability of the Pakistan Air Force. In fact, we had inputs. Rahim Yar Khan was not one of our targets initially, but we had inputs that that base was going to be used. And we took out almost immediately within the next 1.5 hours, we sent a wave of some aircrafts, and we took out the runway and the terminal, because that was the only 2 targets worth on that base. It's a very, very small base. Some of the pictures I'll show you just to amplify what are the kind of targets that we took out. This is Chaklala, which is the main base, the operations center. If you look at it, this is the command and control center, which was taken out. so precisely. Similarly, at Sucker, which is one of the main UAV bases, a lot of the UAVs which came on 8th and 9th were launched from here. We took out the two main complexes where the UAVs were stored, and also, of course, the radar which was there. You can see the kind of precision attack. This is the radar head when it is static, and you can make out that the entire thing is gone. Similarly, Sargodha, we launched another wave of attack, took out the runway, the crater being almost in the center so that both runways are practically inactive. Of course, this is the famous hangar at Bholari, which had the AWACS, and we know that one of the AWACS has probably gone down here, precisely hit by a long-range weapon. Jacobabad, we had 3 targets which we took out. I think this is the hangar, maintenance hangar of the F-16. We were very sure that there are many aircrafts inside this. But also, we took out the power and cooling infrastructure. This is the impact, as well as a radar on the same site. This is Rahimia Khan. We took out the runway. This is the crater in the runway. And of course, this is a civil terminal. You can see from inside. This was almost at 3 o'clock in the morning. So we were pretty sure that anyone inside is not a civilian here when it was being used. This is Murid, another main base for their UAVs. We took out the command and control center here, which was located here. And of course, the hangars, which were where the UAVs were. So put it in perspective, this is what we had worked out, that we wanted the action to be calibrated. And there are a lot of thinking and decision-making went through before we started the operations. We were very, very sure that our intent was limited. We wanted to strike the terror targets because that was the initial objective. And that we did very, very successfully. I think there is no doubt in the matter. But when the response came in, despite the fact that we were not willing to escalate, we expected a response, we still kept it calibrated, and we engaged only military targets. But when the main attack came on the night of 9th and 10th, is the time we decided that we need to go and send the right message, and we hit them pan-head, the pan front. There were targets which were taken out, which were not even taken out in 1971 war. That is the kind of extent and the damage to capability that we had caused them. But still, as we said, we kept it limited to military targets. The idea was to take out their capability. Idea was to send the right message. And precision targeting from this range is very, very essential, but also it is very, very risky, because the longer the vector, you feel that the more chances of being collateral. But to the credit of our planners, to the credit of people who executed missions, we were able to take out each target precisely. We were able to ensure there was no collateral damage. Now, what do you feel? This is not an easy game. You may have a long-range vector, but the work that goes behind to make that vector or that weapon hit a target accurately is actually an effort of a whole team, and not only for the pilots who fire, but there are a lot of people working on the ground to make that happen. So you should not forget that aspect of it. And we hit them so hard that practically, by midday, they were ready to talk to us. And this is what I must tell you, that this is a key takeaway for us, that in less than 50 weapons, we were able to achieve conflict termination. So this is the essential part which I want you to take away. It has not happened before. We made every weapon count. And that is a tacit acknowledgement of the capability of our planners and the people who executed the missions. So I must tell you that it is also not possible, like in the original slide, the first slide we said, we are offense and defense. the integrated air command and control system, which was at the heart of our defense, was key to this operations, because that gave us the ability to absorb impact and to react and to respond with a hard-hitting response. But that would not have happened if we did not have this air defense operations in place as we had thought. So I will take a few minutes just to educate you on what air defense operations is all about. It essentially is of 4 parts: detection, identification, interception, and destruction. You are all sitting in this hall, but as on date and every day 24/7, the first 3 parts of this continue non-stop, and that is where the Air Force is involved. We detect each and every aircraft that is in the Indian airspace. We have to identify each of them, and should there be a reason, we have to intercept them. The destruction part is the one which fits in only during operations, should the need arise. This is how the air map of the country looks on a daily basis, and our people in uniform are sitting 24/7 monitoring this. The integrated air command and control system would not have happened but for the vision of our veterans, the people who've thought through. 1995, if you recall, I'm sure some of you remember the Purulia arms drop when it happened. That was the genesis after which a group of ministers sat down to decide that we need an integrated system for the country to ensure that there is no repetition of such incidents. And that is where Air Force sat down. So what you see today is sweat and hard work and the vision of the last 15 to 20 years. It is entirely net-centric operations. The air traffic in India has grown almost 5 times since the beginning of this century. Almost 10,000 flights transit daily through Indian airspace. And the rate of traffic, which is 3 to 4 aircraft per second, and likely to double in the next 10 years. So this is the kind of traffic that we monitor on a daily basis. We have radars, we have aircrafts, we have other means to ensure that each of these aircraft is identified, and anyone which transgresses the border without authority is quickly intercepted. So we have armed aircraft as we speak, sitting all along the front, ready to respond in a matter of minutes. And therefore, this aerospace security is a 24/7 operation for us, and primarily in peacetime, it is the primary responsibility of the Indian Air Force. And the Prime Minister, when he talked of the Sudarshan Chakra, will essentially be built on this capability because we have today the backbone in place of the integrated air command and control system, which also networks with the Army's Akash Tir and the Navy's system so that we have a complete one-stop solution for air defense in this country. Of course, the last part, which is the destruction, comes mostly during operations, but it is also a layered defense. We have long-range, medium-range, and short-range surface-to-air missiles. We have counter-UAS systems. We have close-in weapon systems like guns. And it is this essential layers which ensure that there is redundancy, and each or any weapon that is basically attacking us is able to be taken out with adequate ease. So what are the takeaways for us? Just as the Prime Minister had said, the military response against a state abetting terror is a new normal. You saw that picture. The state is fully behind the terrorists. So therefore, I think the time has come that we don't differentiate between the terrorist and the state. Air power, of course, is going to be the increasingly a preferred option. It is not only in our context. You see what is happening in Europe. You see what is happening in the Middle East. You see what happened between US and Iran. So this is one of the arms of the service, which is going to be in future used much more copiously. One of the key reasons for our success was the synergy and the prompt decision-making and the clear directions that were given to us. That ensured that we were able to take decisions well in time and keep the enemy, basically flat-footed as it comes. A key to conflict termination is about clear objectives. Now, this is on 10th, when we knew what our objectives were. And please remember that when we started the operations, we had a certain set of objectives in mind. And they were largely achieved by 10th morning. And therefore, when Pakistan offered to hold fire, we were ready for it, and we took the decision that we will not prolong it further. And that's very, very important aspect, because it's very easy to start our operations. And war is always a measure of last resort. But it is very, very difficult to terminate a conflict, which you are seeing as it is happening around the world. Therefore, I think we took a very, very correct decision at that point of time, that having achieved the objectives that we had set out for ourselves, we were ready to terminate the conflict. Like I said, the air domain needs to be strengthened, and it's a long-term game. I think Ashish was here talking about the time period which others had taken to achieve what they have today. It's a very tricky domain. A lot of effort is required, and we must persevere. That is very, very important, that we have to have a long-term focus, put in the resources, and also remember that in terms of capability, we are actually second to none. Just to give you a snapshot, the Brahmos missile integrated on the Su-30 was a game changer for Operation Synindur. We started the integration in 2013. Initially, we wanted to go with our foreign partners, but because of cost, time, and money which they were charging, we decided that let's do it ourselves. And it took us 3 years to integrate this weapon. I was one of the chief test pilot involved when the project had started. And you can see that today it is actually a game changer for the Indian Air Force. And there are others who are willing to learn from us how to integrate such large caliber weapons on an aerial platform. We must also remember that there were a lot of industry partners here, that essentially the aviation ecosystem needs to cater for the global supply chain. We should not always be dependent that the Indian Air Force is going to buy stuff. I think we should have that confidence that we have the capability and the quality that everyone in the global supply chain can actually plug into us. One of the other things which I talked of is that we are not under the misconception that the next war is going to be like the last one. There are a lot of lessons to be learned for us, and we have constantly evolving. And this is true for the industry also. We should not think that what has worked the last time is going to work the next time again, because you are dealing with adversaries which are also responding in their own way. And therefore, we need to continuously evolve and need to be in the forefront of technology. Please remember that credible deterrence is essential in this multipolar world. Like Teddy Roosevelt had said, you should speak softly but carry a long stick. It is very, very important that that stick is credible. And I can assure you that the Indian Air Force will not only present a robust defense, we will also take the battle to the enemy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was absolutely fascinating, a privilege to see some of the things which have been put across for the first time. And in TV parlance, as we say, this is NDTV exclusive coming to you from the Defense Summit. Thank you so much. It's been an absolute honor to hear from you. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? This is something that, as journalists also, a few of the things that we have not seen. It's fantastic to see this. All right, taking the proceedings further from acquisitions to policy frameworks to private sector innovation and joint ventures. Our next panel will explore how India can strengthen its defense ecosystem and accelerate self-reliance. On the panel, please welcome Nilesh Tungar, President, Defense Bharat Forge and WTT and CEO, Kalyani Strategic Systems Limited, Ashish Rajwanshi, CEO, Adani Defense and Aerospace, Arun T. Ramchandani, Senior Vice President, L&T, Precision Engineering and Systems, and Shishir Priyadarshi, President, Chintan Research Foundation. And taking this conversation further is my colleague, Shivaru. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our guest, please?
This was actually an incredible start to the NDTV Defense Summit because we've had the highest man in our defense setup, the Raksha Mantri. We've had the Defense Secretary, the man who executes a lot of that policy. You couldn't have asked better than the Vice Chief of the Air Staff, who's just off a Sarvottam Yudh Seva medal, provide very, very specific takeaways from a warfighter's perspective. And I think that clears the decks so beautifully for this conversation that I'm privileged to moderate here at the summit because this is about industry. And I don't think we've been at a more crucial juncture, a more promising juncture, more transformational juncture as far as what Indian defense industry not only has achieved, but is going to achieve going forward. But for that, we need a clear roadmap, we need clarity of purpose, and we also need certain assurances from those who really make the decisions. So thank you very much, gentlemen, for being on this panel. Good to see you all. The mood is upbeat, especially after Air Marshal Tiwari's presentation, which we're going to pick up on because it's difficult to ignore some of the very specific things he said. And I imagine all of your work very much involves such specific conversations with the customer. Those who are actually doing the things, taking the things that your amazing companies and organizations create and putting them to the use that they were built for. So thank you very much once again for the service that all of your organizations and companies have done, because we do know that they did play a role in what we've just seen in Operation Synindur. So thank you for that. Mr. Priyadarshi, I'd like to start off with you to sort of lay the groundwork for us. We've got this incredible crucible called Operation Synindur, which was a test case, but it was so much more than that. From an industry perspective, can you lay out the contours of how industry not only played an incredibly important role, but the big takeaways for what the next transformation is going to be and what the expectations are? Sir.
Thank you, Shiv, and thanks to NDTV too. Look, I'm probably the outlier in this wonderful panel you have. You've got people who are in the defense production sector, and I'm just the head of a very small infant think tank. But think tanks have an advantage. We can be blunt, and we must be blunt, and we can actually form the bridge between conveying the concerns of industry to government, and then really push government, not as an interested party, but as a think tank representing the defense sector as a whole, to ensure some of those changes. Now, just as the basis, and this has been said in more than one way, India's defense needs are really multidimensional. They are huge. You look at land, sea, air. You just look at it. I mean, they are huge. And genuinely for that, you need three partners working very, very closely together. You need the Indian private sector, absolutely essential. You need the public sector, absolutely. They've been here for a long time. You need them there. And you need government policy. Now, each one, when you speak to, and the interesting thing that we did at our think tank, Chintan, if you go to any officer without a pen, without a paper, and without a telephone to record anything, you get some wonderfully, informal views. And having been a bureaucrat earlier, I think we did succeed in getting some very interesting insights from all three sectors. Let me tell you, this whole perception is such an important thing. I was walking into this hall, I was wearing a bit of blue, and there was someone at the entrance which asked me, "Oh, sir, are you from the Air Force? Have you retired from the Air Force?" No, nothing to do with Air Force, but that's a perception. Similarly, in government, there is a perception, and I have said, and I'll borrow Ashish's term from the previous session, with deference to a lot of bureaucrats, giving an order to the public sectors is the easy way out. It's not probably the best way out, it's not most the optimum way out, it is by far, and I'm being blunt, it is the easy way out. So if you are asking me, what is the way ahead? There are 5 or 6 very, very important things that the government must do. Clearly, and I'm now just not looking from the perspective of the private sector manufacturing within India, which they must, but also in terms of whatever we procure. Not everything is going to be done here. And both these arms, the left and right, have to be much, much more smoothened. There are immense delays for various reasons, some of them probably justifiable, but others not justifiable, of delays in procurement. And I think that really has to be completely overcome. Similarly, if you ask these gentlemen, I'm sure they will list out, and maybe then I can come in at the end, there are such a large number of barriers they face. I'll tell you only one. Suppose, and this was mentioned right at the end by the Vice Chief, that we are not just producing ourselves, we're producing for the world. And trust me, I haven't spoken to any 3 of these in the last, never. Ashish, yes, I've met before. One of the biggest problems, sir, we have is, you get a defense contract, try getting permission for it. Just try getting permission to export that. By the time all the clearances from the different ministries come, just a small suggestion. Why can't we have a list of arms and a list of countries to which these can be sent? It's blanket clear. You win a tender in that particular arm, you do not have to go there. Sure, you want an exception to that list. So there are a large number. And just 2 other points I make, because look, defense manufacturing, especially from the perspective of Viksit Bharat, is not the big guys alone. We've got to focus on the backward linkages being provided by the MSME sector, by the SME sector. And I think there is this wrong notion, like I said, about perception, that the defense sector does not need financial help. Oh, they're making a lot of money. Completely wrong. You do need financial assistance for the defense sector, from the big guys to the middle guys to these small guys. You need viability gap funding. So there is a lot that needs to be done. But as a think tank today, I'm probably here more to take notes and then come up with a white paper for the government. Thanks.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Pradarshi, because the 3 companies represented here are already doing that incredible thing of plugging into the global supply chain, and they've got incredible experience of doing all that. And while we're on the topic of the warfighter, if you'll permit me, General Prateek Sharma is here, the General Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Northern Command. So here at the NDTV Defense Summit, I want to say this isn't just about industry or policy makers. We've got real warfighters among us. Thank you very much for being here with us, and thank you for your service, General Sharma. Great to see you here, and can't wait for your presentation as well. Now returning to it, Mr. Rajvanshi, I'd like to come to you now. The entire idea of clarity, the word clarity is overused sometimes. We've had Operation Synindur now. Has that thrown up a greater deal of clarity as far as expectations from industry are concerned? Not only in terms of what you need to do, but in terms of the way forward, procurement, etc.
Yeah, see, 3 things which came out of Operation Synindur. One is there's a lot more collaboration and an open dialogue which is happening between the customers and the industry. So a degree of distrust which was there earlier has actually vanished. And it's almost like coming together for a single mission and having a conversation how the future is going to pan out, number 1. Number 2, it's very clear, and what Vice Chief mentioned, the last war is not a reflection of the next war. Yeah, so we are absolutely entering a domain which is going to evolve on a daily basis. So assuming a technology being inducted is going to stay for the next 20 years is passé. Yeah? So how we also shape our own talent base, how we shape our own strategy has to work hand in hand with our customers, because assuming I'm going to make a AK today and will be used for the next 40 years is absolutely crap. Yeah. Number three, I think it's also giving some inputs to the customer, what we discussed in the previous session, that the people we are training and the people we are hiring and the people on the front line, yeah, how they're going to imbibe some of these technology-driven solutions will also evolve. Yeah. So if you look at all these three fronts, there's ample work which needs to be done in the coming years.
And the anticipation for that alignment is actually the most crucial thing in my view going forward. Mr. Ramchandani, Larsen & Toubro is the private sector's old war horse. It has practically unparalleled experience when it comes to just the sheer longevity of its activity in the defense space. From conventional to strategic systems across the board. Your perspective, sir, at this crucial juncture, in terms of the importance of partnerships, your organization has unrivaled experience in interfacing with the DRDO, partnering with PSUs, innovating yourself as well. What is that sweet spot? Give us your perspective.
So Shiv, as you said, for us it's been a long journey, and we've learned our ropes much before the industry was really privatized. Licensing of defense production started only in 2001, but we worked with DRDO, right from the 80s, and we've learned the ropes with that. Like you said, the need for collaboration today is much more than ever, in terms of that the landscape is changing so fast. If we really want to industrialize and leapfrog, we need to put the entire ecosystem together. And the ecosystem consists of R&D elements, it consists of manufacturing elements, it consists of operational elements, maintenance. It requires innovation because the entire landscape is changing. And now all that is impossible for any single entity to do. And therefore, it's very important as to how you work together. For us, it is, we've always looked at, as we've grown in the sector, we've looked at creating an ecosystem around us. And whether it is MSMEs, that was an important part. Whether it is R&D and academia, we work with them. Whether it is the PSUs, and even today, for example, when we look at some of the artillery systems, we are happy to work with the erstwhile ordnance factories, using their production capabilities in ordnance, etc., and integrating it with more modern weapon systems. So the entire gamut is there, and of course what is unfolding now is that wonderful world of startups and innovators, whom we have to bring into our fold, and who are also very crucial for what is going to happen in the future. And companies like ours need to engage with them, which is what we do, whether it is supporting them and giving them some kind of industrial drive, or it is investing into them, or co-developing technologies. It's all of that. So I think partnerships are very important. As a nation, we need to collaborate and build an ecosystem that will create that industrial base that is required for the security of the nation.
Mr. Tungar, the Bharat Forge, the Kalyani Group, have had recent successes in terms of orders, the big word, orders, that we talk about. It's something that needs to be given a great deal of importance, because ultimately these are companies. There are strategic objectives that we're talking about. There is a great deal of R&D that happens at your companies as well. The recent big artillery deal that was awarded to your company is one such. And a level playing field with the PSUs has always been an ideal that the private sector has been looking at. Is that battle over? How far are we from that level playing field? Because if we are going to talk about an Indian defense backbone, industrial backbone, then that level playing field becomes very important.
Absolutely. Firstly, Shiv, congratulations to you and the entire NDTV team. I think it's absolutely timely that we're having this conversation. I mean, we had inflection points before, and now with Synindur, I think it's as clear now that you can't really live in silos. You'll have to actually break them down. I think COVID was one interesting time when we actually could make a vaccine. And that mission mode is exactly what is required today because, you know, if you look at today, the technology is changing every 3 years. And if your acquisition cycle is going to be 7 years, then you have 3 generation old technology coming in. R&D, of course, I think the biggest requirement for this country to create the backbone is to have its own technology and IP. And what we're talking today is collaborating in terms of looking at the legacy, the old systems, the hard power, to actually connect with the soft power of India, plus the ability to connect all of this up and work. I mean, what we saw from Air Marshal's whole presentation was the fact that we could connect up multiple systems, have a common situational picture, and deal with it. Now, the need for level playing field, I guess the challenge is there has to be one trust. And I think all speakers spoke about it. The fact that there has to be collaboration that has to happen literally on a daily basis where you're looking at a program to happen. And there, investment that people do, be it people, manpower, work, and even the government does. The challenge is today we are spending just 0.45% of our government spend on defense R&D. Now that is not going to sustain. We'll have to look at a far larger engagement from the government because at the end of the day, defense systems buyer is the government. So, and by the way, interestingly, they are the market and they're the market maker. And that role they will have to play in the way things will happen tomorrow. Level playing field, essentially, a lot of battles have been fought and dealt with, especially with foreign OEMs part of the story. I think 2016, especially after 2020 and 2022, is when we have really looked at Indian, companies contributing to deliveries. Now, the challenge between defense PSUs and private sector, I guess the government will have to take that call and ensure that everybody is given an opportunity to play. If somebody is not able to meet it, it's a different discussion. But creating IP, technology, spending money on R&D, I mean, I'll give you an example. We started about 15 years back. For 12 years, we had no orders. We were just investing in creating. And today, we have 10 artillery platforms. Now, whether they are applicable, usable, innovative, that's a different conversation. But the point remains is you will have to stay invested. You need to have that staying power in the game. And I think that resilience we've seen from the industry. See, sovereign's hard power also will make a difference. The defense exports is another play that helps in creating that whole story. So it's a combination of a lot of things, not just one, so to speak.
Ashish, bringing you back in, I want to, this round to be specifically prescriptive. We've heard the Defense Secretary and the Raksha Mantri speak. Assurances have been made. The Defense Secretary went into, very, very tiny specifics of what the situation is and what is being promised and what they're working on as well. What would you say are your 3 points from your wish list, from a policy perspective, that can energize the next step for a company like yours?
See, the first most important point on the policy is the long-term capability roadmap. What we have witnessed in the last 10 years is the volatility in terms of a requirement existing today and vanishing tomorrow. And it's understandable because of the evolving needs, what's happening in the domain of warfare, but should not be driven by the whims and fancies of the person sitting on the table. So having clarity of how the next 10 years will look like with the key priorities coming from Army, Navy, Air Force, will actually set the direction for the industry also. That's number one. Number two, we are just embarking on this journey of Atmanirbhar Bharat. I think we need to be given a little bit of time in terms of confidence to build the ecosystem ground up. And opening up the sector again to the global OEM too soon, too fast, in the name of global buy, filling up the inventory, we are going to kill the whole Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. So there's already a conversation that should we be reaching out to the global partners and giving relaxation on Make in India, I think should not happen. Because even the Honorable Prime Minister Honorable Defense Minister are very clear that the only way to Atmanirbharta is to push self-sufficiency. It may take some time. We may not be perfect. We are going to make errors. We may not be providing the perfect solution to our customer. But if we take a step back, we are absolutely going into the deep hole. And the third most important is taking any contract or any program which we start to the closure. So the way we have in private sector, the consequence management and accountability of a DAC approval coming to a contract, but then what happens subsequently, no one knows. So many times RFI comes out, RFP comes out, but there is no contract award which happens. So a very strong governance to be put in place, which is actually monitoring and managing, guys, what you are committing or what you are promising is resulting into a finish line. So.
Mr. Ramchandani, same question to you. 3 prescriptive suggestions. Given L&T's long experience in the field as well, I'm sure, there are many more avenues for improvement. What would you say?
So the first thing that I would say is that speed up procurement. I think that's essential for the growth of the industry, and it's a critical need. A lot has been done in that direction, but at the end of the day, defense procurement is still a bureaucratic process. We need to take stock of how long it takes from the time an acceptance of necessity is made till the time a contract is awarded. And there has to be accountability to this. So there have to be deadlines, that look, if this is an acceptance of necessity, within 18 months a contract should be placed, or 24 months a contract should be placed, and people should be accountable for that. So I think that's, we need to oil up the system to make it happen, and that will spur up the industry to a great extent. The second is the involvement of the industry in R&D and the patience funding, the viability gap funding, the risk funding for R&D. And I think though a lot of schemes have been worked out, and we have this deep tech funds, and you have the IDEX and all of that, but even today, when we participate in large platform programs, the investments are significant. You have the so-called no cost, no commitment system of procurement, which really means that every time we want to build a platform, we have to invest into it. And it costs a lot to develop a platform, to test a platform, to get it inducted. So there needs to be some kind of way by which capital can flow into this, and it makes us more open to taking risks, more aggressive in pursuing opportunities. So I would say the second reform would be that. And the third one would be on quality systems. So one is, there is no doubt that defense equipment has to meet the highest levels of quality and reliability. But I would say somewhere our systems are fairly archaic, and they really haven't evolved to the level of digital inspections, the kind of technology moves that are happening that can speed up the entire quality assurance system, which works along with the production ecosystem. So typically, the production time to the quality control time are comparable today, and we need to shrink that. The entire quality control process should be embedded into manufacturing, and technology could be used to speed up that. So these are some of my thoughts.
No, very interesting, and they are very specific as well. Mr. Tungar, three specific prescriptions for the policymakers.
So after two people who have spoken, who have been in the industry, it's a very difficult one to...
I'm sure many of them overlap as well.
Of course, there is overlap. I'll probably take a different aspect of it. The first one is, today we actually spend pretty less when it comes to R&D itself as government's funding. I mean, 0.45% of our entire spend is actually nothing when you want to create technology and IP. The second part to that, and it's the same suggestion, is that today we talk about IDEX, we talk about Aditi, we talk about the issue, the way we are trying to get MSMEs and startups into the game, the challenge is we're giving them 1.5 crores or 5 crores, but we expect them to put the equal amount from themselves. They don't have enough money to play that working capital game. Putting that kind of money into a program is one challenge. So maybe we need to create an Atmanirbhar bank or fund them fully. A 3 crore or a 10 crore investment for Government of India. And by the way, IDEX certainly does have a very good system of selecting which solution to take. So that process is good. It's about funding. I think we can really change that entire MSME and startup game to really perform. That's the first one. The second one, today our procurement system is like my grandmother. She used to go and when she used to buy even a matka, she used to bajaw it to ensure. So the whole system is fail-safe, which means we will want to try it in every terrain. We want to take it to every altitude. We want to see all temperature ranges. Why? Because what we buy will meet our requirement. The problem is, with technology changing every 3 years, or generationally changing 3 years, if you end up doing that, we need to change the policy from fail-safe to fail-fast, because it will have to become iterative. The challenge again is, if a company doesn't perform, our process ends up doing blacklisting. We'll have to actually figure out how do we deal with somebody failing. Because when you're talking about systems that are going to integrate, today, I don't know how many Cs have got added to that C4ISR. So the challenge is we're going to talk about collaboration and everything else. I think we're going to fail. And that process needs to be done faster. That's the second suggestion in terms of how do we change. It has to be a fundamental change to how we procure. It cannot be the same process. The third, of course, is finally at the end of the day, these are all companies who have to answer their shareholders. So finally, orders matter, cash matters, money matters. And we have to be conscious of it. And that is the challenge that as a country we need to look at from a psyche of how do we want to really reward and what do we want to reward. So from that perspective, I think if we can just deal with that, we should be probably able to get in the next 5 years a very different picture.
Before I end with Mr. Priyadarshi, I want to squeeze in a quick one with Ashish. Do you see a bigger premium right now on R&D and innovation in the private sector? Is it visible?
Absolutely. See, one of the most important things we need to appreciate in self-sufficiency is we need to own the core. And owning the core could be a seeker technology, the warhead, it could be the propulsion, it could be the propellant, not just the casing and the structure. So if you're talking about a true path to Atmanirbharta, it cannot be just a build to print or a build to spec. It has to be driven through core R&D, which is a function between industry, academia, and the customer, which needs to happen. And whether it's through IDEX or any other means, the companies which are going to crack this code are actually going to be a multi-billion-dollar opportunity rather than just replicating what's happening in the global market. So, yeah.
Mr. Priyadarshi, we'll end with you. Are you happy with what you've heard from a think tank perspective, aligned with what you expect from the government? Final word from you, sir.
I'm delighted. I mean, not just happy, I'm delighted at the richness of the suggestions which have come through. But, you want to make something, and really, you want to make the government act, you have to do two things. One is place all these suggestions with a long-term objective. That's your mandate, that becomes your mantra, then all these suggestions fit in. And based on what has been said, that mantra should be, we must create, a globally competitive private sector in India, geared totally towards Atmanirbhar, but equally for supplying to the world. You put that then all this flows in. One other point, and all these will come in. Earlier, when you asked, to qualify reforms, you had some short term, some medium term, some long term. I think for the defense sector, there needs to be just two categories, immediate and short term. Yeah. You cannot even wait for these reforms to go into the medium term. So focus on the immediate, focus on the short term. And the final point, don't just make reforms which are, in the public policy domain. I will absolutely, very strongly advocate for what I would like to call potential success matrices. There's no point of reforms unless they go, things like, what is the time to contract for private players in defense contracts? What is the time taken? What is the time to license? If that is not reduced in, let's say, 18 months by an X percentage, then we're not doing a job. Similarly, you talked a lot about R&D. We should have a specific comp saying R&D intensity, SPV over comp as a percentage of turnover. But finally, also things like what are the number of domestically produced subsystems achieving international standards? And the list is there. Reforms, immediate. Avoid reforms, avoid a committee kind of exploration. It just goes into the pipeline. Think of it as immediate. Think of it as one group, whether the government or the public sector or the private sector.
So there is a path ahead that needs to be navigated. The very, very valuable lessons from Operation Sindoor are there. The inclination is there, like we've heard from the leaders and the policymakers today. And I can assure you that all of your words, of course, are reaching all of them through the NDTV Defense Summit. So thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Very, very specific, very prescriptive, and it gives us a sense of what we can expect going forward. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that fascinating conversation. Shiv, thank you so much for that dialogue. We'll just take a moment so that we can rearrange our stage for the next session. And trust me, ladies and gentlemen, you would want to be seated where you are because this is also going to be a fascinating session that we will be heading into. From restraint to decisive response, Operation Sindoor showcased the unmatched readiness and resolve of the Indian Army. The next session, Indian Army from Restraint to Response, highlights the Indian Army's critical contributions to Operation Sindoor, including rapid mobilization along the line of control, precision strikes on terror training camps, and the integration of indigenous technologies like the Dhanush artillery system. And I have the honor to invite for this session the Northern Army Commander, Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think, thank you so much, Ankit, for introducing the subject. I am really very happy and feeling proud to be here amongst you all to speak to you about the very vibrant topic, which is from restraint to response, and especially so in the backdrop of Operational Sindoor. Coming from the ground zero, and that is Northern Command, which actually witnessed the entire kinetic actions, especially in the land domain, and it was the hub of all activities. It would be my endeavor to provide you the perspective of Northern Command related to this Operation Sindoor. India, along the western borders, shares almost 4,320 kilometers of borders, and out of which, as far as the Northern Command is concerned, it has been entrusted with the responsibility to not only ensure the territorial integrity, but also ensure effective domination of 121 kilometers of AGPL, which is along the Saltoro Ridge and Siachen Glacier, 772 kilometers of line of control, and just about 12 kilometers of IB sector, which moves towards the Jammu. And I'm not mentioning anything about 832 kilometers of line of actual control, which is also my responsibility. but today that is out of context. Now, this entire area of line of control, in fact, over many decades, has witnessed very intense violence, be it cross-border actions, ceasefire violations, or even the infiltration. And especially so, this has been happening since Pakistan adopted the strategy of proxy war against India since 1990s. And to deal with this, we have always been responding in the same domain with a maybe higher intensity, but however, all these actions were limited in the tactical domain and failed to create a deterrence at the strategic level. While at the tactical level, we did have the deterrence effect. Despite the defeat in 4 major wars, as far as Pakistan is concerned, and near war-like situation which we had, which led to the mobilization of forces during Operation Parakram, Pakistan Army continues to remain a revisionist army and refuses to change the status quo. And while this is what has been quoted by Christine Fair in her book, Fighting to the End. And over 7 decades of animosity between India and Pakistan, both the countries have displayed tremendous capability, not only in the conventional domain, in sub-conventional domain, and also in the nuclear domain. And all these capabilities, in fact, deny the confidence to both the nations to go and take the actions which may be relevant to create the deterrence. But however, despite the so-called full spectrum deterrence, despite the capability which both the countries have demonstrated, India's surgical strike post-Uri, Balakot, aerial strike post-Pulwama, and Operation Synindur have not only demonstrated the national resolve to deal with the terror actions, but it has also demonstrated the military capability to operate below the conventional domain and exploit this particular space. Operation Synindur has demonstrated our capability to execute a swift and a very decisive response, especially after this gruesome attack in Baisar and Pahalgam, in which 26 innocent lives were lost. And this was, in fact, a direct provocation by the Pakistan Army Chief, Asif Munir, who, in a provocative speech on 16th of April in Islamabad, not only endorsed the two-nation theory, but also accepted that Kashmir continues to be the jugular vein. And this was a direct incitement to not only the terrorists, but also the Pakistan Army, which was handling this entire terror strike. At this stage, I am also reminded of the poem by Ramdhari Singh Dinkar. I will quote, which is from Veer. सच है विपत्ति जब आती है कायरों को ही दहलाती है सूरमा नहीं विचलित होते क्षण एक नहीं धीरज खोते विघ्नों को गले लगाते हैं कांटों में राह बनाते हैं I think soon after this terror strike came very specific and very clear political guidelines and a clear strategic directions which were given to all of us. And the directions were very clear to undertake punitive strikes through precision engagement and target the perpetrators of this heinous crime and also create a deterrence in the mind of the Pakistan and Pakistan Army to deter him from such actions in future and clearly state and clearly demonstrate the resolve of the nation to deal with this terror, with a policy of zero tolerance to terror. And when this particular direction came, we had, in fact, three areas to address. One was the targeting matrix, in which Northern Command was given the responsibility to target 7 camps out of the 9 camps which were to be struck with a precision engagement. And the entire cycle of working out the entire intelligence around it, the vectors which had to be used, all this was a huge planning process. That was one domain in which we were working. And the second domain was the retaliation dynamics, which was also mentioned by Vice Chief of Army Staff about the retaliation dynamics. We were very clear that moment something is done as far as Pakistan is concerned, the immediate retaliation, immediate ripples are going to be felt along the line of control. And we were very well prepared to deal with this dimension. We had catered for all the possible escalation dimension along the line of control. All domains were taken care of. So that was the second aspect which we had to deal with, because we knew very well that this area of line of control is going to be the battleground of a whole lot of kinetic actions. And the third area was related to the counter-terror operations and the operations in hinterland. Under no circumstances, strategy was not to compromise with the ongoing operations as far as the hinterland is concerned, in which we were on a hunt for all the Pakistani terrorists who had infiltrated into our area, and especially hunting for those 3 terrorists who had conducted this strike. So this was also inherent in our strategy of our retaliation. And if I have to give you the entire expanse of the Operation Synindur, while in sequence and in the time frame was covered by Vice Chief of Army Staff, but I would like to in fact, distinctly cover in 3 parts. The part 1 was the period which was between the terror strike and the TOT. That was the time on target, which was 7th. And during this period, there was आक्रोश, जनता में आक्रोश था और एक बदले की भावना थी. And this was very well, in fact, communicated to our media at that period, at that point of time. Media was very well communicating, strategic communication was on as far as not only the domestic community was concerned, even the international community was very well aware that there is going to be a badla as far as this particular heinous crime was concerned. While this was one thing which is on, diplomatic offensive, and I think the government took a very bold decision to hold this entire Indus Water Treaty in abeyance. While this was happening in the other domain, as far as the military domain was concerned, military domain was intricately involved in the entire planning process. While the targets were very carefully selected, we wanted to keep it to the jus ad bellum, that is the targeting of the terror infrastructure, and not restricting it to the line of control, taking it even to the IB sector and going deeper into the territory of Pakistan. And to convey a very clear resolve and clear message that we are not restricted as far as when it comes to targeting of the terror infrastructure is concerned. While that was one part of it, it was a huge planning which was centered around the tri-service domain. While the targeting responsibility, there was a land domain in which Northern Command had the responsibility for 7 targets. Air Force had the responsibility of the 2 targets, that is Muridke and Bhavalpur. Navy also had its own role to play when it came to the escalation dominance. So that was the way the tri-service synergy had to be involved. We had to, in Northern Command, cater for all cycles of escalation, which I mentioned, to deal with that offensive or the violence and the kinetic domain along the line of control. And while this had to happen, I had to also cater for huge protection measures so that there is a minimum casualty to our soldiers who are going to deal with this entire offensive cycle. So that was one domain, that is from the time of the incident to the time of the targeting. And time over target, which was 7th of May 0105, I think it was a master stroke in terms of the timing, in terms of the planning process, and the way all targets were executed concurrently in the same time. It was, in fact, a treat to, while we were on the edge, whether it will happen in the manner it has been desired or not happen, we were on the edge in our respective war rooms. But I think our hats off to the professional capability of each and every soldier who was involved in this targeting. They did a fantastic, execution of this entire process. Now, the time on target, while targeting was one aspect, the other important aspect was the post-strike damage assessment. And in fact, that is an art which we as professionals have learned in this Operation Synindur. How exactly, what type of redundancy, how many vectors are required, I think that was a very, very good as far as the lesson learned in Operation Synindur related to the post-strike damage assessment and understanding this as an art. And in these selection of targets, while the targets as far as the, Muridke and Bhavalpur are concerned, they were located in the IB sector, the identification and the working out the coordinates was much easier. But the targets opposite Northern Command in these LC sector were very difficult. All these terror camps were very well tucked into the folds of the hills and very well concealed. It was really very, while the depth may have been lesser, but it was very difficult to gather the intelligence, whether it was a technical intelligence or whether it was the human intelligence, and also selection of the various points of impacts within those targets was a huge challenge. So this was about the conflict spectrum as far as the Operation Synindur was concerned. There's one area which has not got that kind of a glamorous coverage was the ceasefire violations and the intense ceasefire violations which are happening on the line of control. Came the strike at 0105, within 30 minutes, the firing on the line of control had started. And while we had to maintain surprise related to the time of targeting, but it was a big challenge to keep each and every soldier who was there in the bunker, to keep him ready to retaliate moment the fire opens. So we had to induce that level of alertness, not for that particular day. They were alert from 22nd of April. So that is the level of alertness each and every soldier was in when he was sitting in the bunker to deal with the ceasefire violations along the line of control. And these ceasefire violations were so intense that, and it was moving as per the plan which I had worked out, and we ensured that for every round fired by Pakistan, we retaliated with minimum 3 to 4 rounds. Almost about more than 30,000 rounds of mortar and artillery put together were fired, more than 3 lakhs of small arms fire, which was done to deal with this line of control violations. Pakistan was not only undertaking these firings. As per his design, he also wanted to undertake some bit of infiltration. Maybe he also had a plan of concurrently doing some cross-border actions. We were prepared for it. In fact, there were 4 such attempts along the line of control, and all 4 were identified. Despite the level of violence which was happening, we detected them and we foiled them. In fact, those terrorists who were trying to infiltrate, or maybe the SSC soldiers who were trying to infiltrate, they were eliminated. And other than that, we had also catered for, in fact, destruction, other than these terror camps, destruction of the 8 launch pads which were located in the tactical depth. They were also part of my plan, and because of the way the firing was happening, I was able to, in fact, destroy 4 launch pads which were there in those 88 hours of kinetic operations which was happening. If I had maybe, and if the operations had gone for maybe 100 hours, I think the balance 4 launch pads would also have been destroyed. but we'll wait for that opportunity to come next time. Now, while Operation Synindur post this entire strike was over for the rest of the nation, people thought that justice has been done, but we were very clear. We were into the emotions of those families who had lost their near and dear ones in that Baisaran attack, those 26 innocent lives and their families. Their eyes were still dry. They were still waiting for that final justice to be done. And that justice had to be done only after elimination of those three terrorists who were involved in this heinous attack. We were on a hunt for them from 22nd of April. We did not leave them. We hunted them in the forest of Hapatnar. We chased them into the areas of Taral and finally surrounded them in this forest of Dachigam. It was a 97 days of day and night intense operations. You will be surprised to understand the way the entire dynamics of the operations of terrorists in the hinterland has changed. They no more operate from the built-up areas. They are operating in the hill areas, jungles, caves, and that creates a huge challenge. Gone are the days when we had the specific intelligence and we could go and surround a house and thereafter eliminate the terrorists in about 6 to 12 hours. Now the operations have to be conducted in these areas for durations which go beyond 30-odd days. So that is the intensity with which we were chasing them, and hats off to our security forces in the joint operations which we did with the intelligence agencies, JKP, CRPF, and the security forces, and also the special forces who eliminated them right in their den and not gave them even an opportunity to pick up their weapon. So that is the way these surgical operations were conducted. And the biggest satisfaction we on ground got when we received, after the killing of those terrorists, some of the families of those who lost their lives, they called us up and finally gave that, beta, aap logon ne final justice abhi diya hai. So that is the emotion, and for us, the immense satisfaction we got from that particular call, I think it is matchless. No words can explain that type of an emotion and that type of a satisfaction which every soldier got. At this stage, may I have a movie? In fact, maybe we have created a movie to just summarize the entire aspect of Operation Synindur in which Northern Command was involved. Kindly play the movie.
ये कश्मीर में 90 के दशक के बाद सबसे बड़ी टारगेट किलिंग है और ऐसे में काफी भगदड़ पहलगाम इलाके में जो है वो मची हुई है।
टोटल 6 जगह पे पाकिस्तान में 24 इम्पैक्ट्स हुए हैं भारत की तरफ से।
after my communication with the Pak DGMO, he proposed that we cease hostilities.
So as our Honorable Laksha Mantri today morning had mentioned that all this is done not with one day's preparation. It's a long duration and every day's toil in these hard and harsh weathers and the climatic conditions and operational scenario. And that's how we deliver. As far as Indian Army is concerned, Chief has already given out his very clear roadmap for decade of transformation. And we are working from 2023 to 2037 to achieve this decade of transformation. And this decade of transformation is being achieved under 5 pillars. One is jointness and integration. And I think in future, we are working towards it, and more, I think the theaterization is the requirement of the day as far as the conduct of future warfare is concerned. The second is forced restructuring. And in forced restructuring, post-ops Synindur, we have already started undertaking a whole lot of changes in the organization. Bharat, Agnibarn, and even the All-Arms Brigade, which is coming up. These are the transformation which is being undertaken as far as the organization restructuring is concerned. Systems and processes are being addressed. We are also looking at modernization and technological infusion, and a whole lot of HR issues are also being addressed. And this entire decade of transformation over a period of 10 years, we look at 5 years of consolidation, and thereafter next 10 years of achieving the excellence, which is coinciding with our vision of our Prime Minister, which is of Viksit Bharat 2047. Lastly, if I have to highlight what are the takeaways and what are the lessons learned as far as the Operation Synindur is concerned. First and foremost, I think we have established a new normal. And the new normal is related to this punitive strike with precision engagement is what we will do. The terror attacks will not be tolerated. The second is this superior tri-service synergy which we have been able to demonstrate as far as the entire planning and the execution is concerned. And I think with theaterization happening, we will achieve much better results in times to come when it comes to the conventional conflict. The third was related to the air defense and the EW aspects. And I think the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, which was highlighted from the podium on 15th of August, Sudarshan Chakra, and the immediate demonstration of that capability achieved by DRDO of integrated air defense weapon system, which looks at integration of QRSAM, Vishwarats, and atomic and the energy weapons which are integrated to achieve that capability. I think that's a step in the right direction. The third is Atmanirbharta. I think that has been discussed quite in detail today during the course of discussions today. And I think finally it will be the Sashakt, Surakshit, and Atmanirbhar which will give us the capability to fight the future wars. The core tenets of the response strategy have already been defined in the political resolve and the political directions which have come and has been very clearly stated, which talks about that terror attack on the Indian territory will not be tolerated. The government and the terrorists who, the terrorist attack and the government who supports it, they'll be treated as one as far as the targeting is concerned. India will no longer be deterred by the nuclear blackmail. So with these types of directions, I think we are very clear that we will continue to retaliate when it comes to terror strikes. There is a Raksha Mantri during his talk in Ran Samvad had stated about the triangle, and the triangle of technology, strategy, and adaptability. I think on these three things we will continue to work so that we become a superior army in times to come to deal with the challenges ahead. War in the counter-terror dimension, in fact, puts to test the entire gambit of the time calculus. And let me assure all of you, as military, as Indian Army, we continue to maintain a high state of preparedness, and we are prepared to deliver as and when the need arises. And with that, I end my talk. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
An absolute honor to have you here, sir. A big round of applause for Lieutenant General Sharma. It's been an absolute honor, sir, and that movie was, and it gave people goosebumps. It was absolutely fantastic to hear from you. Great session. All right, we'll just take a moment to set it up for our next fascinating discussion. Vishnu, can I request you to hang back, please, for the next session? Right. As we have seen, modern warfare is not only fought on land, in the skies, or at sea, but also in the invisible realm of cyberspace. Today, telecom, cloud, and data have become the new battlegrounds, demanding a digital armor as strong as the physical one. Our next session, digital armor securing India's cyber front lines, will explore how cutting-edge connectivity, secure communications, and resilient data infrastructure are integral to national security. To lead this conversation, we are honored to have with us the CEO of Tata Communications, a company at the heart of building India's secure digital backbone, Mr. Amur Lakshminarayanan. And joining him in this conversation is my colleague, Vishnu Shom. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being with us today. It's fantastic to have you on board and as not just a participant in this particular discussion, but as a partner in this entire effort. And I think our goal over here is to actually examine national security from a holistic standpoint. I think a lot of defense summits get stuck when it comes to conversations around policy. But I think it's understanding technology, which really is key when we look in the context of warfare and how it evolves. And when we talk about national security, we need to look at technology very closely, and we also need to understand its applications in many cases in our lives. And when it comes to communication technologies, this is absolutely critical. We face serious concerns when it comes to cybersecurity. We know all about 5G and how we can use video whenever we want, wherever we want, whichever part of the country, but how secure is that? How big can data chains actually get? How secure can they be in the future? How does this all work along with AI? And when we talk about a revolution in communications, how does that actually impact all of us? These are technology concerns, technology issues, but one that I'm delighted to speak to in this particular session. Thank you, sir, very much for being with us. Mr. Lakshminarayanan, mission-critical communications, the real-time flow of data and secure data. In Tata Communications, what are you doing which actually takes us to the cutting edge where the flow of data is secure and fast and reliable?
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you for having me. I think as you set out, it's not sufficient to protect our borders. It is also important to protect and create a digital backbone that protects every aspect of the digital, because the threat is not just across the borders. Now the people can breach a firewall and create a threat. Right? So what we are doing in Tadacom, we have a very strong point of view when it comes to where the world of business is going, and I see a lot of parallels in the defense. In the world of business, we say that actually the businesses are not just in India, globally. They are actually hurtling towards what we call as a hyper-connected ecosystem. Right? And even previous eras, the businesses are always connected. But what is different in this era of hyper-connectedness, and we define that by 4 characteristics. In the world of hyper-connectedness, one is, it's always on. You just cannot have a moment where you're not connected. And there are examples when you talk about connected vehicles, for example, these days. They rely so much on connectivity for all the telemetry data and also for the passenger infotainment information that you want downloaded and everything else. Right? So being always on is one of the primary characteristics. The second is, everything is happening on real-time basis. There are software updates going into the cars, for example. So everything is happening on the real-time basis, and everything is analyzed on real-time basis, so the decisions can be taken on real-time. The third characteristic we talk about is everything is seamlessly collaborating or needs to seamlessly collaborate. I don't think we are there yet. Between not just the people within an enterprise, but people across enterprises, between things, which is where IoT is being talked about. Things need to talk, and things are talking to each other. And now people to things. And in the world of AI, the agentic AI is not just agents within an organization, but soon agents across the organizations are going to be all of these need to be seamlessly talking to each other. And lastly, we are saying that this whole environment is constantly learning and becoming intelligent. That's the world in which the enterprises are functioning. And the response from Tadacom and what we are doing there is, we say the answer is a digital fabric which seamlessly talks across the network, a cloud and security, across how interactions take place between people and things, and also the IoT domains. Across all these domains, how do you operate?
So is that what you mean when you talk about a convergence between enterprise and defense communications or technologies?
Absolutely. So I think the strong parallel is, in the defense, where the defense is going is, they talk about more network-centric warfare. Right? So in the network-centric warfare, what becomes important is, the information. Can I get the information real time? Right? Which means that it needs to be always on. It needs to be all real time. So the information superiority is going to matter. The second is the seamless collaboration. I think there was talk about how collaboration between multiple, whether it's Army, Navy, or other participants in the ecosystem needs to be a seamless collaboration that needs to take place. And finally, the speed of decision is going to be extremely important, which is where AI is going to play a very important role. So I can see strong parallels between what is happening in the business world and what is happening in the defense world. And the new era is going to be all network-centric warfare. It's all about going to be information, how secure it is, and how quickly you can act and fast. That's where the parallels we see.
What is 6G?
Sorry?
What is 6G?
What is?
6G. We've done
6G,
5G.
yeah,
What
yeah.
is 6G?
No, I think 6G is the next. We have had 3G, 4G, and we have a view that every even numbers are going to be a game changer. So 4G was a game changer with new business models coming in. 5G is essentially making sure that you can have faster throughputs, lots of devices can communicate in the same. 6G is going to take it to the next level in terms of making it even more secure, and the throughputs are even faster. For us, when we talk about next generation connectivity, we think it is not just about the speed. It's not about 4G or 5G or 6G. Soon we're going to have satellite communications, which are not just the geo satellite that we have with LEO and MEO coming into play. So we talk about really a hybrid and multimodal connectivity, whether it's fiber. Fiber is still the king. Right? So the throughput it can get and the speed at which it can transfer data is great. Then we talk about the cellular connectivity, whether it's the 5G or 6G coming on board, and the satellite communications. All of them need to collectively work together in order to ensure that there are no dark spots in the communication. Right? So ultimately, it's about how do I ensure always on is going to make sure visibility, and you need to ensure that across the domains you can manage them all seamlessly. If you have silos of connectivity, whether fiber or cellular or satellite, and each one of them drops and the handoffs happen, then you're going to have a problem.
Well, I'm going to ask you to look into your crystal ball and answer a very basic question as you deal with this technology and its implications and its implementation. 10 years from now, how will this device change in terms of how I use it?
No, 10 years is too far out.
5 years.
5, yeah. So I think we think that definitely AI, for example, we say within the company the next 5 years is going to determine what the next 50 years is going to look like. Right? So it's not just about the device alone. Everything is going to change. Everything is going to change. I think for us, from a whether it's network or cloud or security in all of these domains, we think that network is going to dramatically change. I talked about hybrid networking or a multimodal networking, whether it's a fiber or a cellular or a satellite. How do you seamlessly network? The second is about security. How do you make sure that all of these are highly, highly secure? And there are new paradigms that are emerging. So we are working on a new paradigm called named data networks. So today, if you look at networks, networks are more about IP addresses. We all know, you connect to that IP address, then you have access to the data. Then in the new paradigm, you don't have to look for the IP address. You're going to just say that, look, I am going to need that data, and you will fetch the data. So network will become very different away from the IP networking. So that is a new domain. And in that domain, which is called the NDN, the latency is going to be much, much better because you're not going to have translations of IP addresses to get there. Data is going to get to where you want to get to. So data will come to the edge so that you don't have to go chasing the data across the world and across the continents. Data will come to the edge. And latency, therefore, improves a lot more. And on the security side, it's going to be inherently secure. So today we hear about DDoS attacks on networks, right? Because IP addresses are there. There are DDoS attacks and floods the network, and therefore you can't access. That's what DDoS attacks about. In the named data network paradigm, there is nobody to aim at. There is no server to aim at, right? So it bypasses that aspect of it. Second is every data is going to come with signature, which means that I encrypt the data and I protect the data. Because it comes with a signature, I not only know what the data says, I also know who the creator of the data was. So it comes with that kind of a paradigm. And lastly, it makes it inherently secure from a network paradigm. So we think that that is imminently possible in the next 5 to 10 years. To begin with, I don't think the IP networks are going to go away. This NDN network will act as an overlay on top of the IP networks to bring a lot of other benefits. Second is on the quantum side. There are a lot of advancements that are happening. So people are talking about now save today to breach tomorrow, right? So that's what is happening. So people are saving everything so that when the quantum computing is possible, they can break all of it tomorrow. The quantum safe network talks about how do you ensure that the network remains safe in the future. So that is another thing that is happening. And lastly, in the world of, in the network particularly, the visibility across all the domains is going to become important, right? So how do I ensure the local area network the wide area network, all of them are becoming software defined. So can I have a single pane of glass that makes it visible so I can control and manage the devices, whether it's in here or out there traveling, all of that needs to be managed through a single pane of glass. That is going to be happening soon. So that will simplify things a lot more. So that is in the network domain. If you look at the cloud and the security domain, that is going to go through a phenomenal change as well. So we know that the cloud is essential, but people are worried about the cloud from a cost perspective. Sovereignty is questioned because when people talk about data being resident here, but in our view, that alone is not the sovereignty. So that is going to be talked about. So there is going to be a lot of advancements with AI, cloud, security coming into play.
Is encryption ever strong enough?
Encryption, that is the reason why,
The reason I ask this is because obviously there's a raging debate on the ability of governments and systems, policing, to actually pierce encryption for security reasons. Now, I'm not getting into the policy side of things. Obviously, governments have their requirements. We can debate the merits of that. That's a freedom of speech sort of debate. I'm just trying to understand whether there is anything called true encryption in terms of the software which exists through which people communicate, or it can always be penetrated.
No, I think the encryptions are strong enough today. I think we'll have to wait until the quantum comes into play. Once the quantum computers are available, then of course all encryptions are breakable, and that is the fear that people have. But security is not just about encryption alone, right? So security is also about how do I segment the data in such a way that only authorized users have access to it, right? So again, one of the advantages of the NDN networks, the named data networks, is while the data is pushed out to the edge, only the authorized people can look at it. So the data will know that if you and I have access, only we too can have access to that data.
Yeah.
So it's on the principles of zero trust. So when, the old technology of the firewalls, where once you get inside the firewall, then you have free movement inside. Whereas zero trust is saying that I don't trust it. Every time I'm going to check, do you have access control or not control? So security is advancing very fast. It's not about encryption. It's not just about firewalls. It's about zero trust. It's about other paradigms that are emerging. And lastly, security is also about, the smarter you get, the opponents are getting smarter, right, with AI. Right? That's the fear. That's one challenge. And the second challenge is about the scope of the security, right? So what am I protecting? I have to protect the devices. I have to protect my data. I have to protect my network. All of that needs to be protected. So in the new world, when we talk about the security, it needs to be, in such a way that you have visibility across, you're protecting everything at the same time. You are able to, once you detect, you are able to respond and act very fast. That is becoming very crucial in the area of security. The data sovereignty is very crucial, so I keep the data sovereign so I can protect it in that. So these are all important aspects of security that are emerging, and not just one-dimensional of is encryption sufficient. Right? It's becoming a more holistic, how do you protect the data?
Mr. Lakshminarayanan, it's been fantastic speaking to you. Data is everything. Our lives depend on data constantly. But I think it's the nature of how we use data and the technology which bedrocks a lot of that, which is going to be conversation after conversation. It spans across cybersecurity to resilience to greater latency, to the ability ultimately to share data and experiences in a way which perhaps we can't even imagine right now. And Tata Communications obviously very much at the forefront of not just developing the technologies physically, but also thinking about what the technologies may be. It's been wonderful partnering with you. Thank you very much.
Good to talk to you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshminarayanan. Thank you, Vishnu, for that lovely conversation about data. Right, as we build for our next session, we'll just take a moment to rearrange everything for our next session. All right, so from strengthening our defense backbone to scaling indigenous capability. India's next frontier is global leadership. The story of Atmanirbhar is just not about self-reliance, but also about becoming a trusted partner in the global defense supply chain. Our next discussion, Make in India, Build for the World, will focus on how Indian and global defense players are collaborating to create world-class platforms, boost exports, and establish India as a hub for innovation and trust in the international defense market. We are delighted to welcome for this session Mr. Nikhil Joshi, Managing Director of Boeing Defense India. We are also pleased to have in this session Mr. Ashish Saraf, Vice President and Country Head, Pratt & Whitney, and completing this distinguished panel, Mr. Ashok Wadhawan, Joint President and Head of Land Systems, Adani Defense and Aerospace. And once again, I would like to call my colleague Vishnu Shom to conduct this session. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Good. Need to collect my thoughts. I've been going from session to session. When we talk about India's ability to manufacture, it actually brings in the ability to manufacture not just for India and our requirements, but also for the world. One of the most heartening aspects of Indian defense has been our ability to export. So it's not just make in India for India, it's not just Atmanirbhar Bharat, but a part of that is make in India and build for the world. Now, this is something that the government has spoken about for a long period of time, but I think now you're actually seeing more than green shoots. The fact that we've been able to sell artillery guns abroad, that we've been exporting Brahmos missiles, there's a potential of both the private sector and the public sector being actively involved. It's a great sign because there are very few countries who are actually able to do this. But let me go across right away to my panel and start with Boeing, which has had such a fantastic run in India. You have invested greatly in manufacturing facilities in this country, which directly employs thousands of people. The goal over here is a long-term commitment to India. Now, that obviously is an interesting question because it comes amidst difficult times. You've had the US president talk about, build in America for America. You are building in India for India in a sense. How do you deal with the current geopolitical environment, particularly from the United States?
Thanks, Vishnu, for addressing the elephant in the room right off the bat. The tariffs are always going to be a challenge, whether it's now the current tariffs that we're dealing with or what may come in the future, or what has happened in the past. The aerospace and defense business is a long cycle business, and we are in here for the long run. We strongly stand by the joint statement which was made by President Trump and Prime Minister Modi earlier this year, where there are definite synergies for collaboration from the engineering side from the US and from the talent side from India, where we strongly believe that both parties can mutually benefit. From Boeing's perspective, we have a lot of our investments in manufacturing and engineering residing in the US that will remain a focus and therefore, like I said, is a challenge in the short term. But in the long run, we remain committed to India. Like you noted, we have made significant investments in not only manufacturing capabilities, but also sourcing from India, which totals almost about 1.25 to 1.3 billion now in hard defense manufacturing, which is exported into our global supply chain. Coupled with the significant research and development investment which also exists in the country, it remains our commitment to partner with India in supporting the warfighter in developing capabilities that are reliable and resilient, because that's essentially what the warfighter requires. It's not just the lethality of the product or the system that is offered, but also its reliability over the long run, and the resilience of the supply chain of the manufacturing process to be able to tide over times of crisis. So that remains our commitment for the long run.
Mr. Wadhavan, I must ask you, in as much as we talk about Atmanirbharta and manufacturing in India, it's probably important not to necessarily reinvent the wheel. So if technologies exist, there is a certain sense in adopting those technologies, improving upon it, and manufacturing it in India to an Indian requirement. How, in a sense, is the Adani Group looking to do that? Import doesn't need to be a bad word. It's what you do with the technology in meeting a specific requirement.
Yeah, thank you, Vishnu. So what we are doing in Adani is we are building capability for the country as well as for the world right now. And not just now, for the last couple of years. So you're absolutely correct that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. But what we need to do is we need to build technology in India. So whenever we choose a partner, or whenever we look at a technology, we have been looking at it from the futuristic point of view. Like look at the loitering piece of it, or strategic loitering. When we bought that technology to India, at that time, nobody was even looking at it. We realized that that would be the next war which would require it to happen, and that's how we got in. So what we do is we always choose a product or a capability which we need to develop in the country. Then what we do is we look at how are we going to do it. Either we're going to do it with R&D, DRDO, because it'll take a little bit of time to be able to do it, or we choose a partner. And it's very important how you choose the right partner to be able to do, to bring the technology. He has to provide capability to be built in India. So first, the partner should be committed with you. If the partner is committed not just for here, for global. Secondly, the partner should give you the capability to develop it. So build the whole product here. Thirdly, he should be able to work with you on the R&D so that we can upgrade to a newer technology. And fourthly, export it here and be part of the supply chain. And that's what we've been doing. We have bought in technology. We have not just worked on building it here, but we have done R&D. There are niche technologies we have built now, which is used here as well as for the globe, and then taken it abroad, which just gives a leapfrog from where we start to next 3 years. We have the technology and we are in R&D itself. So you're absolutely correct. The main objective is to build capability and build it fast.
Mr. Saraf, Pratt & Whitney is just huge all over the world. You deal with a lot of medium and small scale manufacturers in India there has not been a defense or a manufacturing ecosystem in India in the past. Can you describe to us your experience in ensuring that you get the quality that you require? Because in building engines, jet and otherwise, you need micron-specific clearances, for example. You can't go wrong. How difficult is it to get Indian manufacturers to build to that standard?
So thank you so much. And also thank you for highlighting that import is not a bad word. What you do with it, how you build upon it is more critical than saying that import should be restricted 100%. So Pratt & Whitney and its parent RTX. So RTX is Raytheon Technologies, and as you said, Pratt & Whitney, has over 87,000 engines flying around the world and over 65,000 customers. Our parent RTX, Raytheon Technologies, obviously has defense systems that exist in pretty much every single defense equipment that goes across the world. And same applies to India. Just to put things in perspective, for defense, between Pratt & Whitney and RTX, we have equipment on C-17, C-295, C-130J, P-8I, Apache, Chinook, MH-64 Romeo, as well as LCA Mach 1. So, that's the range of equipment we cover. As far as India is concerned, RTX, our parent, and Pratt, we've been present here for about 70 years, developing various sorts of ecosystems in supply chain, engineering, digital, aftermarket, training, and so on. Our training center in Hyderabad is one of the 3 in the world servicing this entire region of Asia and Middle East. The supply chain ecosystem development that we do here, and obviously, as you know, and as you said it rightly, engine requires an incredibly precise amount of, manufacturing. And we do have that in India, exporting hundreds of crores worth of parts and components for global use. For that, we have invested in India. We have invested in putting the processes and tools that equip our supply base to apply those, coupled with their precision manufacturing capability that combines to have the best of both worlds in terms of precision manufacturing technology and processes. Also, the quality and certifications and capability development that Indian supply chain has gone through over the last 15 years is just unprecedented. In 2010, when I started in the Indian A&D world, it was very difficult to find suppliers to spend money. If I were to be given $100 million in 2010 and say, go spend on Indian supply chain, very difficult to do. Today, even $1 billion is less, and we are climbing up and up and up. All thanks to the capital investments that have gone in, and a classic example here, Ashok and the Adani Group, how incredibly they have grown over the past 7 years. It's just an immense success story. And several more who have put in the capital investments, understood that aerospace is a long cycle business, so let's not look quarter to quarter. And now the capabilities that are developed are basically for the next 25 years. We easily see these capabilities and the sourcing doubling, tripling, quadrupling, from OEMs like us.
Mr. Joshi, Boeing has been in India for 80 years, as I understand it. You employ 7,000 people, sorry, and 13,000 indirectly. How are you not an Indian company?
That's an excellent question. I wish I knew the answer to that. I do hope that we will be able to find a good answer to that, because we are in effect an Indian company. We are registered in India. We are working for the Indian Defense Forces. We have got people on ground at the bases in direct support of our warfighters, lockstep with them through Operation Synindur and others, and we will remain committed to that long-term goal. I think while the larger goal of Viksit Bharat and Atmanirbhar is admirable, it is aspirational, and it is inevitable for a country like India, it needs to be, I think, moderated, if I may use the word, through the lens of what I spoke about earlier: capability, reliability, and resilience. We need to ensure that we have the way forward and a defined path to develop products that are capable to meet our armed forces requirements, that are reliable and are resilient. We should have, therefore, the capability to scale up production, not just design a product and then, it takes endless years before we can get them out into the field. So all of these are critically important to have success towards achieving the aspirational goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. If you look at lean strategy, it is always important to define a vision that is aspirational, and I think the government of India has done a great job in defining the Atmanirbhar Bharat vision. It is up to us to change the trend of the decisions that we make today, whether it is going to get us to that goal in a defined time period or not. So Boeing in India remains committed to taking those strong steps to establish a solid foundation through hiring the right people, developing the right capabilities, developing the supply chain resilience, which is critical to this industry, to be able to capitalize on these to eventually meet the Atmanirbhar Bharat goals.
Mr. Madhavan, even for a moment, if you assume that Boeing came to India and therefore are not typically Indian, and the same with Pratt & Whitney, I'm just pulling your leg. In the case of the Adani Group, there's no excuse. You are Indian. So how do you look at Make in India, build for the world? Because at the end of the day, India is only one market. And you can't bank on the Indian system because it's painfully slow very often. But how do you actively see Indian manufacturing, including your group, sort of target markets outside as well?
Yeah, so I consider them Indian as much as they are. Only thing is they have to start building full products in India. As of now, they're building components. The reason, the way we build our capability is that we get in the best-in-class technology. If you walk into any of our plants, be it for ammunition or for loitering or for counter-drone systems, or you walk into a plant anywhere else in the world, you'll consider us to be number one or number two. In fact, there will be places where, because we are building the capability today, and most of the plants all over the world have been there for a long period of time, our technology is far superior, like what we did with telecom. We came in much more and our technology is far more. Similarly, in defense, when we build capability or build a plant for that capability, it's the best in class. So when we look at, you look at quality, it's artificial intelligence which works on it. The best in class components come out with it. We are bringing the laboratories in-house where our testing capabilities are number one, where we don't have to rely on anyone else. We can do all kind of testing, starting from a material coming in to a product going out in-house. So with training the manpower, which is the most important and critical, we are spending hours and hours getting the right people. Availability of manpower is not an issue, but training them to produce the right product and the product which we are manufacturing, because if you pick up a person from the street, he may not even have seen the product, but making him understand the product, making him to manufacture it is what we are spending time on. With that kind of capability coming in, we are not looking at just producing for the country. We are, like I said, even when we choose a partner, we are going global. Our objective is to supply the product to our partners, our friends, and the people who the government of India permits, export, or if we are partnering with someone, be part of their supply chain, or build just in India so that they can export it from here. So with all that which we are doing right now, obviously first objective is to build for the country, but it is not just limited to them. We are not, India is not just our market. Our market is globe, and that's what we are looking at.
Mr. Saraf, a lot of companies, I dare say, would have set up, foreign companies, would have set up shop in India with the hope that that is an indicator of your interest in the Indian market, and therefore it is an incentive for the government to place orders in your firm. But does it also necessarily mean that, or do you believe that there are advantages for Pratt & Whitney to be manufacturing components and staying in India with Indian employees?
So when we look at India, right, we look at India from a few different angles. One is, it's obvious that we have engineering capabilities that are world-class, digital capabilities that are world-class, and then now with so many of us putting capital in the A&D domain, we have manufacturing that is world-class. Typically speaking, when we look at Indian operations, and yes, clearly the intent is to say, look, you have an Indian base because you want to service the Indian market from here. But the first and immediate thought that comes to mind is that, okay, let's make it a regional presence, because the market we have is the strongest, the capability is the strongest, our cost structures are really supporting us, and the talent is available, which is a huge issue worldwide, by the way. Being here, we don't appreciate, but the amount of talent we have available here is just unprecedented, which the other part of the world can't claim. So when we do it, the first thought is that, okay, let's make it regional, because then it's clearly that Asia and Middle East is the immediate market we want to look into. And then once that's established, we immediately say, okay, now let's do the next, which is, the Western countries, US and Europe. So one doesn't really look at India as saying, okay, let's do India for India first and then we'll see. I think going in itself, there is a clear intent that we want to make this as a base to say, look, it has to have make sense in terms of having a regional presence. And second is, it will absolutely make sense, and it does, and every single company we look at does the same thing, saying that, look, we have to export from here just because it just obviously makes perfect sense in terms of business case, cost, quality, delivery, timelines, everything.
Mr. Joshi, it's not just about selling a component or a weapon system, it's also about sustaining it. And given the numbers in the Indian armed forces of Boeing equipment, whether it's the Apache, whether it's the Chinook, the P-8, or the C-17, how does it become important to actually set up overall facilities, for example, and ensure that sustenance of these platforms can take place within India?
Thanks, Vishnu. I think, you hit the nail on the head by, again, coming back to the sustainment piece, because sustainment is a key part of reliability and resilience that I was speaking about. We are ensuring that we have not just the right people in India, and these are Indians who are being developed on an ongoing basis to get the skills and the expertise to be able to sustain platforms in support of the armed forces, but also the long tail of the supply chain of the products, of the overall capabilities, of the servicing capabilities, of the repairs that can be done in country to provide a quick turnaround to ensure ready availability for operational purposes of these platforms. At the end of the day, the benefit of the platforms that we may want to sell is proven in combat. And in combat, it is the ready availability and the continued availability of platforms and systems which is going to be critical. Sustainment, therefore, needs to change and adopt the newer technologies and the newer processes, whether it is through systems like performance-based logistics or other methods where we can ensure 100% reliability of these products. We have to change our mindset and our processes to be able to leverage the benefits offered by these techniques. We are still, I think, trying to move away from a certain contracting methodology, and I think I truly believe that it's hampering us to be able to leverage the benefits that these products offer. Even if you take a development contract, which is typically a fixed price development contract, which is what India usually adopts, to a more agile, phased, funded development program, which would encourage and make capital available where it is required to, whether it is industry in India or OEMs, to be able to develop products and deliver products that are required, customized to the Indian warfighter's needs. From a sustainment standpoint as well, the contracting methodology needs to adapt to these new methods, these sophisticated logistics and sustainment techniques to be able to deliver this benefit to India.
Mr. Wadhavan, research and development is obviously key. How are you going about with that process? In looking at next generation technologies. Is that a serious financial commitment?
So it's an extremely important piece for us. Like I said, we are building capabilities. That's our main objective, to do it. And building capabilities has to go in with R&D, because you can't just bring in a product here and feel that, at least in this age and time, that will sustain. So what we are doing is we are partnering with DRDO and a couple of DCPP partners, bringing that technology and upgrading it. But more than that, we are doing joint development. We have built IP products which are being developed with our partners along with us in India, which will be manufactured only in India and exported, and we are upgrading it. In fact, there is a weapon system which we bought in a small arm, where we have actually brought in artificial intelligence in the small arm to be able to do it, and it was again a joint development R&D project done out of India. So it's an extremely important piece of it, be it artillery. We've just developed an artillery gun totally from ground zero. We are developing UUVs, which is unmanned underwater vehicles. We are developing weapon stations. So we are spending huge amount of money in R&D, and that is the bottom line for us to build capability. So be it if we have to go backward integration, in fact, when we build small caliber ammunition, we developed with our partner machines where we bought in and said that could be IP products for us, how we want the machines to happen, and we developed it here, or develop a full product out of it. That's the main focus for us to take it to the next level. We work closely with the user There are some times where we bring a product and then we tell a user that this is available and this is what we are doing. How do you want to take it to the next level? So that's where our focus is.
Mr. Saraf, look into the future for us in terms of engine technology. This has implications not just for the defense space, but also for the civil aviation space. We're looking at all sorts of radical designs. We're looking at advanced fuels as well. How are engines going to redefine military aviation and to an extent civil aviation in the future?
So we are already, as you know, there are basically two factors, right? One is you want to have performance, and second is you want to control emissions. So fundamentally, performance versus emissions is always, needs the right balance. We are already advancing towards SAF, Sustainable Aviation Fuel, and you know that now Indian Oil is basically already started to and have received a contract to do sustainable, SAF aviation fuel. Aviation fuel in our country will be blended with ATF to the tune of 10% to start with, and then, goes on to probably have a complete aviation fuel, SAF put into the aircraft. So first and foremost, getting both the civil and military parts. I think dependence and reliance on the ATF eventually starts to reduce a little bit with fuels, and SAF is basically made out of used cooking oil. So you know how much of used cooking oil comes out of the country, right? It's unprecedented. Today, we are already started to make SAF in India, which is a significant step towards advancement of alternative fuels. Most of the engines that are coming now onwards, and I'll give you an example of Pratt & Whitney's two engines, one is the GTF and one is the GTF Advantage. Even today, can support 100% SAF. So our engines that get rolled out of our assembly line, that get put onto the aircraft, can actually fly 100% SAF. And one example I can give you is that the aircraft that rolls out of assembly line in Toulouse or Hamburg from Airbus is filled with 100% SAF. And Pratt & Whitney engines can sustain that. Going forward, at least on the civil side, we'll start with blended. The other one, which is more significant, is that we are moving towards hydrogen. So hydrogen is again starting to be looking at another or an alternative fuel source, although we are a bit away, maybe a decade or so away, in terms of adopting the complete engine and the systems that are supporting the hydrogen as a fuel. But then, as you see, both on the civil and military side, and specifically now that we are getting into almost unmanned space, wherein the war and the battles are fought not with manned aircrafts, but pretty much with unmanned surveillance and attack and defense as well, we are looking to move more into SAF, to hydrogen, to electric propulsion, which is developing as a strong alternative to the standard aviation that's going on. Specifically on the unmanned side, it's, electric makes more sense because, things are a bit finite there. We are looking at a particular range, the weapon, going in a particular direction for so many kilometers, coming back to the base, etc. So these are the things that I see evolving, and obviously we are supporting all of them pretty much.
Well, it's been wonderful speaking to all three of you. Make in India, build for the world. The tremendous potential that exists in our country, the opportunities as well, new technologies, and huge employment opportunities as well, I think is the big takeaway. Thank you all very much for being with us. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that conversation. I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, your minds are well fed. It's time to also feed ourselves now. So we'll break for lunch at this moment. We are at the pavilion at Taj Palace. The food and beverages for the guest is being served at Sheesh Mahal, Jahanara, and the Roshanara Hall. So I request all of you to please join us there for lunch. And let me also tell you that 3:30, we are back with another fascinating conversation. So please be back in time on your seats. Thank you so much.
जब अपनी हिफाजत की हो बात, तो एक जरूरी बात रखना याद कि अपनी हिफाजत के लिए अपनी ही होनी चाहिए आंख और होने चाहिए अपने ही हाथ। हिफाजत का हमारा ख्याल अमन का है, मां जैसे बड़े अमन का है। हो आसमां, जमीन या हो समंदर, हर तरह की हिफाजत मिलती है इसके दामन के अंदर। हिफाजत की हिफाजत में अदानी डिफेंस एंड एरोस्पेस।
This 79th Independence Day, celebrate India's victory of ethical warfare in pure gold and 999 silver. C. Krishnaya Chetty presents Operation Synindur, a specially minted medallion commemorating Operation Synindur with 10-gram, 24-karat gold and 999 silver coins. Each coin, crafted with devotion, carries the spirit of modern, non-destructive warfare and the shine of your patriotism. Starting at only 1,11,000 rupees for gold and 1,300 rupees for silver, the uniquely cut medallions with authentic documentation and gift bag adds to your collection of achievements. Discounted prices for defense personnel. Bring home Operation Synindur medallions from C. Krishnaya Chetty that preserve the memory of the world's finest ethical warfare strategies, teaching the world war and peace. To own the Operation Synindur gold and silver medallions, visit www.ckcjewelers.com or WhatsApp 95131 1869. Ethics since 1869.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to take your places. We'll begin the next session in just a short while from now. May I please request those who are standing near the entrance to please take your seats so that we can begin our next session. The sooner we'll have everybody seated, the sooner we can begin our session. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please take your seats. Thank you. All right, I hope you've had a nice, lovely lunch, and let's now begin with our next session at the NDTV Defense Summit 2025. Our next session, Avionics Independence. India's electronics leap explores how India can develop world-class cockpit displays, sensors, and mission-critical avionics that rival the best in the world and strengthen our quest for self-reliance. We are honored to have with us a leader who has been pioneering this journey, the Managing Director and CEO of Samtel Avionics, Mr. Puneet Kaura, and joining him in this conversation is my colleague, Shivarur. I'm sure we have eaten enough for a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Thank you.
I hope everyone's managed to get some lunch. It's always a challenge when it's a post-lunch session, but I promise you this is going to be an interesting one. Puneet is an incredible industrialist doing amazing work in the defense space. But I just want to start, with your permission, with a small personal story, Puneet. We have, in our midst, a person who I consider, he doesn't remember me, but I remember him very well. And it's your father, Satish Kaura. And not only is he a visionary who built Samtel, but very few people know that he actually gave me my first page one story as a journalist. I had interviewed him more than 20 years ago, and he'd told me about some plans that Samtel had regarding defense, and that gave me my first page one story in a business newspaper all those years ago. So thank you very much, sir, and thank you for being here at the NDTV Defense Summit. Samtel, an incredible organization that is innovating, that has been very much part of the Indian military for a very, very long time. And Puneet is the next generation of Samtel, taking this great organization forward, and is an amazing example of a company that has grown and sort of flowed along with India's defense journey. Puneet, I'd like to start with, as always, Operation Synindur, because, how can we not acknowledge Operation Synindur at a defense summit, right? Samtel is a company which, among many other things, builds multifunction displays that are the cockpit displays in many of the Indian Air Force fighter aircraft. So when you're picturing what the Indian Air Force Vice Chief just said in his presentation today about the manner in which the Air Force fired all those long-range weapons into Pakistan, those pilots, in some of those cases, I guess, would have been looking at Samtel systems in their cockpits. So this is real stuff we're talking about. So my first question to you, even as the topic of this discussion is on that big electronics leap, avionics, the nervous system of our combat technology, Puneet, is in the backdrop of Operation Synindur. Give us what your big takeaways have been, and how is that fueling the next leap for a company like yours that's been so involved in combat technology of the Indian military for so long?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here. This is my second time here. We were here last year as well with you for first time. Last time it was with Vishnu. And it's always a pleasure to partner with NDTV. I think talking about Operation Synindur, let's go back a few years. And we've heard a few people today talk about that. But our Honorable Raksha Mantri also mentioned about the journey, especially in the last 10 years. But if you go back slightly more into like early 2000, 2001, that's where this defense sector actually opened up for private sector. It happened to be still a BJP government at that time. It was Prime Minister Vajpayee was at the helm. And, if you look back in the last 25 years, it has been a phenomenal journey, okay? Of course, Operation Synindur, what it did was, it was like a star for the defense industry because it gave an opportunity to a lot of companies like ourselves to really demonstrate what we have to the world. A lot of there was a lot of talk of what India is building in terms of technology. Are we really that good? Are we, world class or not? In many ways, that Operation Sindoor answered a lot of those questions by itself. So, nothing better than war, battle-proven products for the world, and that's what happened over there. Talking about our own journey, I mean, we also honestly started, as you just mentioned, you did my father's interview, and it was 20 years ago, 20 plus years ago. So that was the beginning of our journey, and we actually have traveled a lot because if I look at what we were doing in Operation Sindoor, pretty much most of the defense, aerospace-related products which are either with Army or with Air Force were using cockpit displays. So if you remember, we just met recently, we said SAMTL makes the Eagle Eyes for the armed forces, definitely for Air Force and for the Army. And of course, as we move along for naval aviation as well. I think what happened during this whole journey was that we have proven to the world that the products that we make are not only the best, they compete in terms of the innovation that we build into the products, but we also have products that are competing in terms of price. And these price points, if you look at what we did with our Mangalam mission, I mean, it was phenomenal success. And look, we were the cheapest in the world to reach space. And I think this is an example set for our defense industry as well. So I feel that Operation Sindoor was a star that really brought all this in front. And we have more talk about all this because people are more aware about it. But the work started many years back. And, that's what we saw during Operation Sindoor.
Puneet, in the world of combat technology, when you're talking about something like Operation Sindoor, most of the spotlight is going to be on the weapons, on the missiles, on the guns, on the aircraft. Less attention is paid to, the nervous system and the brains behind these things. The electronics, the communication systems, the data links, the cloud, the artificial intelligence. And that is a space that your company occupies. And I do know that you are known to be a risk taker in some of these things. Give us a kind of preview into what is next for SAMTL in these spaces where India has no choice but to be self-reliant.
So, if I reflect back again, basically, when I look at the global market, and I think your question is more pertinent to the opportunities again and what is possible in the global market. So, one thing that we are missing is, I was actually invited to one of the briefings that happened post-Operation Sindoor. And this briefing was very high, but they called a few industry people. And this was itself, the kind of the trust they have now to discuss these issues openly in a closed room, but with the industry. So we were privy to a lot of things that went very well and that, we still need to improve on. Talking about some of the areas, basically, that we were looking at, one of the discussion that happened was, are we creating enough center of excellences in the country for, various kind of domains that we operate in? And you're talking about the nervous system. You hit the nail on the head. Actually, basically, if we don't create an ecosystem in terms of center of excellences for this nervous system that you're referring to, we will never have a complete Atmanirbharta in the country. We will always be dependent on foreign OEMs, and we will never have a capability which will be from zero to the final product, completely made in India. And from that perspective, this nervous system plays the most critical role in my sense. Look at avionics companies in the world. There are multiple avionics companies. We operate in a defense display division, but there is first of all, the global defense industry is about 2.7 trillion. And this includes aerospace. Defense itself is 800, or about $1 trillion in procurement, okay? And India is doing about $20 billion of that. Now, if you look at electronic space, that's about 30% in terms of value. That's where the ecosystem comes in. Whether you look at a fighter aircraft, you look at rotary wings, armored vehicle tanks, all of that requires a lot of this ecosystem of electronics. And till we have a focused effort of building this with few center of excellences and some companies that are mastering the cause. And I think we've started off on that journey. If you heard the minister today carefully, he did mention about creating, a more robust private sector in the country. And I think that is, what I'm saying is part of that. So this is where we are. I think we are playing a role in that, definitely. Innovation is a big, and again, big issue, which I will talk about a little later.
You know, we're very privileged to be doing this session with two veteran aviators in the front row, Admiral Arun Prakash, former Chief of the Naval Staff, War Hero Veer Chakra, and Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, former Chief of the Air Staff, also a veteran fighter pilot. So they know a few things, more than a few things about multifunction displays and how cockpits have changed over the years. And I'm sure that they've sat in aircraft that have had your systems as well. But Puneet, you know, taking things forward just a little bit more, you know, AI, artificial intelligence, is that new word that is sprinkled into every conversation. But in this conversation, it actually means something, you know, beyond just a kind of buzzword. Can you tell us, or is there anything you can share with us about how AI may be guiding some of the innovations and business decisions that you move forward with now in terms of combat tech?
First of all, Air Marshal Chaudhary, you know, pleasure to be speaking while you're here. He knows this company very well, and he's been a big supporter for us. Talking about AI in defense, I think, you know, AI is everywhere. And as we speak, the world's biggest companies are today in AI. Look at NVIDIA, look at what's going on, you know, and it's very disruptive. Sometimes, you know, you always are wondering, are you keeping up with the speed? And you're always lacking behind. So it's just moving so fast because AI is innovating AI for itself. And defense and aerospace is not an exception. It's going to be, obviously. So I think there are 2-3 ways that we look at AI. And I personally believe this is where we can probably make a difference. First of all, are we using AI? Because one of the areas which we lack, now I'll talk about India specifically, is skills in the country. Okay, skills, and of course the second part is innovation, which I said I'll talk more about. When I talk about skills, in defense, we are skilling people. And obviously, across the country also, skill is a big issue. If you want to achieve the GDP growth that we want to achieve over the next few years, if you don't have enough skilled labor, I think we'll never achieve those goals. Now, can AI play a critical role in training our younger people faster? Can we create systems in the companies which use AI to train people faster? Defense would be obviously part of that. That is on the global ecosystem. Now, coming particularly to the products that we make, of course, AI is a very important part of it. All our customers want systems to be faster, to analyze faster, to look at capabilities that are available. And we are doing a lot of work in SAMTL, which is obviously proprietary, to innovate and use AI to give future products which are, you know, competing with the best in the world in terms of technology, and AI will play a critical role there.
You know, Puneet, you heard the Defense Minister this morning and the Defense Secretary. You also heard the Vice Chief of the Air Staff speaking about, you know, the need for clarity, the need for, you know, global supply chains, Indian companies being part of that international ecosystem as well. Yours is a good example of that. My question to you is, are Indian companies, in your view, doing enough to face the domestic challenges that you see and that you face here in terms of requirements and in terms of the policy frameworks?
I think a lot is happening, and more, it's like glass half full, glass half empty, okay? You have to look at opportunity-wise, be positive and look at glass half full. But reality is that there is that half glass which is not full as well. So I think what is happening over here is we are doing a lot. Now, let's come back to innovation. When you talk about domestic industry, look at the global you know, statistics here. 0.5% of our GDP is spent on innovation and R&D in India. Global average is about 2.5%. The advanced countries are actually at about 4 to 5%. Look at the gap here. Anyways, we are catching up, and on top of that, the innovation of part of the GDP is very small, and our GDP is growing. It's about 4 trillion. So can that 0.5% of the GDP or less than that move up significantly? I think RM did talk about it in his you know, message today. Now, unless we kind of create an ecosystem which is innovating enough and competing with the world we will always be looking at TOTs, BTPs, and always looking at technology partners. How will we ever evolve? We can't always keep on following the West or the other countries which are doing technology development maybe better than us. So now coming to the question, do we have the skill sets available? I personally believe that we do have the young talent, that raw talent that is coming out. If we put them in the right direction, we just need little bit of mentoring, little bit of focus on what we want to kind of teach them, and we'll create this ecosystem for sure. But if we are not doing this and we're not doing this enough, we will never create that world-class ecosystem. And once we do that for our domestic industry, obviously, we will obviously be doing it for the world as well. So I think the vision for this should be global and then catering to the domestic industry. And then we are actually catering to the entire world together, you know.
This is a bit of an unfair question, but I still want to ask it, Puneet, which is that in your view, why hasn't India been able to produce, a company that is truly global? I'm not saying a Lockheed Martin or something like that, but a truly global defense powerhouse. And do we have it in us to create a company of that kind?
Absolutely, we do. I think what is lacking is still, we have started on that road, but it is still, as we discussed in multiple discussions today, it's a long road. First of all, defense is a long gestation industry. It takes time. We started off long back, so what we are doing today. You need to have patience, resilience, and most importantly, you need to have your customer holding your hand. Now, in our case, honestly, Air Force was there and they held our hand. They wanted these products to be indigenized. We are live examples of that. But are we doing enough? So coming back to your question of how do we create this? I think one of the things, if you look at in the global examples is, are we developing more private sector players in terms of really investing in the terms of investment into the company and also their ecosystem and holding their hands? Because see, when you are developing products, sometimes you give a timeline of 3 to 5 years. You get delays. But if you still have the faith and you walk that path, you will have more companies like us which are actually producing for the world. And I personally believe that this is where government can step in. They are already doing their bit in terms of so many other programs that we hear about. But are we doing enough? I think we can do more. And as we kind of walk that path, invest into these ecosystems, create those center of excellences, hold their hand during this journey, and then you will see many more successful examples in the country coming up.
Let's sharpen that just a little bit, Puneet, in terms of the prescriptions or the wish list that you would like to articulate from the policymakers, from the government. And we had the Defense Minister and the Defense Secretary there today, here on this platform. What are maybe the 2 or 3 specific as possible, recommendations or requests that you would have as an industrialist at a time when there is, let's face it, a transformation in not only how the industry is perceived post-Operation Sindoor, but requirements have also exponentially changed now.
So, Atmanirbharta today, as RM also mentioned, is not a word for drawing room. It is a necessity, probably the only way to survive now. Post-Operation Sindoor, this is very clear. If you want to really thrive, we can't depend on anybody but ourselves. So Atmanirbharta is the mantra to survive, first of all. Second, I think coming to your particular point, if I look at first of all, there's a lot that is happening in terms of the DPP that keeps on evolving. We talked about some of the new policies that Defense Secretary mentioned today that are coming up, some new manuals. These manuals take time to come to actually companies like us because some of the programs take their own time and we need to connect those manuals with the real program and then take an advantage of that. So those are the challenges. But coming to your specific, I think, question, we should focus on, as I said a couple of times, we should focus on creating some heroes in the industry for specific areas. Center of excellence is the right word again. And they should be given trust. They should be trusted in terms of giving enough orders, in terms of giving enough, in terms of if there are any funds required, but create that ecosystem and you will see that they will be making you proud not only for your own requirements, for the global requirements as well. And I think we need more examples of those. And I'm sure that government is thinking in those lines, and more will happen as we speak, because I can vouch for this, that the changes I've seen in the last 10 years in terms of what they are doing in the ground and the confidence that our armed forces have to work with private sector is changing tremendously. And I can vouch for that. So all that is coming from the support from the top. And I think that ecosystem is evolving, but I think we need to evolve faster. Are we evolving faster is the question. I think we are not. I think there are concerns. If there is another Operation 3.0, or Operation Sindoor 3.0, I think we are probably, still lacking behind. We need to really buckle up.
Okay, so the imperative and the momentum to actually buckle up, as you put it, is definitely there, and I think the indications are there from the leaders of government as well that this will in fact happen. Another interesting aspect of this day and age we live in right now, Puneet, is the fact that India's international partnerships, our relations with other countries, are being tested like never before. Yours is a company, that very much operates in an international space, depends on international supply chains, ecosystems, relations between countries. Give us your perspective from Samtel on how you war game and prepare for frictions currently between India and the United States. We're seeing what's happening. How do you prepare and navigate such things?
So, talking about US specifically, first of all, power is power. Okay, they are what they are, and Mr. Trump has got that. He's inherited that system, so he's using it to his advantage. But that's okay. That's everybody thinks for themselves. I think for us, the answer really is, my first answer to that is to prepare ourselves better. Are we, instead of looking at the world, are we doing enough within our country to make our country in different parts of the industries or systems or processes, in different kind of institutions, enough to strengthen those? This is the opportunity, this is the time to do that. If we can come out of this with a more stronger ecosystem inside our country, we would be able to fight all this much better. If we will keep on depending on outsiders, I think we will never answer this question. So my belief is that we should depend on ourselves. We have a very big opportunity in our country. We have a big economy, robust economy. Most of the demographics are young Indians, and we have a lot to going for us. So I think we have to first focus on that. Now, coming to your question, actually, we are in a situation that we are growing. Country is at a point where I think personally we can't be ignored anymore. So I feel that even if there is, you can always say rough weather friends, and you can ask questions, are there rough weather friends or not? But reality is that India's ecosystem is kind of now required by the world as well, for the markets we have, for the systems, for the kind of future we have, not only in defense sector, but otherwise as well. So I think we would be partnering with most of the countries which are looking at growth, because growth will be happening in very few countries in the world, and India is one of them. So how can you ignore India? And defense industry and defense budgets are to speak for that as we grow in the future.
India is a country that cannot be ignored, but there is work ahead that simply needs doing, and it has to be done with clarity. It has to be done with the kind of momentum, perhaps, that the current situation affords the country. And I'm sure that young entrepreneurs getting into the defense space, those creating startups, wanting to be part of what they see as a growth spurt in the defense technology space, they will be very inspired by your words. Puneet Kaura, thank you very much for speaking to us here and being here at the NDTV Defense Summit. Can we play the song once again? The Kailash Kher tribute song to the armed forces that we played. This is, yeah.
We can't go finish without that.
अदम्य शक्ति एवं शौर्य की पहचान है भारतीय सेना। जल, थल, गगन की रक्षा का वरदान है भारतीय सेना। हर संकट का समाधान है भारतीय सेना। भारत का गौरव है, स्वाभिमान है भारतीय सेना।
दंभ का स्तंभ खंडम दम त्रिशूल गाड़ के, प्रलयंकारी गति से भिन्न खेल गगन फाड़ के, ज्वाल से बवाल से चल पड़े दहाड़ के, भारतीय सेना, भारतीय सेना। देश की सुरक्षा कवच, देश का संबल, तीनों भारतीय सेनाएं, ध्वज तिरंगा विश्व पटल और गगन पर, तीनों भारतीय सेनाएं। भारत माँ की आन पर खेलें अपनी जान पर, शौर्य पराक्रम का है पर्याय, भारतीय सेना, भारतीय सेना। काल है भौकाल है, भस्म लेप भाल है, धरा भी लाल लाल है, ये शौर्य की मशाल है, भारतीय सेना, भारतीय सेना। रक्त में जो आग है, ये तांडवों की जाग है, सब काल गुना भाग है, विराग अनुराग है, भारतीय सेना, भारतीय सेना।
आज पूरी दुनिया हमारी सेना की वीरता और मारक क्षमता की बुरी बुरी प्रशंसा कर रही है।
हो चुनौती कोई भी कैसी भी मुश्किल, हर जगह है ये डटे हुए, देश के लिए जिए देश पर मिटे, समर्पण का प्रतिमान ये। ना थके ना रुके, झुका दें पर ना झुके, भारत का स्वाभिमान ये, भारत के वीर, भारत के वीर। हुंकार है, चित्कार है, मुंह बार ही ललकार है, चमक भी धार धार, शत्रु मृत्यु की पुकार है, भारत के वीर, भारत के वीर। रोंगटे खड़े खड़े, शिला शिला चढ़े चढ़े, जब जब जिधर निकल पड़े, घटना स्वयं ही घट पड़े, भारतीय सेना।
All right, moving on to our next session now. If there is one name that has now become synonymous with India's missile prowess, it is Brahmos. A symbol of speed, precision, and deterrence, the Brahmos story is also the story of successful India-Russia collaboration and India's ability to deliver world-class technology. Our next session, the Brahmos story, takes us inside the journey of one of India's most celebrated missile programs, from its inception to becoming the pride of the nation and a benchmark for global partnerships. We are privileged to have with us the man who steered this program at its highest level. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for former Director General of Brahmos and outstanding scientist of DRDO, Mr. Atul Dinkar Rane, And steering this supersonic conversation is my colleague Shivarur.
Well, it's true that the Brahmos needs no introduction. It's always been a very popular weapon system, and more so thanks to Operation Sindoor. It's become very much part of our popular culture. This is a serious business. War is a very serious issue, but it is true that Brahmos is a word that everyone recognizes now, and is not restricted to the jargon of military speak. So Dr. Atul Rane, who was Managing Director and CEO of Brahmos Corporation between 2021 and 2024, as Ankit correctly pointed out, was the heights of the Brahmos program here in India, is with us. Very warm welcome to you, sir, and thank you once again for taking the time out. And there couldn't be a better possible time to talk about the Brahmos, is there? There is so much topicality, there is so much subject matter, there are a profusion of images showing us, how the Brahmos was actually used. People on their mobile phones are looking at images of how the Indian Air Force actually wielded the Brahmos. So my opening question to you is, Operation Sindoor is synonymous with the Brahmos. We do know that some parts of it, some damage that was caused in Pakistan was thanks to the Brahmos missile, and the Brahmos used by the Indian Air Force to devastating effect, devastatingly accurate effect as well. Your opening sentiments and your opening thoughts, having steered this company and seeing the Brahmos used for the first time in anger.
Thank you for having me here. NDTV has been close to my heart right from the days of Operation Sindoor, because I followed every single moment of that operation through you and Vishnu. And though you say that Brahmos has become synonymous, while it was going on, I always said, that's us, that's us. But it was never official. Even today, it's not fully official, but we know. And that's why I just wanted to play one video and just tell you why I was so sure that the Indian Air Force and possibly at that moment of time, the Indian Army had used Brahmos.
Can we play the video? Dr. Rane's video, please.
Seems to be stuck. Can I walk up to the laptop? It refuses. Okay, I'll just do one small thing.
Okay, we're having a small bit of a technical issue here, but okay. I'll tell you what, Dr. Rane, let's continue the conversation. We'll get our tech guys to fix it. They'll have it up and running in 15 seconds, and then we'll play it. But we'll continue the conversation till then. They'll give me a signal once they're able to fix it. The pictures that we saw from Pakistan, Dr. Rane, whether it was Pakistan Air Force Base in Bolari or Jacobabad or many of the others, were you able to tell which ones were caused by the Brahmos?
When I talked with Vishnu on NDTV, just a little after that, I did make the mention that the craters which were seen were so dangerously exactly same as what we had done day in, day out during the various test launches of Brahmos that we have done. That was the video which I wanted to show you, which has been seen by the world during our exhibitions all over the world in defense expos and Aero Indias and expositions. But no one ever thought that this toy could ever be used. But it was extremely clear that the few of the names you mentioned and few of the debris which is seen, it's very, very clear that Brahmos was used.
What are you, 2024 is when you, between 2021 and 24 is when you steered Brahmos. You were at the helm of this organization. Nobody had an inkling. The military is always prepared for war. But, nobody had an inkling that they would perhaps be used in such an extensive and aggressive manner so soon. What kind of feedback have you gotten? You're away from the organization itself right now, but what kind of feedback have you been picking up from the Brahmos ecosystem, from the military, about this weapon?
First of all, I would like to say thank you to the Indian Armed Forces, especially the Indian Air Force, because they showed the confidence that the Brahmos missile system will work. They didn't use it in the earlier requirements, which were there a couple of years back. But then, I guess, with the testing and the confidence which they've got in their practice launches, as well as the 100% capability of us hitting a target bang on, as I keep saying, the missile was meant to miss. That's why they say miss distance. But this is a hitile, it hits the target. And it's just unbelievable that we were able to, that our Indian Air Force was able to plan it out and get everything on dot, which was sure that once it's launched, it will hit. But who better than to advertise that Brahmos works and strikes terror is no one else other than the Prime Minister of Pakistan in his address.
And if speaking about, and again, I don't want to be facetious about a very serious issue, but that iconic picture, and I'd like to get that still picture of the Bolari airbase, if we can just throw it up on that screen. I don't think there can be a bigger advertisement for the Brahmos than the Bolari picture. That's the one. It's become the most shared picture of Operation Sindoor. It's almost become emblematic of what the Indian Air Force actually did. And I don't know for sure because I'm only a civilian, sir, but I'm told that hole was made by a Brahmos. But talking about the weapon system itself, it's had a very, very long journey. It's an Indo-Russian weapon system. It's built only here in India. Huge amount of Indian know-how has progressively gone into it. There are some key systems that are still of Russian origin that are not developed here in India. Can we still call it an Indo-Russian weapon? Or, will there be a time when it can be a completely Indian weapon?
It is an Indo-Russian weapon. It was designed by both of us. It is fully produced in our country, except for that one key part. Work is going on to get that also done in our country. But yes, it's an Indo-Russian designed weapon, but it's an Indian weapon in terms of its integration, production, and use. It's one of a kind in the world, and it's the only owners of it today are the Indian Armed Forces. As I like to say, the supersonic cruise missile triad rests with only one country, and that's us.
Chinese weapons were used extensively by Pakistan. We also know how the Indian Armed Forces managed to almost completely paralyze Pakistani air defenses. You heard the Vice Chief of the Air Staff talk about that in detail earlier today as well. People will be wondering, Dr. Rane, what makes the Brahmos so special? Why is there no antidote to it yet? Surely our, the countries that don't like us very much have been trying to create an antidote to the Brahmos. Yeah. Why doesn't it exist so far?
First of all, I would like to say that the Brahmos missile, like the subsonic far-off cousin of the US, the Tomahawk, If the US can use the Tomahawk as their underlying statement to push their foreign policy, Brahmos is the answer for the Indian foreign policy. It can be. Now, why is Brahmos so scary? One is its supersonic speed. There is no other cruise missile in the world today, as of now, with this supersonic speed. And that gives the enemy very, very little time to react to an incoming missile, if at all that they know that it's coming in. The radar cross-section is so small, we are able to launch from almost any point of the globe, be it from sea, from land, or from air. As I say, land, sea, or air, we can get you from anywhere. And this is actually a fact. The Brahmos missile, the speed at which it flies, even today, a surface-to-air missile system may be able to track it towards at some moment of time, but he would not have enough time to attack it. People will work. I was wiggling in my chair when you were asking that question, because it will happen maybe 2 years down the line, maybe 4 years down the line, but definitely 10 years down the line. What do we do about that? Become better, become faster, become longer. I mean, there's so many things, and Brahmos has that capability. Brahmos Aerospace, along with their joint venture partners, Defense R&D of India and the NPO Mashinastrenii of Russia, are working together, will work together, and will be able to create a much leaner, meaner, faster vehicle.
The area of missiles, Dr. Rane, has been a success story as far as Indian defense is concerned. And within that, the Brahmos has been especially a success story. Some of the other projects have taken their time to come and to mature. The Brahmos has been something seen to have had a certain degree of momentum right from the start, possibly because it has been a joint effort between India and Russia. Could you tell us a little bit more at the time when you stepped away from Brahmos? We do know that this is a weapon system that has a long runway in front of it, a longer range, even more evasive capacities. We understand that there is a hypersonic version of the Brahmos also in the works. What can you share with us about the future of the Brahmos, since everyone knows about what we've used in Operation Sindoor?
Well, it's very well talked about during, as I said, in the run-up to even whatever is there right now. Brahmos Aerospace is working on a smaller version of Brahmos. What I mean to say, a lighter version of Brahmos. Exactly the same characteristics, but capable of being carried on any aircraft, two under the wing of any aircraft. We call it, or the Brahmos Aerospace would be calling it, the Brahmos next generation, the Brahmos NG. This is going to be a game changer. It can go on any aircraft, not just the Su-30. Now we are talking about any aircraft, even Western origin. Second is, of course, as you say, look at longer ranges. We are officially a 300-kilometer missile, even today. We get to know about the longer ranges from people like you and Vishnu, that Brahmos is capable of longer ranges. The armed forces exactly know what Brahmos is capable of. Our aim in Brahmos Aerospace has always been, and with the help of our design partners, DRDO, is to get it better parameters. Better parameters, as you say, does not only mean evasive, it also means longer, larger ranges. It's in the anvil and it can come. Hypersonics, the world is working on it. DRDO is working on it. We've reached somewhere within DRDO. They will be the technology bricks which would jump into the Brahmos, maybe Brahmos as a development come production partner in the years to come. But yes, the hypersonics is what we have to aim for. May not be Brahmos, could be anyone in this room. One of the production partners will have to take it up. But Brahmos Aerospace is best equipped to work on the hypersonic cruise missile.
Dr. Rane, one doesn't really get to see the weapons laboratories where the work on these systems actually takes place. And I can tell you that in the wake of Operation Sindoor, there is a huge, enormous interest by young engineers, aerospace graduates, wanting to work for the Indian industry and the Indian military-industrial system. The reverse brain drain that some people are trying to call it. Give us a kind of preview, not a preview, but a look into how Brahmos works. Do you have a lot of young scientists, a lot of people who come in from the private sector to actually get in on it? The young Indians behind Brahmos, give us a sense of that.
You see, when Brahmos was founded by the first CEO, Dr. Pillai, and later on carried forward by the few of us, it has always been an idea that every year we pick up talent from the universities, from the academia. We pick up about 35, 40 youngsters. We call them executive trainees. After finishing their training with us for about a year, year and a half, they become engineers. And that's the talent which has been growing within Brahmos. Brahmos has a captive young engineer force. In fact, today I would say the oldest executive trainee now who is there has finished about 16 years of work with Brahmos. So they're ready to take over the mantle of moving Brahmos Aerospace forward without the necessity of bringing in scientists from DRDO or from any other place. That is number one. Number two, the industry. Our industry partners themselves are growing. They're growing and getting their own talent from within. And as I keep seeing, when we kept trying to increase our industry partners, we started seeing the younger industries coming in, the MSMEs, the startups who are actually below 30, below 40, and willing to work with Brahmos. Brahmos has its way of certifying whether a person or industry partner can work, but it's open, and when I was around, it was open to looking at all these partnerships. It's still on. Management can't change so fast, but it is a young workforce. The average age when I left Brahmos was in the neighborhood of about 40, 45. Now with me going out, it must have gone even lower.
Brahmos is a Indo-Russian partnership and a joint venture, Dr. Rane. And needless to say, the big headline currently is the frictions that are happening between India and the United States under Trump. He and his entire team have been berating India on a daily basis for our strategic relationship with Russia, specifically for our weapons relationship with Russia, buying their weapons, buying their oil, etc. Give us the Brahmos perspective, because Russia is literally a partner in that venture. How would Brahmos be navigating this kind of thing, or are they completely insulated? That's all geopolitical stuff. They don't have to worry about it.
Geopolitics has always played a role in Brahmos's growth. We actually did look of moving away from Russia in terms of the raw materials and the subsystems because of the cost, sheer reason of cost, and of course volumes also. When our partners became a bit naughty, I'm talking about what happened in Syria, what happened in Crimea. What's going on now is only a fourth or fifth occurrence. So the sanctions on Russia have been there for a very, very long time. Brahmos kept working because these sanctions mean nothing to the relationship which India has with Russia for this particular project called Brahmos Aerospace. Brahmos Aerospace enjoys the support of the government, both governments, Indian government and the Russian government. And I'll tell you a small story. Our small independent autonomous unit, which is part of Brahmos, Brahmos Aerospace Trivandrum Limited, they picked up a small order for supplying something to Israel. They supplied it, and they didn't get back money because by that time the sanctions, not the current sanctions, but the earlier sanctions had hit in, saying that we can't give you the money, you are a Russian company or you're partly Russian. No dollar exchange with Brahmos. We had problems in giving our, we get a lot of things from our partners in Russia. we are not able to pay them. I mean, it's very, very similar when the Air Force got some of their equipment from Russia. Payments were not going through. But this is a relationship which transcends these sort of boundaries. I know that we might be now beginning to starting to talk about an escrow or a running account. So be it. Brahmos has never been starved for want of equipment, for subsystems from Russia ever. They're in conflict right now. They call it special operations. Others call it a war. So be it. They're heavily into it. It's 3 years now. Not once has there been a delay of this critical component from our partners to India. Not once. Sea routes have been blocked for us. Air routes have been blocked for us. But still those parts come in. This is the warm relationship. It's no more a relationship. We are a family. Brahmos is a family of Indians and Russians. It can't change. And whatever so be it, other people who want to put their foot in the well, I can only ask them, can you give me what they're giving me? If you can, let's start talking. Let's come to the negotiation table. Otherwise, Brahmos is not interested. We will work with the Russians.
Final question, Dr. Rane, is the fact that the Brahmos took over 2 decades to score its first export. And I know this was not because of a lack of interest in international customers. I know there was a great deal of institutional reluctance and systemic reluctance across administrations here in India for good and maybe some inexplicable reasons. We won't go into those, but the first export order for the Brahmos, this was to the Philippines, happened when you were in charge. How difficult was it to get to that point? And does that open doors to many more customers for the Brahmos?
Thanks to the courage which our armed forces showed in using Brahmos, the results speak for themselves. So yes, the world is looking for it. The world has been looking at Brahmos to buy for many, many years. Why did it take a lot of time? Number one is the voracious appetite which our armed forces have. We needed to first take care of them, then start worrying about exports. But then there was a moment of time when the targets were put that we need to up our exports. And Brahmos was always there, ready for export, ready for everything. Talks have been going on with so many of these countries. It became time that we have to do it. It's not easy. Let me tell you, exporting a full weapon system is not easy. This is the first weapon system. We managed to do it with the Philippines. I'm sure Brahmos Aerospace is just on the anvil with a couple of other nations. It's great because we have put our foot in the door. The door can't close now. And this has opened the avenue for rest of the weapon system manufacturers. I'm not talking about the supply chain plugging into that. I am talking about the weapon system manufacturers. We have got many of our industry partners here who are manufacturing full weapon systems, and they are also, I know, in conversation with many countries. In fact, after the 2022 contract signing, very quickly, 2023, 2024, 25, I didn't see anything, but there have been huge contracts signed by both the PSU and a private industry. Can't take names, otherwise people say I'm being favorite. But what happens is, Brahmos, by virtue of being part of the government, maybe had it a little easier to get in. But still, it's Brahmos Aerospace Private Limited, whatever it be. That's the fact. And if a private limited company could break in with another country with the help of the Indian government has already started working on exporting, looking at exports, and garnishing more and more support to the industries for exporting. We are there. And that small target, I will use the word small target. 2 years back, I put my neck on the block and said, Brahmos alone can do that target. We haven't, we have done only one, but I think in another 2 years we will be able to do it if we are allowed to.
I think that's a good note to end on. Brahmos, apart from being a unique weapon, I agree with you. It's like an ice cream sundae of the defense industry because it's got PSU, it's got private sector, it's got an international partner, it's got a JV component. It's got all these different aspects to it, and that's what makes it so unique, and that's what perhaps also makes it so flexible to operate in the current scenario. And we'll be tracking the flight path of Brahmos going forward very, very closely. Dr. Atul Rane, thank you very much for being with us.
I'm sorry about the video.
It wasn't an Indo-Russian laptop, I'm guessing.
Thank you so much, Shiv. Thank you, sir, for speaking to us. It's just here. All right, a very fascinating session coming up, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare for this session. It'll just be a minute. Strength in uniform has long been associated with resilience, with courage and sacrifice. But today, it's also about breaking barriers, leading in the new domains and dimensions, and redefining what it means to serve the nation. The story of women in armed forces is no longer about entry. It is about leadership. Our next session, Shakti in Uniform, Women Breaking Barriers, celebrates the journey of women who have challenged the conventions, who have commanded respect and shown that courage has no gender. We are honored to have with us Vice Admiral Aarti Sareen, Director General of Armed Forces Medical Services, and Colonel Anshu Jamwal, Commanding Officer, Indian Army. And steering this session is my colleague Padmaja Joshi. Can we have a big round of applause for these incredible ladies?
Good afternoon. I think a lot of us growing up would have heard the phrase, fight like a girl. Whenever any woman, any girl showed the slightest shred of strength, she was called Mardani, because apparently you cannot stay a woman and be strong. You suddenly become manly, you are Mardani. But that was then. Today, if you are fighting like a girl, it means you are putting up a damn good fight. And the embodiment of that are two ladies here with me, two officers here with me. Thank you very much for joining us here, Vice Admiral Aarti Sareen, DG of the Armed Forces Medical Services and Commanding Officer in the Indian Army, Colonel Anshu Jamwal. Can we have a huge round of applause for both the officers? And you know, as something that Vice Admiral Sareen pointed out, they are also a picture of the leaps and bounds that we've seen in our armed forces, a generational change and a generational progress that has happened. Everyone talks about the challenges. You know, we keep having these debates in social media, in life, about are we really ready to have women in the army? Have we really accepted them? Are they ready for operational roles? So, ma'am, I don't want to start with the challenges. I want to start by asking you, what are the changes that you personally have seen in the last 4 decades? How has the Indian Army, the Indian Armed Forces evolved and made it possible and even aspirational for women to be here?
Thank you, Padmaja. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and Jai Hind. Your question and your statement is very right. We represent 2 different generations. I'm from the Armed Forces Medical Services, which began as early as 1953. So we have had women and women leaders. The first Lady General, the first 2-star was in 1987, who commanded Command Hospital, Lucknow, followed by 2 3-stars in 2007. So they paved the path for us. I joined in 1987. I saw changes then. I did not find any difference in the treatment of me or my fellow interns when I was doing my internship, or when I went to do and joined in the army, and when I went forward to do my courses, or any other thing. Everything in our core is based on meritocracy, how well you do in your academics, and how well you're marked. So it is absolutely, I would say, gender just and gender neutral. And then in 1998, the government took on what I would say is there were so many reforms that were happening, and then the government took on taking women in the other arms and services. So that started in 1998. And then there was even further progress because they were given opportunities. There was further progress. Women started joining NDA over the years. They started getting a permanent commission. And now they have a whole lot of representation, their whole new roles, leadership roles. As you can see, she's commanding a unit. I'm extremely proud of her, this young lady here. So she represents the next generation who are the non-medical, officers who have joined the armed forces, as women. Yes.
Colonel Chamwal, have you seen any kind of resistance ever? Because we talk a lot about mindsets, that the Indian mindset, isn't really geared towards accepting women in positions of power in general, and especially in the armed forces where you really have to be regimented. Once the CO has said jump, you ask how high. But did you ever find that being a woman, there was a slight, did it ever happen?
Jai Hind, everybody. First of all, I would like to say thanks, and it's a great honor to share a stage with ma'am here. Talking about challenges that I joined. When I joined in year 2006. And in Army, I'm commissioned in Corps of Army Air Defense. So we started having women officers in Corps of Army Air Defense in the year 2004. So I was the first woman officer in my unit when I got commissioned. So when I joined, I think there were apprehensions in both the fronts, in the men also and to me also, I realized. But then I think once they know that you are capable of doing it, they ultimately recognize you, and then when you put that lens of gender to a side, it becomes so smooth. It becomes a home. And my unit since then has been a first home, rather saying that it is second home. It has been the first home for me. So challenges, if I'll say that challenges are not there, I would be wrong. Challenges do exist. They are sometimes in terms of, physical standards, or when you are, you have to maintain the professional and personal fronts. But then I think, I believe rather, that Army bakes up the genes in you to take on challenges, be it the battlefield or in any facet of life. So I have been surviving and thriving, and I wish to continue doing so. I'm commanding presently, and I don't see my men raising any eyebrows or showing any doubts in taking orders from me. So I think if you know your job well, there is nothing beyond that is expected out of you.
And that is a story I think every woman will always tell you. Balancing your life, work-life balance gets a whole new meaning when you're talking to women. But things are a lot better now. When you were commissioned, ma'am, at that time, was there, from your personal experience, ever a moment where you found it really daunting? And how did you get over it? Because this is going to be very instructive to a lot of women now.
Yes, I had a lot of, I was fortunate, I had a lot of family support. But yes, one moment was very daunting when I was suddenly asked to go to the valley. My son was 3 years old, so I had to leave him behind in Mumbai, and my parents had to come down to look after him. And I was away for 3.5 months. And you could speak only once a week because I was in very far ahead. We were there to look after the civilian population at that point of time, way back in 1998. So that was daunting, but
it's physically daunting because you're in a very forward area.
But we found a way of getting over it. I had support, and the armed forces family is the greatest support. Your unit supports you, There were people from my department who would handle my family, the problems that I had. My parents were there. People would check on them. So we get by with a little help from our friends and colleagues from the armed forces family.
Did you ever have any such experience where, you almost felt you were at breaking point?
There have been ups and downs in everybody's life, but when I joined my unit, when you are talking about regimentation, so regimentation is like a different experience altogether. Like I have seen my seniors, subalterns and COs, mentorship, we take it as it is not just a, guiding, it is nurturing an officer since the officer joined a unit. And then that support system remains with you throughout your life. Till now also, if I get stuck somewhere or I have to, I just fall back to my seniors and I just fall back to them and seek guidance. And they are always there to help me out, or through their lived experience, they share their experiences. And
this is so contrary to what you hear in public discourse, because usually the impression is that, there is this huge wall of men who are trying to keep the women out. They don't want them in. But you were saying that some of your biggest mentors have been men. And you've had troops who supported you as well.
I've had a lot of male mentors who have guided me throughout.
And your troops.
And the troops. And I've been very, very honored to support, serve under them. Air Marshal Chaudhary is right here, sitting in the audience. I was DGMS Air when he was the Air Chief.
No, and please, a huge round of applause, because often we forget to thank the allies. It's a two-way street. Yes, women have struggles, but they need male allies as well for them to get anywhere in life. You need your male partner, you need your male allies. But can you tell us a little bit about your troops? Again, there is the aspect of how physically daunting it is. I want to talk about the terrain that you serve in, not just in India, not just in forward areas, but also you've been in Congo, a place which is, in the throes of a civil war right now. How different is it, if at all, being a lady officer there as opposed to somebody else?
So I have been privileged to get selected for representing our country in the global experience I've got while serving in Congo. I was posted there as a military observer. So I was responsible to monitor and report and connect to the peoples and uphold the peace over there. So I got the opportunity to serve with the officers and soldiers of different nations. And we used to go for long patrols to far-flung areas in Congo, where the road connectivity is just next to zero. And then what I think as Army officer or Indian Army officer, which helped me out there, was that the diversity we have in our nation, that plays a very crucial role there, because there it is the balance between the strength and the sensitivity. So it is that when you are mixing that professionalism with compassion, that requires there when you are on peacekeeping missions. So it was very, I was very comfortable, and the people of Congo were very comfortable while interacting and sharing their hardships and challenges there. So I was very comfortable in having that kind of conversation. I won't say that being a woman officer, that compassion was there with me. I think all Indian soldiers who are there in Congo, we have that thing in our ethos. So we could say it very, very normally, and it was like nothing extra we are doing it. It just came within us.
Vice Admiral Serene, what would you say to people who say that women are not mentally and physically as strong? Biologically, women cannot be mentally and physically as strong as men, and that by itself is a problem when you're in uniform.
These kind of critics are people who fear change or reform. So I would generally explain to them, that it's all about how how professionally competent you are, and how you can, be selecting of the right person for the right job. The most nations across the world have a very small difference in the physical standards, which we have to accept. After all, we have two different sets of chromosomes. So we have to accept that. If you keep that in mind, I don't think anybody should really differentiate this. We should not kind of, we cannot judge on gender. We should just, we should judge on what they bring to the table. We have fixed criteria for that. Like I just told you, it's all about meritocracy. Subtle differences in the two are looked for, and the bottom line is the right person for the right job.
But what about the argument that you cannot wish away the fact that biologically they both are different?
May I? Okay, I believe that equality in sex is unquestionable. But then it is of paramount that while implementing this, we cannot compromise the potential of armed forces. So if you have the capability, yes, you should be there in armed forces. That includes the physical endurance and mental resilience both.
But if I might add, she's in a different, branch and I'm in a different one. Ours is a medical branch, so we kind of are shoulder to shoulder. We can do whatever, the officers in our branch do. So her point of view is different.
Is there one reform, and there have been constant reforms. There's a year of reform also that has been declared. What is the one thing on your wish list that you would want as the primary agenda point right now when it comes to the reforms for the next 5 years?
The Armed Forces Medical Services is a supporting arm to the Indian Armed Forces, Army, Navy, as well as the Air Force. So what would be my aim in the next 5 years would be to give the highest standards of medical care. So for that, I would require to completely modernize all the equipment that I have, which I'm doing right now. I am trying to differentiate between care at peace and care at war. So for that, I am trying to improve the medical schedule of PARs so that my procurement cycles come down. I'm able to, get the supply chain management going faster, to get smaller equipment, lighter equipment that can go out to the field areas, point-of-care devices. We're also looking at getting artificial intelligence and also using some of the AI and the robotics that our non-medicals are already using to be able to use for our logistics as well as casualty evacuation. Get lighter transports. We also now, with the changing domain, we will probably have to now give combat care closer to the point of injury. So that's called prolonged casualty care. So now I have to devise systems where I can take and treat patients at the point of care. So I have to get people moving forward. My units have to be agile. So I have to look at all those systems. Also look at HR, try to recruit as many people as I can. Civil-military partnerships we are looking at. We are actually doing a lot of MOUs with them when we need them so that when our people go to war, they will be available for us in peace. So these are the few things.
Any specific thing that you think would make the armed forces more inclusive? Any reform in that direction?
And to end that, I have already put it down that we would take the women percentage to 25%. We have already reached 22.5%. So I think in 5 years' time, we shall be there.
Who knows, maybe 33%. We anyway want to have reservation.
Why not?
In every other
we
thing
don't
for
have
women
reservations.
at 33%.
We're just going to look at it and see how it moves.
Yeah,
But we are
holistically.
very optimistic about that.
What do you think, ma'am, for making the army more inclusive? What reform do you think you would want to see in the next 5 to 10 years?
I think we have already started taking the reforms and we are achieved quite a lot in this in last 5 to 8 years. If I'll see now, you can see the girls cadets going to RIMC, Sainik School, and NDA opening is also there. As I said, when I got commissioned in 2006, that time so many opportunities were not there in the, so many branches were not open for women officers, but now we have women officers in aviation, in artillery also.
More than 21 branches.
So this is, these we have already started taking place, and then when permanent commission coming into place, we have now equal opportunities for women officers also, wherein we are going for command roles and we are going for competitive exams and instructional appointments and higher headquarters and you name a thing and it is there already. So we are on the verge of it. Maybe in coming years, I would see that the integration into more of the technical driven roles, wherein cyberspace, electronic warfare and drone operations. This is where we can further improve and give the avenues to officers to contribute.
And I will come to, the Operation Sindoor and the role you played there in just a second. But I have to say, I feel I'm a little guilty of making everything sound very onerous, in the armed forces if you're a woman. For anyone watching right now, any woman watching right now, any young girls watching right now, tell me the most exciting thing that you've done on the job. Let's make this exciting. Why should the women watching right now want to join the armed forces? What is the one thing you think civilian life you would have never been able to do, but the armed forces helped you do?
Okay, the greatest reward I think I have got after joining armed forces is the trust your men shows in your leadership, irrespective of the gender you have. So in Op Sindoor, my unit was deployed, and I have seen men achieving, their morale was just extraordinary, and it was a different experience that I am not even able to share it with in words. To express it into words is very difficult. But I think that is the biggest reward that I have got after joining Army. And obviously, inspiring younger women is also one of them that one can achieve while donning the uniform.
Just describe that moment to us a little bit. That moment when you were, in the air defense during Operation Sindoor. What was that moment like?
Operation Sindoor has been, is unlike anything we had seen before. Our Corps Commander or the Army Commanders have already given a brief. In fact, our Chief of Army Staff has beautifully summed up wherein he said that we were playing chess move. That means that we did not know that what the enemy is going to do and what action we will be going to take it. So when the Pahalgam attack was there, then within hours the army was called into action, and since then that it was a continuous cycle of threat assessment, the deliberations, the iterations which were required wherever it was required. And the commanders at all levels, they were crafting op plans. And it was the men who executed and brought those plans into life on ground. And being a CO, commanding officer, I think it is a very important link between the hierarchy and the men. So the plans are being made by the commanders at all levels. And to execute it on ground, it is the responsibility of the commanding officers. So when my unit was AD unit, like all other AD units, we were told to, we were responsible to shield the critical military and civil infrastructure from the aerial threats, including the drones or the missiles and the loiter munitions. Within 72 hours, we deployed in the AD grid was over a kilometer, 200 kilometer of stretch we were there within 72 hours. And then as the threat was envisaged, the threat manifested as envisaged by our commanders, and in another 4 days we could see sighting of around more than 1,000 drones in different locations. And I was getting calls from every troop location that I've seen, and so that feeling that we could achieve it, and there was not even a single asset which got damaged because of this in our area, was something which gives me high, and that boosted the morale of my men also. Their performance was extraordinary. And then being a CO, you have to be omnipresent. You have to go to them, to be with them. That is what is the leadership. In fact, not even me, even our brigade commanders and corps commanders, they also ensured to visit each and every forward location and meet the boys on ground and So this threat was something which we had never envisaged. See, before this, I couldn't even have imagined ever that my guns are deployed in urban areas, right inside the heart of the cities, and thundering over the skies. We have done this, but we have done it in the constrained environments, in the field firing ranges. But this was something, and the boys who were doing it, they were so proud, and that feeling was amazing after that when we did the debriefing later on, and I asked the experiences from them. That was such a heart-warming moment for me to
yes
hear
moment.
that yes. So that still gives goosebumps to me whenever I listen to them. And for all CEOs, I think, who has got the privilege to command the unit during Ops Sindoor, that these memories we'll savor for our lifetime.
Yeah, absolutely. And if that is an incentive, ma'am, what would you say is the one incentive to all the women watching right now, the girls watching right now, the one incentive that you thought was, this is why I am in the armed forces, and so should you be? What would be that one episode, one incident?
Being a professional, my one incentive would be to have extreme professional satisfaction, which I've had. My high would be every time a patient gets well is a high for me. There are so many occasions that the Armed Forces has given me to feel a high for. I got to command the unit. I did my internship. I got to command the unit that I studied in, the Armed Forces Medical College. I got an education. I got a super specialty. I got to train in Gamma knife. I got this wonderful Armed Forces family around me. I am trained. I have experience. I've become a leader. I'm the senior most woman leader of the Armed Forces Medical Services. So ladies out there, please come and join the Indian Armed Forces. It's
Absolutely.
an excellent profession.
And your girls, they clearly had enough of incentive at home.
I have 11, 12 brigadiers at the moment who are commanding units, 41 commanding officers. I am so proud of all of them, and they're doing very well. And that's what I said when you mentioned the 30%. You'll find them wearing 3 stars in the near future.
Well, if you ever needed a reason to join the Indian Armed Forces, you've got the reason right here. Thank you very much for having joined us and shared your experiences. A huge round of applause.
I don't think that does justice to these super ladies. Can we have another big round of applause, please? Thank you so much. All right, for our next session, from the trenches to the skies, the face of the modern warfare is changing. And at the heart of this transformation is the drone. Once seen as support system, drones are today frontline assets, redefining surveillance, combat, and national security. Our next discussion, Dronacharya, the evolution of drone warfare, will explore how India is at this moment harnessing this fantastic technology, from swamp systems to indigenous innovations to secure its skies and battlefields. Please join me in welcoming Amit Naveen Mahajan, Director, Paris Defense, Rahul Singh, Co-founder and Vice President Engineering, India Forge, Sameer Joshi, CEO, New Space Research and Technology, and completing this power-packed panel is Sandeep Agarwal, founder and CMD, Exicom Technologies. And to steer this high-tech conversation, let me also call my colleagues Vishnu Shom and Ayush Arawadi. Can we have a big round of applause for our guests, please? Thank you.
Sameer, can we please have you on stage? All right, that makes us a perfect six. A huge round of applause, please, for our panel, Samir. Thank you so much for joining us. Vishnu, I think Ankit put it really well in terms of times are changing, warfare is changing, and what's up in the skies is really driven by the next wave of technology. Now, we're talking about unmanned aerial systems, but we have plenty of people out here, so our jobs are not in jeopardy here, Vishnu. But last in, first out is what they say in technology. There's been so much talk, and you've hosted a bunch of panels today about what happened in the wake and aftermath of Operation Sindoor. I think that's where we'll begin this conversation.
I think what we are seeing, Ayush, is a new phase in warfare. And just a couple of years back, no one would have thought that drones are very much going to be at the forefront of conflict. I was covering the Russia-Ukraine war. I covered it in Ukraine on 3 occasions, in fact. And the first generation of Ukrainian drones were visible sort of going above. It's changed the face of warfare in terms not just of inflicting casualties on the ground, but also in terms of hitting targets far afield. Naval warfare has been redefined. Air-to-air warfare, in a sense, is being redefined. And what we found this time, just a couple of months back, was drone warfare in the subcontinent for the very first time. And I think as we reintroduce this fantastic panel, let me tell you a little bit about all of these gentlemen, which may surprise you. They look very sort of prim and perfect in their jackets, and some of them are wearing ties and some of them aren't. But they were all soldiers in a sense, and certainly their colleagues as well, during Op Sindoor. This was a trial by fire for Indian drone companies, many of whom were deployed on the front in terms of drone operations themselves. How successful were they? What are the learnings? And in fact, how did this warfare between India and Pakistan take place? That's what we're going to probe and get to the bottom of in this session. But let me take it across to Samir first. He's a war veteran besides anything else. Flew a bunch of fighter aircraft in the Indian Air Force. His new love is drones. I've always told him a Mirage 2000 is much better looking than the drones that he manufactures. But be that as it may, you were one of those on the front line. How did you see the drone battle evolve in Op Sindoor?
Yeah, Vishnu, thanks for reminding me that I'm a pilot. I was a pilot, now I'm an autopilot. So from a pilot to an autopilot journey has been great. But what is very relevant is my last little combat experience was during the Kargil war as a fighter pilot. And opening up a drone company goes against the whole premise of actually manning something, taking it to its penultimate solution. And this is something which is, very, very much relevant now, that the next phase of warfare is going to embody a lot of, manned plus unmanned teamings. And what we already saw was a big glimpse of drone warfare in the present Operation Sindoor. A lot of companies were called right down to the last mile by the end users, the Air Force, Army, etc., etc. And some of them actually were able to provide a bit of support in the short duration of 2 to 3 days. But what is very relevant and which came out strongly is that a lot of estimation and the way people imagine drone warfare is going to take place, those stereotypes were broken. I mean, the writing was on the wall for quite some time. We have been seeing operations back in Syria and lately in Ukraine. But it's only for this little operation to arrive right at our doorsteps that kind of took everybody to take notice of the fact that drones are here to stay. Drone is the next evolution of warfare. It is the next pillar standing with your legacy manned platforms. And the earlier we kind of embrace them, the earlier we learn to kind of operate them in a manner which can support your mission needs, that is something which is going to convert into a lot of applications as well as results in the battlefield.
Sam, what were you doing on the LOC?
No, obviously, we were just supporting operations, I'll put it this way. But what we got to see was quite a big glimpse of how this warfare is going to pan out in the days ahead. You know, last operation was during Kargil, right in the comfort of that cockpit where you get into a dive, you kind of fire your rockets and whatever. But this time, I did get to see a lot of armament exploding around. And that is when it gives you, the reality is that it is very pertinent that we need to have a robotic layer between us and the enemy. And this is the way the warfare, the doctrinal shift in warfare is happening. In the next 10 years, people who can learn to operate in that space between us, or rather you and the enemy, and cover that space in robotic platforms, unmanned, uncrewed systems, and the earlier you do it and map it to your mission needs, the more powerful results will kind of come into play. I'll give you context, which is very relevant. The first day was a war of aircraft versus aircraft. You know, within 3 hours of once we launched a barrage of platforms, the PAF was standing. Where did the PAF vanish the next day or the day next to it? And by the third day, as the Vice Chief put in place, 50 missiles were good enough to, pack the stuff up for them. So the next evolution is going to be people who can learn to play within that space where the enemy Air Force and your Air Force is, and mind you, it's going to be very far off distances. That is where the gain and the mission is actually going to, comply and get into this. So this is where unmanned aviation is heading, and the earlier we kind of catch it and understand this, the better for us.
Rahul, since we are talking about the next generation of warfare, so to speak, and we spoke of Operation Sindoor, we saw some of the products that you were displaying earlier, and we had a chat about this as well. What were the learnings, really, in terms of what is really required by the forces in such a situation? Technology moves fast. That world adapts very quickly. But is there, well, a necessity there for you to also adapt the product and the tech accordingly?
Yeah. So I completely agree with the description Vishnu started with. And not to repeat it, but just to reiterate it, that drones have been a transformational factor in Operation Sindoor, but not just here. All across the world, every modern battlefield is getting transformed. Now we as IdeaForge, we placed our bet in the future of autonomous, electric, aerial platforms for the long term. It was never a matter of if, but when this will become inevitable. Now that juncture is coming where the inevitability is not an option, but a reality that everyone has to keep up with. What we learned from Operation Sindoor, and I'll take 3 examples from the sessions earlier today. One was the presentation by the Army Commander, Northern Command, where some of the products were shown, and we were proud to have some of our products shown there. That means our products were used and were relevant there.
Let me rephrase that for him. His drones hit terror camps. Carry on.
They played some role in the whole operation. But I then go back to the session that Vishnu had with the Defense Secretary, where the Defense Secretary countered the positive statement that...
He said all of you needed to improve.
Yes, exactly. And that's the reality. And that's the learning. The one word takeaway from Operation Sindoor is learning. And if all of us take that context of learning, I think we'll be much better. And the third example comes from the same conversation with our Honorable Defense Secretary, where he mentioned that a few weeks after Operation Sindoor, the whole industry was called to try out solving for this new environment. And a few Indian domestic companies were able to provide that solution. So within a few weeks of realizing what the problem was, coming up with solution and solving it, so the modern battlefield essentially is characterized by rapid, agile response. You don't know what will work black and white. It is said that in Ukraine, some technologies have obsolescence period of 90 days. So that's just transforming and changing the way you think about product development. And companies and technologies and ecosystems which can enable that part are very, very important. And hence, this whole thing ties to the whole indigenization part, because the ability to move that fast means you need to have control over the core technology. Otherwise, you can't evolve at the pace at which the people say you have to evolve at the pace of relevance. Otherwise, you'll become irrelevant.
So 90 days, think about it, Ayush. Technology, drone technology in Ukraine, in 90 days, it's finished, it's over. Because there are counter drones, there is a system of jamming in place, and something which works very effectively in 90 days is obsolete. Think about that. It's unbelievable.
When you mentioned the system of jamming, and especially from a countermeasure, Amit, I want to get you in on this, because while we're talking about adapting to the fast pace of how technology advances, there's also countermeasures that need to be considered, and also how that whole process adapts as well. Could you really chime in and tell us how crucial that is for even Rahul and company to really incorporate that in their product development?
Sure. So firstly, thank you, NDTV and all of you to have me over. When we talk about drone warfare, we usually end up talking only about the drone. And then we miss out the main part that when we are using drones as a weapon, it's going to be used against us as a weapon as well. So when we are talking about that, we need to have enough measures to defend ourselves against a drone attack as well. And that particular technology, when I have to bundle it together, it's a very complex one. First, you need to detect the drone. Then you need to identify and recognize that drone, whether it's a drone or it's a bird. And then apply all your algorithms and then implement countermeasures. Now this whole scenario becomes very, very complex when it comes to war-like situation. You're not knowing what to expect, what frequency the drone is going to operate at, what anti-jamming technologies that the drone is adapt with. So all of these, you need to be, again, like he said, 90 days, yes, obsolescence in technology revolution is something which is happening not only in the drone space, but even on the countermeasures. So you need to adapt to what drone platforms may get evolved into. And you need to be adapt to make sure that you're doing concurrent engineering at all times to make sure that you are not only recognizing your threat, but also able to counter that threat. Now this is where the space becomes very, very tricky.
Mr. Agarwal, you've focused a great deal on wireless engineering solutions. And that's critical because the premise of drones to a large extent has been data links, wireless connectivity, and that's what an unmanned platform is really meant to be. But given the fact that jamming is such a reality and is really keeping a pace in many cases with the success of wireless systems, and you actually have tethered drones now, once again, in vogue, because people believe that, nothing beats a wire. You can't cut it that easily, even though they're trying to do that. In the battle between wireless technologies and wired technologies in the drone space, who's winning?
Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you, Ayush. Thank you, NDTV. So I'll just put it in perspective that the major difference in wireless and wired, in terms of India, we have a lot of mountainous terrain. So fiber technology, fiber-based drone communication wouldn't really be very helpful in India. Only about 10% or maybe 20% of drones could be used in deserts or areas where we do not have obstruction. But areas where we have, most of the areas we have a lot of obstruction. So wired is not something that really in terms of drones works here in India. Tethered drone, when you say, is more for functionality like maybe communication repeaters or some ISR application, which is static. Tethered cannot be mobile. Wireless is probably the only option. Wireless is now becoming there's a lot of advancement that has happened over the decade. The previous communication platforms used to have very low data bandwidth, so your video streaming was a challenge. We were all using Wi-Fi based frequencies, or maybe we can say ISM band frequencies to operate drones. This is not the time now for the defense forces to anymore use these kind of stuff, because we have very, very advanced radio technologies that have been time tested, even in India. Like the biggest threat is EW. Like we are using our EW to counter adversaries, drones, and all the unmanned platforms. They are also using the same. We cannot say that Pakistan has an inferior technology just because they deal with China and Turkey. They equally have technology coming from US, they have technology coming from the other developed nations. So they also have good EW systems that can counter us. So we need to be progressive enough to ensure that our communication is undetected most of the times. Yes, you cannot 100% guarantee, but most of the times it should be undetected and not jammable. So that is the most important part in coming times.
You know, Samir, there are lots of key technologies that New Space, your company, is working on. Number one, swarm drones, where you've got a hive of drones working together to actually hit targets. If one drone goes down, that's okay. If two drones goes down, it's okay. You've got redundancy. I think that's why you've got... How smart are your drones? Are they able to decide which target to hit?
So Vishnu, swarm drones, it's a nascent tech which is now just got its wings. You know, people are, all across the world, people are struggling with the same fact. How can you make a large bunch of autonomous drones which can work together, carry out a certain mission needs? But what is coming out very, very univocally from campaigns like Ukraine is that, and I'll give you an analogy. You know, there are, within the 1 kilometer front, there are close to about 300 to 400 drones in Ukraine, and all of the FPV class. Now, to maintain those 300 to 400 drones, you require at least 50 to 60 operators always present there. Now, that little operation by 50 people who are dedicatedly carrying out drones which can do kinetic or non-kinetic effects is kind of bringing to standstill a lot of ops from the other side. Imagine that the same effort now transgresses to a bunch of drones who have that intelligence to kind of share data amongst each other. Let's say they pick up something, they can disseminate what that thing is. It's a vehicle, it's a human, it's an artillery gun. So that is there. Thereafter, they can divide the workload. Okay, I've seen something here, and here is where I don't have the payload for that, so some other drone from somewhere else will, within the same swarm, can kind of, go and carry out that air-launched effect. So the intelligence for swarming largely leads to something called saturation effects. And the same is being affected by those 300-400 FPVs or equivalents and those 50-60 operators. Now you condense it down. You still have your 200 to 300 drones. But now the operators, they're just about 3, 4, 5. The biggest problem for the Indian Army or the Air Force is manpower. Trained technical manpower. Right now, there's a big effort where everybody is trying to get at least 10% of the workforce in regiments drone, trained. Now, this training may give you something or may not. The main work for that soldier in the regiment is to fight his war, not kind of get distracted by further functions where the combat effectiveness of the unit goes down. So this is where swarm drones, a large number of drones working autonomously, can actually not only solve the problem for the manpower and other things, but also make sure that you are able to saturate, you're able to kind of go create the right combat mass over the battlefield and impose more punishment on the enemy than he can do on yours. And it becomes very expensive for him to shoot down a large number of drones. And it's like the last man standing. Till the time in a decentralized swarm, he's not able to take down the last member down, the show is on. This is what is very visible now in Ukraine. Yeah.
Vishnu, I find it interesting because very often we chat and deliberate and discuss at summits like this. But just to understand a realistic picture and to paint that realistic picture, Rahul, if you could come in and tell us, in technology, very often the concern was that during the IT revolution, India became a back office for certain reasons. With AI, we thought we'd have a second chance. We sort of really missed the bus in terms of building the infrastructure that the rest of the world is. We'll talk about AI in a bit, but in high-tech warfare, when we talk of where the US is at this point, even China building that entire supply chain, we've also, like Samir mentioned, Ukraine's case, and even with Iran in terms of drones, where does India genuinely stand in that global pecking order? And what is it that we can do to really climb the ranks?
Great question. And I think in India and in the Indian ecosystem, there is a great potential to be amongst the global best. Being local best is no fun, no relevance at all. Connecting this to the whole point of rapid response that I spoke about earlier, what happens is, even if the technologies get evolved fast enough, technologies don't mature in labs. Technologies mature in the field. So the pace of procurement, the pace of trying, failing, and evolving has to match that part. And what the Western world and probably China have mastered that part is the pro-technology adoption approach. Not necessarily solving it everything the first time. I often hear that a lot of the Israeli products really matured themselves by using them in India. So India actually matured those products which are being used globally. And similarly, the MQ-9 Predator, it seems the first batch, 50% of them would not have survived their technical life because of failures. But sticking with it, going through iterations, because maturity happens in the field. So as long as that ecosystem synergy happens, that adoption, trying, and evolving happens at the same pace of relevance as the technology's relevance, I think we are heading in the right direction.
Let me ask you, sir, a little bit about naval warfare, because the drone scenario when it comes to naval operations has transformed the face of naval operations. We've seen any number of Russian ships sunk by the Ukrainians using, relatively inexpensive drones. How worried do we need to be in the maritime drone space, and are we adequately protected?
So currently, according to me, the naval warfare, the drone involvement into naval warfare is pretty complex, for the fact that the conditions are completely different. We are looking at extreme amount of wind. We are looking at corrosion. We are looking at very, very different kind of tech preparedness when it comes to drone technologies and building a drone for naval warfare. So I would say that our preparedness, according to me, is building up, and we would be currently prepared, but to a large extent, the dependency on naval warfare using drones is still lying abroad. There is an evolution of the domestic industry which is happening, and I think in a very, very short time, we should be right there where we require us to be, basically.
Samir, it's kind of interesting because, you understand, you've really covered the whole gamut in terms of figuring out the entire defense sector. And in your conversations, especially, with defense personnel, when it comes to building some of these products and we're coming up with solutions, how often is it, let me rephrase that, how crucial or imperative is it to articulate what the want is versus what the need is, especially when we're coming up with such critical systems?
Yeah, that's a great point. And mind you, everybody sitting on this stage is actually struggling with this question. What is the need and what is the want? So just to clarify, in what we understand is that when we are looking at starting research and development in a certain vertical, in a certain zone, we try to map every engineering effort to actually a specific need. And the need can be as, it cannot be precise right from the word go. It kind of should be very generic. Okay, this is for a certain service. Let's say it's for the Air Force, and the Air Force wants a system to be built which can go, let's say, 1,000 kilometers. And thereafter, it should be able to do certain effects. That is about a half a page, a half paragraph of what that particular need is going to be, is to be written down. But where we get kind of perplexed is when we have started to do this, this is further dissected by the end user. And especially in zones, certain areas which are very nascent, blue sky technology, blue sky is research. where nobody knows what is the end state of a product which is required. This kind of, makes us roam around in a bit of circles. To give you an example, if the end user takes over the full format of something which is not available in the market, right down to the nuts and bolts, he's taking away our creativity and focusing us to box down into compartments which actually may not result into the engineering effort or into a product which is actually required to create the right impact on the battlefield. So this is what we definitely look forward from the end users, that they should specify largely, give us generic QRs. Please don't go after, I want this specification of X, Y, Z. Please allow us. There are so many companies, putting everything what they have. Mind you, a lot of these private sector companies don't have captive funding, and no big names stand with people like us. It is more pertinent and important, hence, that our engineering effort has to, right from the word go, aligned to a mission need. And not that we have to course correct and we get down into tipsy-turvy maneuvers, and throughout the day you would have heard how HAL is struggling, maybe the communication is wrong, and a lot of things. So we definitely are looking forward for our nation to progress further. We require crystal clear requirements which do not hamper the effort of the private sector to innovate and kind of be creative in the way how they can give a product out which is world-class and not just specific to a certain stage or a certain number of years.
Mr. Agarwal, there have been so many reports in the past on how Indian drones have Chinese components, whether on occasion it's engines or other parts. Is that a fact? And that at one level would be fairly unacceptable for our defense services. That being the case, are we looking to replace some of that technology with Indian systems?
I think it's not about Chinese components just. So there are certain dilutions given from project to project in terms of Chinese components. The bigger problem is the shadow that comes in the front, where good big players invested huge amount of money in development and then competing with actually a product selling under Making in India actually is Chinese. So rather the problem is not those one single, maybe some small component with China, because China is a part of the ecosystem now, global ecosystem. A lot of components that others have stopped making. It is more important that the forces dig and start evaluating the product more diligently and not allow something that is Chinese into our system, because our adversaries are all using Chinese stuff. And Paras Defense will very specifically point it out that anti-jamming system actually picks up the signatures. Every product in a drone has a signature. A motor has a signature, a battery has a signature, an RF has a signature. Every subsystem of a drone has a signature. So it has to be that national interest in the industry to adapt to national interest. I mean, we should not compromise as an industry to components that has signature and might be prone to jamming or detection. That's the most key important point.
Vishnu, I'm very curious. Everyone's talking about how AI is changing the world, and there have been instances in warfare as well where it has been deployed. Machine learning algorithms, like Amit was mentioning about countermeasures and counter-defense systems. Just to get an understanding from everyone on the panel, how much, especially in the aftermath of Operation Sindoor, how much is AI and machine learning, some of this disruptive tech, being used in modern warfare? Rahul, you'd like to take that?
Yeah, so...
and if it is, just to flip that argument, what are the pros and cons? There are downsides as well and concerns.
Yeah, so the most popular picture of AI is ChatGPT, right? Yeah. That's what people relate to when you talk about AI, maybe something which is conversational assistant. But AI can be implemented in such transformational areas, and AI in robotics is something which is transforming the way robotics is built grounds up. It is possibly substituting certain knowledge gaps. So when people say software engineers are being replaced by AI assistants, a lot of core physics-based development is also getting assisted by AI strategies of robotics development. And I would, for common understanding, draw a very close analogy to the self-driving car roadmap. It's not a black and white switch that it's autonomous one day and it's not the other day. If you look at the roadmap of autonomous cars, they have 5 levels of autonomy, going all the way to full self-driving. A full self-driving is equivalent to a drone taking decisions by itself and concluding it. But that's not as straightforward a question. It is not good enough to be right 95% of times or 99% of times, especially for decisions which may have life criticality, and hence there's a roadmap for that to happen. Like self-driving cars, while they're driving on the road every day, but they're still not certified enough for life critical things. So drones in various sectors are at various phases of maturity of autonomy. Some are at level 3, some are at level 4, and some are at level 5, but are they independent enough to not have a man in the loop? It's a judgment that the user has to take in terms of the decision which has to be taken.
Well, I'd like to thank all of you very much for joining us. I think the one aspect of this which we didn't really get around to discussing, and perhaps we'll do that with you next year, is the ethical use of drones when it comes to decision making. Should a machine be deciding who should be targeted? And if so, how does that algorithm work? It is a huge dilemma. If there's not a person, an operator in the loop, but a robot essentially deciding who to kill and who not to kill. It's an incredible ethical dilemma. We've already seen the use of fully automated drones in the Russia-Ukraine conflict now. So perhaps that's something to reflect on. But once again, wonderful to have all of you here for this NDTV summit, and all the very best for you and everything that you offer the Indian Armed Forces.
Just on the lighter side, on the civilian side,
You've made a drone that knows who to kill, right?
No. So on the lighter side, on the civilian side, there are drones who are deciding who to fine a traffic challan by looking at the traffic violation and generating a challan for you.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
A big round of applause.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming onto the stage and for that lovely conversation about drones and the future of the drones and the technology. We have an incredible session lined up next for you. Unfortunately, this is the last session of the day, but we'll just rearrange the stage, and I will request all of you to be seated so that we can begin with our NDTV Defense Summit 2025 finale. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we look ahead to the future of the warfare, it's equally important to pause and reflect. History is both a guide and a warning, offering lessons of resilience, leadership, strategy from those who have commanded at the very highest levels. Our closing session, Lessons from the Past, brings together India's former service chiefs to reflect on challenges faced, victories achieved, and the wisdom that can help shape India's defense preparedness for the years to come. We are absolutely honored to welcome on stage General Manoj Pandey, former Chief of Army Staff, Air Chief Marshal Vivek Ram Chaudhary, former Chief of the Air Staff, and completing this distinguished panel is Admiral Arun Prakash, former Chief of the Naval Staff. Moderating this session is my colleague Padmada Joshi. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our esteemed panelists for this final conversation of the NDTV Summit 2025.
Thank you, everyone. And I think everyone is looking forward to this particular session. One, because of the gentlemen who we have on stage, their rich experience all of us stand to gain from it. And constantly as a country, we are wondering, especially on the back of what has happened in Pahalgam, during Operation Sindoor, have we learned lessons from our past, and what could we do better from here on? So when we are talking about learning from history, let's first delve into recent history. And I want to start with you, Admiral Arun Prakash. When you look at Operation Sindoor, what is the one thing which you think was a complete success? It was tactical brilliance. And one thing which you think you would have want done better? What is a lesson that we can take away from Operation Sindoor and do better next time?
Well, thank you for that question. To start with, Operation Sindoor itself was a great learning lesson for all of us. I mean, the last major war that we fought was in 1971. So between 71 and 2025, there has been at least 2 quantum jumps in terms of technology. You know, battlefield transparency, networking, the range of sensors, the range of weapons, etc. So there's been a huge jump. So Operation Sindoor was itself a learning, lesson for the armed forces. So at this moment, people like you, television anchors, possibly know more about what happened in Operation Sindoor than laymen like us. So until the full picture comes out and we know what happened on both sides, I'm sure the armed forces have done their debriefs, etc., and they draw the right lessons. But for outsiders at this moment, it's difficult to prognosticate how to do things better, because I think things went off very well in this particular operation. We struck. Our intelligence was good. We struck deep into the enemy territory. The precision of our weapons was excellent. We hit targets that we wanted to. The coordination between the 3 services was as required. So all these were the good points. Now, how to improve on them? I'm sure the armed forces are working on plans for Sindoor. Sindoor is still underway. So when the next round comes, I'm sure all the lessons learned from this phase of Sindoor will be applied in the next phase.
General Pandey, if there's one thing that had everyone concerned, is when it emerged that China had played a role. Both Pakistan and China were acting together, especially when it came to intelligence, the giving of drones, the operation of drones. What can we do better next time, especially in dealing with China, considering that Operation Sindoor is underway? General Pandey, sir.
So I think one of the important lessons for us was as to how, so far we used to say that, look, China would assist Pakistan during, operation, during conflict scenario, etc., etc. But I think this time it came out loud and clear that it is more like they are conjoined. So it's not only just, it's more than maybe supply of equipment, weapon system, etc. You saw them operate together. Their SOPs, their methods of operation. So this is, I think, something which we will have to factor as we go forward and maybe study more in depth to figure out as to what would this mean, right? So it is no longer a two-front. It is you have one adversary, but you have both of them together. So this is, I feel, across all domains, in the ground domain, in the air domain, as also in the maritime, less so. But this is something which we will have to, study in great detail, I feel.
And why I ask this, sir, is because during your tenure, we had seen tension with China. Do you think this time we were more alert to the fact that while Pakistan was the main aggressor, you also had China working in the background? That was a lesson that we took away from our dealings with China in the past.
Well, we've always factored this. So we always war game situations, discuss situation as to how one would assess the other. In military parlance, we would call it collusivity, and how would that manifest? So this was something which was already planned, and I'm sure, our field formation commanders on ground would have sort of taken measures, and they did take measures to make sure that while we are engaged with an adversary on one side, things remain quiet or you remain balanced. on the other side.
Air Marshal Chaudhary, what would be your biggest takeaway from Operation Sindoor? Since we are talking about learning from our past, what is it that we should keep in mind going forward now?
I think this is very straightforward. And the answer is that air power need not ever be escalatory. This operation has busted the myth that use of only air power for offensive action will escalate the conflict. Okay, this myth has been busted by this. We can definitely control the use of air power, use it for gaining the strategic objectives, use it for pinpoint accuracy, use it to create effects that will change the balance of equation between nations.
How do you see the Air Force? Of course, the Air Force has got the maximum press. It was at the forefront of the operations. What do you think that could have been done better?
There's no end to having a wish list for what we should have had and what we should bid for in future to make ourselves more potent to face two adversaries. And like General Pandey brought out, the asymmetry that is brought about by the collisionary is something that we have to comprehend and we have to prepare ourselves against. So the Admiral also brought out 2 or 3 key issues. One is increased battlefield transparency through better sensors, better networking, wielding the longer stick. That means having longer weapons, whether it is surface to air or air to ground and so on. So like I said, the list can be endless, but primarily these are 3 or 4 factors which we think we should have been much stronger at that time, and we should bid for better equipment and better hardware in future.
Admiral Prakash, what do you think the Navy's role was this time around? Like I said, most of the news, most of the focus was on the Air Force and then the Army. What about the Navy's role?
Firstly, going back to your first question, one thing we could certainly improve upon is intelligence of enemy capabilities, especially since Pakistan is being fully backed by Chinese equipment and weapons. Then I think it's essential that we should know the capabilities of what China has or will supply to them. Coming back to the Navy's role, the Navy, as you know, is traditionally known as the silent service. So both the fleets, the Eastern and Western fleets, had positioned themselves off the coast of Pakistan. The coast of Pakistan is limited relatively. It's 1,000 kilometers with just 2 or 3 major ports, Karachi, Port Qasim. And Pakistan is notionally a landlocked country. Much of their, or most of their trade, energy, etc. comes from the sea. So by positioning itself off the Pakistani coast, the Indian Navy had sent some very strong signals that if things come to a pass where we need to go into action, we will blockade Pakistan, and they have experience of that in 1971. We blocked both wings of Pakistan. So we could blockade Pakistan, cut off all trade, and that actually happened. Not many ships went in and out of. And secondly, if the government had decided on kinetic action from the seawards, then the Navy had all the wherewithal. They had fighters on board the aircraft carrier. The carrier battle group was positioned there. Ships are carrying Brahmos missiles, which were used by the Air Force and the Army. So the Navy had a similar capability. Our ships, our submarines also carry land attack missiles. So had it come to that situation, the Navy could have launched a full-fledged kinetic attack from seawards and brought immense pressure. But unlike the Air Force, which the Air Chief Marshal mentioned is not escalatory, the use of maritime power can be escalatory because you're operating in international waters. It has implications. So I presume there is a factor that weighed with the government.
Do you think, General Pandey, that Operation Sindoor also defined, in a sense, the strategic capability of the Indian Army, and this is going to be something, it's not just limited to Operation Sindoor, it's going to be the hallmark going forward as well?
Indeed, and I would say not only the Army per se, but also the armed forces, right? Because here was a situation, here is a good example as to how the defense forces of a country can be, if I may, put to good use to achieve strategic objectives. So I think the defense forces in this case came on their own, be it the Navy, Air Force or the Army, and whatever were the strategic objectives that were set for them, I think it was a good example of how these were achieved. So yes,
And you've also said that actually this was the best showcase of Atmanirbharta. So far we had spoken a lot about it over the last 11 years. We had put a lot of focus on it, a lot of emphasis on it, but did it in a way redeem itself? The push that we have given to Atmanirbharta of being self-reliant as a country, did Operation Sindoor vindicate that stand that we've had over the last few years?
indeed. So, you know, when you talk of Atmanirbharta, I have been highlighting there are two aspects to it. One is acquiring new capabilities, that is new acquisition, and second is sustenance of our war effort. So in both cases, in the latter case, things such as ammunition, whatever it takes to sort of sustain a war, I think in both these fields, we've had good examples where we saw our indigenous weapon systems, they proved themselves. So it was a good validation of the capability of our indigenously produced weapon systems, which we saw both for the Army as well as for the Navy.
Just heard Mr. Rane speaking about the Brahmos, and she flashed the iconic picture of the damage done at Bolari.
Yeah.
I think what better can,
The best advertisement that can be.
best advertisement for our indigenous capabilities.
Did you see the kind of coordination that you were hoping? Because often the complaint has been that the different arms do not work in time of crisis. There is a lack of communication, or the kind of coordination that is ideal is not seen. In the operation, did you see all the forces working together with the kind of coordination that you would have liked?
Absolutely. What we witnessed was complete synergy, complete understanding of each other's strengths and weaknesses, and the effort, what came out finally was a joint effort from all the three services and, of course, the higher defense organization of this country. So there is no doubt in my mind, at least, that there was any lack of coordination or synergy between the armed forces.
When you said, sir, that there should be better intelligence about our enemy capability, can you elaborate on that? Do you think that somewhere we were caught off guard with exactly what the enemy capability is, and that is going to be very crucial moving forward?
Yes, one example which one gathered from the media was the use of a Chinese-made air-to-air missile called PL-15. Now they were varying versions of what range it could engage targets at. So I think it happened to be the primary weapon of the Pakistan Air Force. So I think if we had an inkling that Pakistan Air Force is armed with a PL-15, then we should have known much more about its capabilities, its envelope in which it can be used. This is just one example. But if China is going to be backing Pakistan the way it is, then we will certainly need to know far more and in far more depth about the capabilities of Chinese weapon systems if they are going to be our main opposition.
General Pandey, how do we balance our equation with China? Because we're talking at a time, we're speaking at a time where we are talking about a great reset. Diplomatically, we are trying to strike a balance with China, but militarily, we also have to be extremely cautious of what they are trying to do. How do you strike that balance?
No, there are different aspects to it in terms of what you do when you're deployed at the border, in terms of our visibility of what is happening across, and that comprises strategic ability or our ability to pick up movement, strategic intelligence, so to speak. Also as to what is happening right there in the border, across the border. So that is one aspect. Second is to be able to study your adversary's tactics, his strategies, his operational concepts, right? As also the technology, what equipment, what weapon system he has, or the adversary has. So I think it's a mix of all this that you figure out as to what your adversary's capabilities are. If there are any capability gaps from our side, you try and bridge those gaps. As also if there are strengths from our side, so you build on your strength, consolidate your strength, and try and mitigate any shortcomings if there are any. So I think that is how you would, in terms of your preparedness for any future situation, I would suggest that must be, or that should be our approach.
Air Marshal Chaudhary?
Yeah, asymmetry can be overcome not merely by bean count of weapon systems and hardware that you have, but more through innovation and, the human being's ability to think ahead of the enemy. Okay, and I think for that we are adequately trained and we are adequately prepared. The focus has always been on trying to develop an asymmetry through innovative use of the existing weapon systems that we have. So I think this is our strength. Better training, better tactics, better procedures. This is our strength and we must capitalize on this.
For a lay person, one always thinks, we saw the presentation in the morning and the kind of strikes that we have done, we have managed to strike air bases in Pakistan, we have managed to destroy their terror infrastructure. But a lay person thinks all of this is just going to come back. A lot of people also, there was, the political debate that happened as well. But to set that aside, they said, at the end of the day, what have you achieved if you have destroyed infrastructure, which they are going to build right back? How does one address those questions? Is there a head of the snake, as it were, which is the ultimate goal, which you say, okay, this is done, now it's never going to be able to spring back?
The first principle of war, as we are taught, anybody in uniform, is selection and maintenance of aim. And I think here we were very clear on what the aim was, to destroy the terrorist headquarters and infrastructure. And once we faced the brunt of, the oncoming drones from Pakistan on the 8th of May, then retaliation, because they were targeting our military targets. So retaliation was necessary and mandated, and it was calibrated. It could have escalated. We had the capability. We could have hit him harder than what we did. But somewhere somebody has to draw a line and say, okay, this is it, we'll call it off. We've shown you what we can do. We can do more of it.
What do you say to people, there is always this feeling, sir, and it's been said again and again, and I have to say this is not just about the politics. A lot of the general public also said that when you had them on your knees, why didn't you go in for the kill? How does one decide what the kill is? Can you take that first, Admiral Arun Prakash? What is the kill? Like I said, what is the head of that snake which you say, okay, this is it?
Yes, in addition to what the Air Chief Marshal said, one of the aims was to destroy or attempt to destroy terrorist camps. But the larger aim was to send a message of deterrence to Pakistan. Now, deterrence means that, you've done it 2 or 3 or 4 times, but don't do it again, or worse, reprisals will take place. So that was a big message to be sent across, deterrence, message of deterrence. Now, only time will tell whether that message has got across to Pakistan or not. So that's one. And secondly, we should not underestimate Pakistan. I mean, whatever has happened in Synindur is a good message, good signaling. We've wreaked destruction on them. But Pakistan, as you know, policies are guided by what is known as the deep state, the ISI and the military. And it is in their interest to keep this pot boiling. So I'm not sure whether the message of deterrence has gone across to the deep Pakistani deep state. And as I said, only time will tell, but I suspect that we will have more such occurrences.
You think so?
It's quite possible that, and for that, we need to build up, the very fact that they've been doing this to us over and over again means that our conventional deterrence, our nuclear deterrence has held, but our conventional deterrence has not been adequate to send the right signal to Pakistan that don't you dare undertake cross.
How do you think this should be added?
So we need to spend more money to bolster our conventional forces, to get all the capabilities. Modernization of the armed forces has been delayed for many years for various reasons. So we need to build up our Air Force. The Air Force has been crying hoarse. We need to build up whatever the Army needs. So we need to build up a clear superiority conventionally over Pakistan. That superiority was in place, but it has been eroded because of the support that China has been given to them, and because we have delayed the modernization of our own armed forces. So we need to restore conventional superiority so that it will send the right message of deterrence. Hopefully Synindur has done its share, but we need more.
General Pandey, very important thing that Admiral Arun Prakash said, that there is the very real possibility that despite us having tried to send out a message, Pakistan every time comes back and their tactics keep changing. First there was 2611, they struck at an urban center, then they went to Kashmir, they struck at tourists, which so far had been, it had been a taboo. You didn't kill innocent tourists. That has also happened. What next? And how should we be prepared for that? There's the conventional deterrence, of course, we do our modernization, etc. But what else can we do? And in what nature do you foresee that the next attack, God forbid it should happen, will come?
Well, I feel we have to be prepared across the entire spectrum of conflict, right? So we still have to be prepared for acts of terror, perhaps infiltration from across the border. So you cannot let the guard off there. So while you are doing this, you still have to, or you must continue to focus on building your conventional capabilities. So, and there is also this aspect of gray zone. So while you are preparing to fight a conventional war, you require a different set of capabilities in certain cases to fight in the gray zone. So I believe you have to strike a good balance between what conventional war fighting capability you require vis-a-vis what you require to operate in the gray zone. So if you get that balance right, I think that is the key, so that across the entire spectrum of conflict, you also need to be operational ready at all times, because we have seen from what we have seen in the past decade, you have to be prepared for black swan events. Like somebody said, you have to expect the unexpected. So your operational readiness levels can never be sort of below optimum. So that is something which we'll have to continuously focus on, and focus equally on developing capabilities across the entire conflict spectrum, both on the west as well as on the northern.
Do you think our modernization has been done at a pace that you are satisfied with?
Well, modernization and technology infusion has been one of the key features of the three services, as also the focus of the government through the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So while there is technology coming in and you have good startup, you had some of them, you heard them out. So we have a very vibrant startup ecosystem. The bigger defense industry, they are coming in. The academia and the research and development people, they need to be stepping up. So only when you have this entire defense manufacturing ecosystem synergized will we get the results. But here again, it's not just the infusion of technology and modernization. Alongside it must be the changes that you bring about to your operational concepts, philosophies. You need to enhance the technological threshold of your soldiers. You need to change your, we call it TTPs, tactics, techniques, and procedures. So this entire gamut of things have to be addressed. Not just you buy some high-tech gizmos and new weapon systems. That is only part of it. Then only you will be able to fully optimize or maximize the potential of...
Could you give a few examples? What kind of changes? When you say that tactics and procedures, you need to keep changing them, in what way?
So in the previous session, you spoke of drones. So if you have drones of different kinds, carrying out different functions, you have drones which can be used as loiter munition, for logistic purposes, for surveillance, and the rest of it. So if you have drones, correspondingly, you will have to modify your organizations, certain organizational structures. You will have to have an operating philosophy as to how you will employ those drones. So that is what I'm saying. It's not only Army, the Air Force would have drones. So how do the drones of the Air Force and the Army operate together? Not only the Air Force and the Army, you also have the BSF which is deployed on the border. So they also have drones operating. So this entire thing has to be looked at holistically to be able to, again, maximize the potential of technology such as the drone technology, or for that matter, counter-drone technology.
Marshal Chaudhary?
Yeah, I'll echo what the General had to say. Primarily, adopting new technologies requires very flexible mindsets. The armed forces, the desire is always to work at the pace of, Moore's law. We want to double the number of the computing power on a chip every second year. We want the newer systems. But the whole machinery of procurement does not move at the same pace. So with this huge gap between what we really want and what technology can provide us, and how we manage our acquisition process, the gap will always remain. The idea is to anticipate for the future. The idea is to train our people for the kind of warfare that can be fought with new generation weapons, with artificial intelligence being thrown in a big way in most of our systems, in helping our decision making and so on.
Moving forward, sir, what do you think of theater commands? Would you like to take that first, sir?
Yeah. You know, we are talking about the future of warfare in the 21st century. And the theme for this session is learning from past, right? So if I join these two, the dots together, what we have to look at is what kind of structures are going to meet the requirement for future warfare. There are 2 or 3 issues that need to be considered. Number one is that today the combatant, whether he is a pilot in a 4.5 generation aircraft or even a foot soldier, a combatant has got adequate capability and adequate data to be able to take a decision to achieve the effects on his own without having to refer back to a long decision-making chain, a traditional decision-making chain. You know, so in such an environment, it would be prudent to look at a structure which allows decentralized control and execution of any combat. So whatever structure we look at, okay, you call it a theater command, you call it a joint command, or whatever it is, it has to cater for, you know, the faster decision cycles without adding multiple layers. It has to shorten the sensor to shooter time, as we say. Okay, and it has to be adaptive to newer technologies. So we cannot live in the past by looking at, you know, or comparing with somebody else that they've got this structure, so we should copy the same. We should devise our own. And here is where actual Atmanirbharta is not merely in manufacturing and in hardware. It's Atmanirbharta in thought. We need to think on our own. We need to look at what challenges we are going to be faced with, which are very unique to us.
Yeah. Admiral Arun Prakash, what do you think of theater commands?
Well, I'm a little surprised that in 2025 you're asking a question about theater commands. And to answer your question, we need to go into geography and history. I hope you have the time. Geographically, India's military power is divided into 19 commands. 17 of them are single service and 2 of them are joint. So to mount any operation, you'll need power from 1, 2 or 3 of these commands. And I recall from my days as chairman, Chiefs of Staff Committee, that coordination, cooperation, etc. is a very vexed issue. So that's the geography part of it. Now, historically, we managed to do quite well militarily. We prevailed in almost all our operations. But I think we've been fortunate. And the services have worked together. But Kargil was one instance where we got a bad fright. It was a near disaster from which we retrieved the situation only by the bravery of our officers and jawans. But the fright that the government got, government of that day, they convened a committee within 2 weeks of the conclusion, Kargil Review Committee, which went into national security. Then the government convened a group of ministers headed by Mr. L.K. Advani, Deputy Prime Minister. And out of this came a series of recommendations. One was constitute a Chief of Defence Staff, Vice Chief of Defence Staff, constitute 2 joint service commands. One was the Strategic Forces Command and one was the Andaman Nicobar Command. But it stopped there because of political inertia, bureaucratic resistance and dissonance within the armed forces. Nothing happened after this. Now fast forward to 2020 when this government in a very historic step constituted a Chief of Defence Staff. The Chief of Defence Staff was given 2 main charters. One is to bring jointness into the armed forces and secondly was, at the end of it, create theatre commands. And this decision was not just pulled out of a hat. It is the culmination of historical lessons learned, the wisdom of these committees, group of ministers. There was another committee called Naresh Chandra Committee which had a similar. So all this wisdom has come about through experience. So I think theatre command, now it's 5 years since the CDS was created, nothing much has happened. So we need to overcome whatever, there are very reasonable objections to theatre command. We need to discuss them, negotiate, overcome them, and get on with it.
General Pandey, would you say that that really should be the biggest learning, that we need theatre commands, whatever issues are there, whatever reservations are there, that should be one lesson we take from the past, that this is something that is essential for us moving forward?
I agree. See, this issue has been under discussion for 3 years or more. We all understand, perhaps accept the requirement for having a method by which the combat potential of all the three services is utilized or maximized. Your operational efficiency is enhanced and there is better synergy. And that is the basic reason or rationale for establishing the theatre commands. Of course, it's a given we need to have a tailor-made, custom-made organization which suits our requirement, the Indian requirements, which are peculiar, where you have contested borders, you have distinct geographical theatres and the rest of it. It might necessitate changes in the organizational structures, command and control arrangements as also functioning. So in my view, I think the necessity or the acceptance is there. Now, what form it takes, in what manner it is customized to meet our requirements is something which can be discussed. Here, if I may add, we spoke of Operation Sindoor. I see understanding amongst common people that future wars are going to be fought in the same manner as was Op Sindoor. So people have been talking that future wars will be only drones, counter drones, beyond visual range and the rest of it. We have to be very careful. I feel this is one of the ways by which wars will be fought. The drones, the counter UAS systems will have an important role to play. But the usefulness, the viability of conventional war-fighting systems, in my view, will still remain. So based on the lessons or what you saw during Op Sindoor, I feel that should not be the benchmark for us to evolve our organization structures, change our thinking entirely, change our operational philosophies and the rest of it. So that kind of caution, if I may, we need to be very careful evolving it. Because in the last 25 years, we've seen, right from Kargil war and then you had Op Parakram, you've seen different methods or different ways in which wars will unfold. So that is my remark.
Well, it is said rightly that those who do not learn from the mistakes of the past are also doomed to repeat it in the future. Hopefully, all of the words, all of the issues that you've heard addressed over here, lessons will be learned because future wars will happen and India has to be war ready. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you very much for sharing your wisdom.
Can we have a big round of applause for our distinguished guests here on the stage, please? Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Padmaja, for that very powerful session. Ladies and gentlemen, with that powerful reflection from our former service chiefs, we have come to the close of the NDTV Defense Summit 2025. Over the course of the day, we have looked at the future of warfare, the power of technology, and the importance of self-reliance. But we've also been reminded of the values that must guide us with courage, resilience, and foresight. On behalf of NDTV, I would like to thank all our distinguished speakers, our partners, and of course, each one of you in the audience for joining us in this important conversation on India's defense future. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors who've made this possible. NDTV Defense Summit 2025 has been co-powered by Tata Communication, Adani Defense and Aerospace, and Samtel Avionics. Celebration partner, Radhiko Khaitan. Wardrobe partner, Eden Taylor. Gold partner, Sri Krishnaya Chetty Group of Jewelers. Aerial defense partner, Paris Defense. State partner, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Associate partner, Exicom Technologies India Private Limited. And ST Telemedia Global Data Centers. We look forward to seeing you in the next edition of the NDTV Defense Summit. Until then, good evening. Thank you so much. Jai Hind. And I would also like to remind our viewers on that the bar is open, which will be followed by dinner. Thank you so much for being with us.